Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, welcome to the Future Minerals Forum 2024. Please take your seats. The event is about to begin.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's Fatma Fahad again, and welcome to the second day of the Future Minerals Forum and the final day, I'm afraid. I hope you had a lovely and productive evening last night, because throughout yesterday we had great sessions and great topics and great world leaders who came to us and spoke to us about key issues of the industry. We also had His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman speak to us about the opportunities available here in Saudi Arabia, whether you want to invest, export, or even research, or look for a partner of the best in the industry. The market is yours, and the sky is the limit as to what Saudi Arabia can offer in terms of clean energy, mining, and all other sectors as well. And then we had also great sessions that discussed topics that are really essential and key to the industry. We had topics related to super region and whether it needed its own critical minerals strategy or not. We talked about the power of transition, and we also talked about financing and funding, energy transition, and we witnessed the powering of some great ideas throughout the day. And today, we promise you, we will be doing the exact same. We will be powering through great ideas, great discussions, and great solutions to any obstacles related to the industry. And I think starting the morning by discussing regional centers of excellence is a great idea, and that will be our first session for today. So I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you stay with us throughout the day for the rest of the sessions that will be also discussing key topics for today. So for now, please join me and put your hands together in welcoming our moderator for this session, the very first session of the second day, Sheila Kama.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you very much for joining us this morning. On listening to discussions yesterday, especially coming out of the leadership of the kingdom, but also coming out of the partners, sovereign and corporate, I was struck by the enormity of the task. It suddenly made sense that the focus of the conference would be moving from words to action. But moving from words to action is easier said than done. One of the essential pieces of the puzzle is to build the capacity throughout the super region. And to do so will require a lot of things. For one, institutions, knowledge, finance, commerce, and many other things. One of the outcomes, therefore, of the ministerial roundtable was the recognition that the centerpiece of building that capacity are institutions whose primary task is to help us with the brain power to come up with the right policies through think tanks, but also institutions with the R&D capability to help us come up with geoscientific engineering technology necessary to take us to where we want to go, as well as the capacity to be able to come up with groundbreaking systems, ways of doing things that speak to the sustainable challenges of our industry. And in their wisdom, our leaders perceive that to be akin to centers of excellence, hence the discussion today. And so with me, I have professionals who are knowledgeable in that area, and each are going to give us a view of how they perceive the center of excellence. I'm going to start first with Kimmo Telikainen, who is the Director General of the Finnish Geological Survey. And my question to you, Kimmo, is, what are some of the priorities that you think these centers of excellence should focus on?
Thank you, Sheila, and thank you. It's an honor to be here, and I would like to start of the meeting of leaders of geological surveys that was organized very soon after the ministerial roundtable, and we took the ministerial roundtable's recommendations concerning these centers of excellences and discussed on what should be done so that we can catch those recommendations and reach the targets set. And very big issue is capacity building in a wide scale, starting from human resources. So if we need to expand the mineral sector and exploration, it means that we need more professionals. So we need to increase the education of geosciences around the region. But it's not only the number of professionals, we also need to raise the skill level to use modern technologies and the methods that data sciences offers today. So that way we can deliver more information and more data usable for the investors, for example. But then it's not only human resources, also physical capabilities must be improved throughout the region. That means modern infrastructure, and we wish, of course, more finance from the governments to support this necessary development. But then this concept center of excellences, it's like a network and based on mutual cooperation and mutual capacity building, learning from each other. But the word excellence means that we are doing something better, not only that we are doing more, but we should do things better than so far. And in that sense, I would raise the issue of material efficiency. So far, mining sector has been targeting from one or couple of metals, and if it's profitable, let's take those metals. And that means that around 98% of the extracted materials is put aside or wasted. And when we are raising the skills of geosciences, we have to also focus more thoroughly what kind of deposits we have and what kind of fractions can be used for beneficial purposes to build more sustainable society so that we can improve the material efficiency. The more we can get out of the wealth out of the extracted materials, the better.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bradford, you work for the Colorado School of Mines, one of the premier institutions that produces future professionals in the mining industry. And when you think about this capacity building, when you think about overcoming the lack of efficiency in the way that we extract materials and other related things, how can we overcome those specific challenges?
Well, so I think that it's important in that context, Sheila, to recognize that there's great heterogeneity across the super region as it's defined. We go from countries that have great wealth and well-developed infrastructure to some of the poorest countries in the world. So I think it's just there's not a single answer to that question. Let's take Africa, for example. So Africa has somewhere between 30 and 35% of the critical energy minerals that we need for the energy transition. If you take that into context, it's quite clear that we're not going to be able to make the energy transition without Africa. But a lot of work needs to be done in Africa. One of the key points that came out of the ministerial roundtable the other day was that critically we need political stability and policy continuity, and those two things go hand in hand. And of course, the centers of excellence can help support this. But how do we implement that in some of the poorest countries in the world, which have, for example, let's take the cost of building a center of excellence. It may be on the order of $100 million, something like that. If your country's total revenues for a given year are on the order of $1 billion, it's not likely that that country it's not feasible for that country to support that center of excellence on its own. At the same time, another point that was raised in the ministerial roundtable, and something that I observed directly at an energy conference earlier this fall, countries in Africa really want to take control of their own future. And there's great opportunity with the energy transition and the resources that they have to do that. But there's a big challenge in building the infrastructure that will enable that to happen. So that's something to think about carefully. But the solution, or a solution for that issue, is multiple countries pooling resources together to build centers of excellence that can build the technical expertise, as we heard about, and can build the human resource capabilities that are required. But it will take time, take resources, but really that's the key, I think. And the key point of all of that really is that it's a heterogeneous system. Not a single solution will fit everywhere.
Thank you very much. Let me come to you, Mr. Juan Carlos Obe from Chile. You work now for a think tank in the United States, but in your prior life, you were a cabinet minister in your home country, Chile. Chile being the world's second largest producer of copper, and copper being one of the centerpieces of transition to clean energy. But more than that, your national icon, Codelco, which is a state-owned entity, is a major player. And I wanted you to give us a sense. When you think about how we move this groundswell of the super region and centers of excellence, what role do you perceive, especially for private companies, but especially those owned by nation states?
Well, I think when we talk about innovation, which is what we need here, I think mining companies have an essential role. I mean, governments need to play a role, universities and institutes and research institutions have a role too, but I think companies are essential. They have the financial resources, they have the long-term vision, they have the tolerance to trial and error, to fail, which is something that sometimes is difficult for governments. They have the data and they have the real-world operations in which innovation will have to be tested and then deployed massively if we want this to happen. So I think private mining companies are essential in deploying innovation. When you think about state-owned enterprises, I think we come back to heterogeneity. I mean, it depends, not all state-owned enterprises are created equal. So in some countries, I think state-owned enterprises are under a lot of pressure to supply money to the treasury, right? And if that is the case, and a big portion of the government's revenue comes from state-owned enterprises, in those cases, I think it's difficult to ask those companies to put money for the long run, to sometimes fail, because that takes trial and error, if they are under a lot of pressure to supply money to the treasury, right? There are some other state-owned enterprises that are very profitable, very stable, that have very strong balance sheets. Maybe those companies are in a better position to invest money in research, development, and innovation. So I think it depends on the context. I think one of the things that mining companies, I think, need to do more, and this is something which state-owned enterprises can play a role, is to work together. My experience in Chile and in Latin America, mining companies tend to operate in isolation, not coordinating their efforts very much. And I think when we talk about innovation and technology development, operating in isolation is not very efficient, right? Not only because you can diversify the risk of trying different technologies when we work together, but also because you can, I mean, I think mining companies are facing technological challenges that are not that different from one another. So if they cooperate and get technology right, they can then deploy that massively and recoup the investment, I mean, faster.
Thank you very much. Let me come to you, Robbie Stansel, Managing Partner of Innovation Architects. I'm struck by the fact that so far we have focused on the role of public institutions and governments. And no doubt we'll not get far unless we bring in the private sector, which is where, in part, the financial resource can be found. And so I wanted you to help us. What can the governments in the super region do to ensure that there is traction? In other words, there is a positive response by the private sector? And what role do you perceive of the private sector in championing this concept of centers of excellence?
Well, I would start with looking at similar to the mining value chain, what the knowledge value chain looks like and who the players are in each of the stages. So you start with governments that should set a stable and directional stage for the whole effort. Then academia incubates the ideas. Startups and venture capital accelerate those ideas into growth. And then you go to OEMs and the mining houses to commercialize and implement those. This is, however, not a sequential process, but it's a circular process. I have a heritage in design thinking, so for me, everything is the need of the customer. The customer in this case is the mining houses, specifically the operational people in the mining houses. So you should not, in isolation, look at academia and come up with the ideas, but you should basically look at the end state, what the companies need in order to be as efficient and productive as possible, and use that as inspiration for the academic exercise, if you will. Now, the other thing to look at in this value chain is the cost of each stage goes up exponentially. So while in academia it's still pretty low cost, we're in just the prototyping piloting stage, we're already in double, triple-digit $1 million for some of the technologies. So therefore, how do you entice the private sector to get involved here? And again, back to the customer needs. If this doesn't fulfill my needs, I, as a private company, cannot afford to invest in this effort. And if you look at the balance, particularly, for example, in the kingdom, the public spending compared to the private spending is probably a factor of 2 different from other jurisdictions. So there should be a public spending that's, say, somewhere between, ideally, 4 to 8 times that of the priming the pump role of the public sector. Here, I don't see that yet, and maybe it is because the companies don't necessarily see their needs fulfilled with what we are working on. So I think that is a very important aspect in there.
Thank you very much. Princess Michelle Al-Shalan, may I turn to you now? You are enterprising. You have started the Aeon Collective. And so no doubt you look to the future. But there is no future in the mineral supply chain unless we infuse fundamentally this concept of sustainability. And I wanted you to give us a sense of how you think we can embed sustainability in the mineral value chain and how the centers of excellence can help us achieve this.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question, Sheila. And I have to recognize my partner, Nora bin Turki, who helped me in co-founding Aeon Collective. But essentially, to remind ourselves of why we're existing and operating within this space. We're lucky to be the product of Saudi Arabia, meaning that within our own Bedouin heritage, we're taught to walk the talk. So a lot of these general slogans around sustainability, around taking us from point A to point B, it's no longer one of a question of what can we say that looks appealing, but it's how can we walk to deliver on that intended goal and message. So if you allow me, I'll give a bit of an iteration on the word sustainability. You know, sustainability is a word and a buzzword that we hear day in and day out, but sustain what is the key question. Sustain the status quo? I fear not, because it's really messy, especially within the mining sector and how we've been approaching the operations over there to date. My question and our approach is rather there of repairing our approaches, or what we call planetary repair. So the question therefore becomes, what are the sorts of skill sets that are needed to be integrated or embedded to a center of excellence to actually deliver on that excellence, right? In my opinion, it has to start with having a quick temperature check of where is the problem to date, right? The first is that we're way above a lot of our planetary boundaries. You know, we just came back off of COP28, where we were reminded that we need to keep 1.5 alive. Why does it matter? Well, for a lot of low-lying islands. That's essentially their lands and their territories that they'll be losing on the receiving end of. But for Saudi Arabia and for our region overall, that 1.5 tracks a lot higher. So when we're talking about that, we're already above the 2-degree political goal or target. Let's say on the scientific side as well, we're also knowing from a geopolitics perspective that the geopolitics of climate change will be changing our trajectory over the longer term period. There are a lot of inputs that we need to be embedding into the system, and we need to do it in a way that's mindful and not repeating the mistakes of the past. So not in a way that's extractionary, that's transactionary, that's forgetting some of the forgotten communities in some of these places. So the indigenous peoples, people who are attending to their own growth and their own families, the right not only to solve for energy poverty, but energy opportunity to allow some countries within the super region to rise above a certain threshold. So it's no longer a question of what are nice to haves. It's more of how can we put ourselves and put our reputations, let's say, at the merit to help propel this opportunity forward. To me, in short, it has to be some key components that we need to see within a center of excellence that will allow us to reach that intended goal and target. When we're talking a lot about policy and what is needed to churn out that innovation, that has to be something that's science-based first. So nothing that's aspirational, nothing that we're not comfortable with how we're trying to apply some of the intricacies of, but it has to be science-based and forward-looking as well to know what sort of future do we want to create for ourselves today, but also for our future generations. So innovation not only in the technologies, but equally innovation in the policy is very much needed, as well as in the financing schemes that will allow these companies to operate. You know, I look to you, Juan, brilliant strategy that just came out on hydrogen, for example, from Chile. These are the kinds of things that we need to see starting to materialize. The same for the United States with the IRA. That thinking of not leaving any state behind comes into fore in my head. The same in Europe with the Green Deal. This is a question of how do we all approach it in a way that's consistent, most importantly with our own values and who we choose to be from this point forward. The second is to make sure that when we're establishing all of this, that we're not leaving any populations behind. When I've touched on it very briefly, indigenous peoples, the youth. I recognize Abdallah Shangiti, who was a brilliant young student that came in and worked within our operations. You know, that's our superpower within the super region, is the power of our youth. They're very keen and eager. We should not be looking at their faces and say, well, good luck, solve for this. We should be helping them hand in hand to help propel a future where they'll be the engines of it, an engine of materializing at the end of the day. And the last piece that I think it would not be right without touching on is this issue of multidisciplinarity and what does it really mean? Is it solely a focus on the science, or is it equally an inclusion of the social sciences, understanding the dynamics of what people do allow or not allow, what they're comfortable with? This question of, for example, NIMBY, not in my backyard. Why are people, for example, in Portugal or in Spain fearing mining within their places but are totally fine or okay with it when it's happening in Africa? That has to be a mindfulness of what goes into it, and to the point that my brilliant colleague was saying, understanding the supply chains of knowledge, of technologies, that at each step of this progression we need to be integrating the best practices, and in this case going beyond it. Because what we know for sure is that we have not been doing a good job to date, and we need to up our game.
Thank you very much. That was very profound, and you have reminded us of the inherent complexity and multi-dimensional nature, but also you have reminded us of the intergenerational implications, both in terms of impact, but also in terms of how we deploy everybody. Mr. Salem, I have left the best for last. It is known all over the world that one of the 21st century corporate icons is Saudi Aramco. The truth of the matter is, in more ways than one, we wouldn't be here had it not been the kingdom's leadership and what the kingdom's leadership had turned Saudi Aramco into. One can't help but think, in your area of the geosciences, mineral and petrochemical characterization and resource management, what is it that the envisioned Center of Excellence can learn from the experiences of Saudi Aramco so that we set ourselves up for success from day one?
Well, after operating in the kingdom for more than 90 years, developing the hydrocarbon resources, there are many learnings and successes for the Center of Excellence to consider to accelerate the development of the mining sector in the super region. Our deeper understanding of the hydrocarbon resources was really pivotal to develop a long-term strategy to exploit and monetize this resource to provide energy to the rest of the world. There are several variables and constants within this strategy, but an important one was really the people development. Saudi Aramco has invested a lot in ensuring that we have skillful, competent workforce, and one of the most rewarding programs in the company history was really the hire to retire. We take the best students in high school and sponsor them through local and global universities. And when they come back, they continue receiving focused training to accelerate their development and their contribution. And then shortly after that, they start passing knowledge to the younger talent. So this program, among others, was really key for the company to secure the best professionals to support upstream, downstream, as well as sustainability project that we are also getting into. The second important pillar of this strategy, which can also help the Center of Excellence, was leading in technology. Last year, we celebrated the granting of more than 1,000 patents as the largest number in our company history, but also for any energy company. And behind this wheel of innovation, really a computational grid that we keep expanding through heterogeneous capabilities. We just added 2 supercomputers to ensure that we can see the subsurface, the highest resolution, identify resources, as well as another supercomputer for simulating the reservoir response, aiming to develop the field in the most effective way. On surface, we continue using the latest data analytics, monitoring system, and remote operations. And the aftermath of all this investment has really been very rewarding. We could see fields or reservoirs for the first time after using advanced technologies and imaging on the supercomputer, as well as optimally develop our fields. And more importantly, being able to expand our capabilities into looking for carbon sequestration sinks, which are also very important for blue hydrogen and ensuring that we produce oil and gas with the lowest emissions and provide a source of energy to other industries, including the mining, of course, to produce minerals in a much greener fashion. I think these are 2 capabilities that were very successful for us, and we think they will be, of course, certainly adding value to build on the Center of Excellence and in the super region.
Thank you very much. So, as fate would have it, we've run out of time. So, what I'm going to do is give each one of you 30 seconds, and if you exceed 30 seconds, that means nobody else will talk. So I'll start with you. Whatever you want to give us as a parting shot, let's go through the line, and we'll take it from there. Kimo?
So thank you. So very briefly, once we have to deliver more in the mineral sector, but we also have to deliver better in the sense of responsibility and sustainability. and that starts from education.
Thank you.
I would say you set out a bold vision to disrupt, so do not benchmark others, but lead the way and disrupt both in technology. You're the kingdom of energy. You should break with plasma, not with dynamite. You should not create tailings because you eliminate the plants, those kinds of things, but also on the cultural aspect. Saudi Arabia is built on a culture of trust. The Western model is around KPIs and so on, which is an expression of distrust in your people. So build a completely different way of doing this and hire not for experience, but for attitude. Attitude to be open, to change things, to build things.
Seth, 30 seconds.
Well, I think the mining sector in Saudi Arabia has an opportunity to produce minerals in a greener fashion, capitalizing on utilizing the most prolific carbon sequestration sinks, which great opportunity to use either natural gas, which can reduce reductions by almost 50% than coal, or use blue hydrogen, among other types of sources. So we can produce energy transition commodities in a green way.
Thank you. Juan?
Coming from a mining country, my suggestion would be very careful and put a lot of effort into building a good reputation for the mining industry. Make sure that people get a fair share of the value that is being created, take care of the environment. If people get the perception that this is an industry that will hurt the environment, hurt communities, the work you will need to do to scale up the industry will be much, much harder. So take care of its reputation from the very, very beginning.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, I just want to go back to the idea of making sure that the communities where the resources are located and extracted derive the most benefit from this coming boom that we have. And key to that is making sure that the centers of excellence help support capacity growth in not only extracting the materials, but also refining and processing and manufacturing. That's really the key to building robust economies and diverse, secure supply chains of critical minerals.
Thank you. Princess Michelle?
I would say that, honestly, in short, we have no excuse in Saudi Arabia not to excel beyond where everyone else has left off. We have huge visionary leaders with the king and the crown prince that have set the pathway forward. We have huge umbrellas with which we're aimed to achieve those goals and targets, whether it's the Saudi Green Initiative or the Middle East Green Initiative, that give us a broader umbrella with which we can achieve all of these goals and targets. And at the end of the day, what we need to do is become, essentially, is a beacon of hope for everyone else around the world to see that it could be done, and at the merit and at the standard with which it could be done, so that we can crowd people in. Because to your point, Sheila, that you made earlier, we cannot go through this on our own. We need to show great examples. No one center of excellence can get the job done. We need to do something in a way that allows others to replicate and amplify what we can do in this region.
Thank you very much. So, in a nutshell, a tall order. But there is something of an elephant in the room. And so let me go there. That elephant in the room is geopolitics. It's no secret that we sit at the edge of a complete change in the structure of global power. There is no doubt about that. In many ways, the centers of excellence will be the pathway to that geopolitical shift, both in the domain of diplomacy, in the domain of commerce, but also in the domain of change. In my humble opinion, the single most important thing the super region can do is assume this position of leadership and do for the world what past generations attempted, succeeded on one level, but not on all levels. I think we should not be shy about saying we, the super region, will be the region that promises our generations a better future, thanks to transition. We should not be shy about this, but we should also not be delusional. It's a tall order. It requires hands on deck. I am proud to have been part of the process of thinking about how this shift can happen. But I'm also very clear, there is no need to apologize for saying here and now, we the super region, we will take the lead and we will contribute to making the world a better place. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, we appreciate your audience. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And what a wonderful panel. Thank you all so much. Again, thank you, Sheila. Very, very lovely. Thank you so much. Great panel there. And good morning to all of you. Wonderful to see you here. And thank you, of course, for being with us. We have a very action-packed day today, of course, just as we had yesterday. And we will make sure that we keep you engaged, informed, educated, and absolutely inspired for the coming few hours. So we have so much going on. We'll have our panel up here in a moment. I'm going to be looking at an inclusive multi-stakeholder approach. And we've heard about, the importance of multi-stakeholders and the various people that we all have to talk to. You all know this in business, be it government, be it stakeholders, be it communities, be it the financial community, be it customers. Everybody is very important. So let me get my panel right up here. If I can please get them to join me here, and I will quickly introduce you to them in just a moment. So they are going to come right out now and join us for this great panel discussion. Come on, give them a warm welcome.
Good morning.
Thank you all so much. Now let me quickly introduce our great panel. Here we have with us His Excellency Khaled Ibn Salama, the Deputy Minister for Industrial Affairs here at the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. As always, lovely to have you with us, and I'm delighted that you've taken the time. George Fang joins us now. He's the board member and executive vice chairman from Yuhua Cobalt in China. We're delighted that he's here. Helena is with us, Helena Nonka, and Helena is the Director of Strategy and Sustainability with Anglo American. Thank you for being with us. Emily Olson joins us. She is with Vale Base Metals. Emily, thank you so much, the Chief Sustainability and Corporate Affairs Officer. And Mikael Staffas, the President and CEO of Boliden. So thank you so much. We'll get a nice, I think, look around the world from all of you in terms of how you're dealing with stakeholders in different areas and actually what you're doing. Mikael, let me just start with you, if I may. Your operations are mainly in Northern Europe for the most part. Again, developed markets. How, if any way, is it a different approach to the stakeholder sort of responsibility and engagement there? And again, how has this evolved over the years?
Well, number one, of course, it's all a matter of where you are in the world and what kind of stakeholders you have. And of course, in our situation, we have stakeholders that are, you could say, economically advanced. Most people in kind of Sweden don't really need mining to make a living. You can make a living in other ways as well. So the stakeholders that we have will be locals. They will had the typical not in my backyard type of stakeholders. But then you also have to look away from the kind of local situation and also look at the stakeholders that you can find on a more regional or national level around what you want to develop the country and what also these minerals that are eventually going to be mined, what they're going to be used for. And there you have stakeholders that you need to manage as well.
And again, I think that concept, we see that in Europe and indeed around the world, whereby, and even I think in the rush to renewables, everyone's excited about it, but again, it's coming going, not in my backyard. Build it down the road.
I just heard in the last panel, people talk about what's happening in Portugal and Spain, and that's a very typical example of that. And we have similar things as well. We have good resources for lots of these critical minerals in Northern Europe, in Northern Scandinavia, and Finland, and so on. And you have a very strong negative local feeling about it, not in my backyard, somewhere else, but not at my place.
It's tough, and it's a dilemma that everyone has to look for, because, Emily, when we look at, I suppose, the demand for minerals, it's growing at such a rate, and it has to be met, because we need to, make sure this energy transition happens. It's difficult sometimes to actually get common ground, particularly among everybody. and at the same time, you have to guarantee that supply. Talk to me about, your approach at Vale Base Metals.
Well, I think absolutely, as we see supply and demand really shift over the next decades, looking at how we approach our stakeholders. And so for Vale, first of all, I think the changing nature of partnership and stakeholders is very evident. I mean, hence why I'm here today. I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize our great new partnership with Manara here in the Kingdom. But switching to what you were saying is, we've always had to take a community-centered view on where we operate. Our regions being Brazil, Canada, and Indonesia. And that has changed over time. And I look at the work we've done in Canada, which is a very open mining jurisdiction, and very comfortable, I would say, with mining. But the stakeholders are changing. It's different. The expectations are changing, and as they should. It's evolving. And so we look at, if I look at, two of our operations, looking in Canada at our Voisey's Bay operation in the far north of Newfoundland, right? We've been in partnership there for many years with our Indigenous and Aboriginal community, but that's changing as well. The nature of the business and the nature of the work changes. So we will continue to have to look at what that multi-layered engagement needs to be. And so for us, we very much prioritize our Indigenous and Aboriginal rights holders, and they are a huge part of how we operate and what our value chain looks like. And that will get further concentrated over time.
And you have to be adaptable and flexible to make sure you accommodate
absolutely,
that. Yeah,
absolutely. And you have to have the right tools, and you have to have the right attitude.
Helena, I suppose sometimes we think, there's a huge rush, there's a tremendous urgency here. And in that rush to our greener and sustainable future, I mean, is there a danger that we lose track of, what mining is really all about and what it delivers to the world? And I think we have to look at this in the context of, can a responsible mining sector actually deliver, solve the problems of scarcity, economic development, while looking after the environment and making sure we have a clean transition? It's a big demand.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There is a big focus on the role of mining in supporting green transition, but we all know that green transition will not happen unless it's also a just transition. So we must be solving for eradication of poverty, reducing inequality, just as we solve for climate change. And just to put things into perspective, what it actually means, nearly 1 billion people in the world today live at or below the poverty line. Many of these people are in the super region. And so, but what does it mean in terms of materials required to address that challenge? And just to kind of give everybody in the developing world the living standard equivalent just half of that enjoyed in the West would require nearly 1 billion tons of iron ore, and will require additional 70 billion tons of iron ore and 1 billion tons of copper. 70 billion tons of iron ore is the amount of iron ore that was produced over the entire course of human history. And it's 1.3 times of copper that would produce over the entire course of human history. To feed global population over the next 30 years will require as much fertilizer as was used in the last 100 years. So yes, it is a challenge, but also that's the scale of opportunity that lies ahead of us. We must not forget about that.
And again, it's actually combining both and making sure you can manage it.
Exactly.
George, the demand, without a doubt, and just even as Helena outlined it there, it's huge. I mean, these are figures, exactly, you have not seen. They used to take a decade to do. It is so big. And there are many, many stakeholders involved. And it doesn't matter where you operate in the world. This is a global challenge. It needs a global solution. How do you approach that? And how do you make sure that the supply chain, remains resilient?
Yes, very good question. So, nowadays the demand is high, that's there, but the business nature and the environmental and also the world is changing. So let's think about a different business philosophy. As you mentioned, the global challenge needs a global solution. And also there's how to ensure that the supply chain resilience, how to build a sustainable green development supply chain is one of the key elements for the business. So that's why Huayu maybe cannot say too much. Why Hua means China, Yu means friendship. Why I mention that one as a business philosophy? That means in English, to working together with the right partner, to add value to the partner, to build a reliable and green, sustainable development industry ecology together with our partner, together with participants in the industry. Just one example, we're working together with Vale Group. And also we're working together with Ford Motors in Indonesia. We set up a joint venture together. So Ford Motors is downstream, Vale is upstream, Huayu is in the middle.
In the middle,
In the middle. So we're working together in the ecology, multi-shareholders, global solution to find a way to have a sustainable development for the whole EV industry ecology. Thank you.
Now, Your Excellency, I wanted you to listen to all of the producers here and hear, you know, what they're doing and some of the challenges that they're facing. And now, if I may, from you, that government point of view, and particularly here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, you know, how do you balance, I suppose, economic development with the environmental, with the social, all of these considerations to, you know, actually make sure that you're developing a very successful and sustainable mineral sector?
Thank you. Although the question is extremely complex, by the way, to answer.
Sorry about that.
But
I put it all together for you.
It's very important, by the way, but to answer it in a proper way, even for us in Saudi Arabia when we embarked in the sector, it hasn't been, I would say, one of the main focus sectors in Saudi Arabia that had its own positives and negatives, by the way. But when we looked at it, I think we heard it from my colleagues here and during the last few days. We have to approach it in an Earth Inc. approach. So in a global sense, we always heard also a very important element, which is the human part. So people are scattered around the world in the Earth Inc. approach, and some are residing on minerals that is rich with all the metals and minerals that everybody needs around the world. People or companies are also very good in extraction and refinery and utilization, industrialization. The important, I think the previous session he mentioned it in his closing remark, that we always have to go to the people, make sure that they are stable. This is an important foundation if we want to really go and build a sustainable global supply chain. Now we come and define where we want to play as Saudi Arabia. And I think to summarize what has been discussed over the last day and also this morning, it is in a simple way, mining now is taken off as one of the important, I think the third pillar in our industry diversification. So this is already determined. And once we set our goals, we just go and march in. Very carefully, also, we have to understand. This is why I said the Earth Inc., we had to see and comprehend this whole global value chain from all aspects, from the extraction, from the minerals, and most importantly, how to create a stable value chain supply. Saudi Arabia, if you look at it, situated within, I think, 7 hours, we cover most of the economy of the world, from the mines all the way to the users. Luckily, we have the two ports that is in the east and the west that is well connected. It creates a resilience to unexpected interruptions. This is another one. The important also part, what His Royal Highness mentioned yesterday very clearly, that mineral extraction purification is always an energy-driven process.
Yes, yes.
So to make that energy available in all forms, that be green, that would be clean, there are different names, but now I think the plans has been set. We will make it available according to where the demand will be. That will be in the east or the west or the south of Saudi Arabia. All of this is good, but what is really important is that when we hear about supply chain, a connection between the miners and the user, and also there are the middle companies who bridge both. Important is to see the human part. This is what will create a really sustainable and resilient supply chain. So if we are one company around the earth, you cannot ignore one small department that they will do the mining or the exploration. You have to take care of them. They have to see part of the value that goes to them. They have to be stable. And it is not only by words, but also by good actions. And there are so many organizations around the world. Just now, with the creation of this mining council, the really excellent thing we have seen is that everyone speaks his mind. The frustration without a legacy of, oh, I have to worry about my operation in such mine or company or others, they try to fix it from the human part. Even if it affects them a little bit, that within their company they are not, open to talk about certain small issues here and there. So I've heard it. We've heard it now. We are addressing it. Hopefully, the decisions not only to implement the best practices, but make sure that they are implemented equitably.
Absolutely. Helena, if you can come in here, where we look at many stakeholders who are involved. And, as His Excellency mentioned, people at the very heart of everything we do here. But are we addressing all stakeholders? And of course, it can't be a one-off thing. This is not just an exercise that you do at one point of the process and then tick a box and forget about it. Talk to me about what we can do, perhaps, what we can do better.
Yeah, I think it is important to, I think we all would agree that doing more of the same but faster is not going to work, because traditionally, like if you think mining was about competition for the so-called tier one assets, but today it is a competition not just for the mineral resources themselves. We are competing for water, we are competing for land, we are competing for talent, for technology, in addition to competing for capital and markets. And we are not just competing with other mining companies, but for example, for water and land, we are competing with alternative sources of livelihoods for the communities. And we're competing for talent with pretty much every other industry as mining becomes more technologically advanced. So I think if we want to decarbonize the economies and as we improve people's lives, I think we need a radically different approach, not just to how we produce and use and recycle the metals, but how we leverage the minerals value chains to drive economic growth and development. And that requires a very different multi-stakeholder partnership model, because it's the traditional CSR approach was all about distribution of wealth from the mining activities themselves. We need to think differently. We need to think about how we can leverage the mining activity to enable economic, self-sustaining economic growth ecosystem that are enabled by mining, but critically are not dependent on the mining. So because again, mining should not be the source of economic dependency. It should be the driver of economic diversification and growth. And to do that, it's not enough just to engage with the local communities. You need to work with the governments, with other partners, with international development organizations. It's fundamentally, it's an economic development project. We have quite a bit of experience with that. In Anglo, we call it collaborative regional development model that we are currently increasingly implementing across our operations globally. And like I said, it's not about mining. Mining only is a very small part of it.
Emily, talk to me about equity and partnership. This is something you talk a lot about. And, is it time that we actually take a really deep look at this and maybe disturb the whole focus and, shuffle it around to actually be looking at, we have social, environmental, financial. There's so many areas that possibly need a new focus.
No, absolutely. I'm going to echo what Helena just very eloquently said. As an industry, as Vale, this is our opportunity to reset how we look at equity and what we mean by equity. This isn't necessarily a 2% stake in a mine, and go about your day. This is rethinking that whole ecosystem. And for me, I look at Canada just as one example, is you have such a multi-layered group of stakeholders, from customers to indigenous rights holders, and you have the ability to really build a much different type of ecosystem to deliver what George was talking about on battery materials, right? And so taking a step back and working with our governments, it's something I'm very passionate about at Vale, is ensuring the financial tools are available. When we look at those equity type models, what that partnership could be, and also creating that intrinsic flexibility that every region is different. This is not a cookie cutter approach. And so having the tools to put on the table in each jurisdiction, I look at my own portfolio, it's very different, from Brazil to Canada to Indonesia. And so having both the regulatory, financial, and policy tools at place to ensure we're bringing and maximizing and creating as much value as possible for all of our stakeholders. I just think we have an obligation and an opportunity now to, as Helena said, we can't do the same that we have been doing.
And especially, I think, in new areas as well, where we're starting with a blank sheet. There's absolutely no excuse.
Absolutely.
We need to do it. Michael, when we look at, ensuring supply chain transparency, I suppose, you look at some of the work that you're doing at Boliden and expanding from production to smelting and other operations. How do you actually examine your supply chain and, make sure what's at the end of it that is sustainable?
Yeah, I mean, this is, of course, one of the most important things, to make sure that what comes out in the end is actually not just sustainable in our part of the value chain, but in the whole value chain that builds up to that. This is not a new concept, but it's gotten much more focus over the last few years. And as you know, also the EU is about to embark on legislation around due diligence and need for due diligence. And as some people sometimes joke that the EU is kind of incapable of exporting lots of things, but they're very good in exporting regulation. So if this comes true in the EU, it might very soon become true around the world, similar needs. I'm actually one that is quite positive to this development. Many are negative because they think lots of the bureaucracy has been built up. But in this endeavor, it will make things easier actually, because there will be standards and we can rely on standards. Because today, we as individual companies are fully responsible for making sure that we have due diligence in place for our supply chains. We as a company, we've done this for many, many years. We've developed methods with visits, with what are the crucial things. We have consultants that check our suppliers on the back end. We have all these matrices put in place to kind of avoid that we are being caught into something that we don't want to be part of. But I think that this whole landscape could ease up quite a lot if there will be international standards saying that these are suppliers are okay, they've been due diligence and they can be leveraged by everybody. That would make the consultant world a little bit smaller, but we will all be happy about that. But I think there's just to come back to it, there is actually today no real shortcut. Today you have to do.
Everybody's watching.
Or everybody's watching, is watching on every dimension, and you have to do the work. And it's not enough that you're good on 19 out of 20 things. You need to be good at 20 out of 20 things, because if you miss that 1 out of 20, you will get caught. And it's a lot of work, and there is no shortcut.
Yeah, no, you're so right. It's a different world in terms of how you actually execute and deliver. George, we look at the demand for, nickel, cobalt, lithium, the list goes on. You're one of the big global battery players in the world here. But, talk to me a little bit about how technology is actually changing, how it's helping, and, how it's engaging and maybe helping you with stakeholders as well.
Thank you so much for asking this question. I'm very much happy to be asked. That's because, even I used to be 5 years investment banker, but in my bone, in my blood, I'm an engineer. Working quite
so you have the right combination, an engineer who can do the finances. This is the perfect qualification nowadays.
So I'm working in the technology innovation sector for many, many years. Talk about for the nickel, cobalt, lithium, EV batteries technology, they are fundamentally changed during the last few years. So at the very beginning, from why you built up in 2002, so during that time, our technology, LCO, is we're working, that's why cobalt, we're working in the cell phone battery materials. That's cobalt oxide and lithium cobalt for the cell phone, for the computer battery. As time goes on, we're taking the second generation technology is move to EV nowadays energy reserve battery materials. Now we're talking about NCM. That's why we moved to Indonesia working on the nickel. That's NCM means nickel, cobalt, manganese. NCA means nickel, cobalt, aluminum. So, and also plus lithium hydroxide or lithium carbonate, we get another material is NCM, lithium generate battery material, and even LFP lithium phosphate materials. That's fundamentally changed for the second generation of the technology in the recently, especially in the past 3 or 4 years, while you get a most advanced technology in the world in the ternary precursor. And so in this way, we, especially in the 3 factors. First, we talk about carbon neutralization, about carbon tracing. So we need to have a green development strategy. In that case, that's because our client and our serve is pay a lot of attention to the carbon neutralization and carbon tracing, and to get a better life of the world. The second is a high standard ESG. So the environmental, social, and the governance. That's why we're working together with Peter Valet, we're working together with Volkswagen. We hope one day we can working together with Anglo American and Boliden. So, and then high standard ESG is our threshold to do the business. So in technology, we need to think about some changes to fit the high standard ESG. The third one is we need working together with our partner. For example, it's a client driving. So working together with Volkswagen, working together with Ford Models, say, hi guys, what's your requirement? Mm-hmm. What's your, according to the market, what's the next generation of EV? What's the characteristic? And then we make some innovation and changes in our battery material technology. So that's the third point. So nowadays, we get one last sentence, sorry. So to my personal view, so AI plus high standard ESG with carbon tracing plus Huayou technology to move the production capacity outside of China, for example, in Saudi, in Europe, in United States, that will be get a better utilization of our good technology. Thank you.
Good, good. And I mean, and ultimately the customer is making choice as well. The customers become a stakeholder for once. Your Excellency, talk to me about what the Kingdom is doing differently. I mean, we look here, and yesterday we heard, less than 30%, about 30% has been exploited. The value of minerals here from 1.3 trillion now to 2.5. We look ahead to this. But what's so different, about what's happening here? You don't have that long legacy, of a mining sector. And anything specific you're doing to make sure that collaboration with stakeholders is top of mind?
Yes, definitely. There are many of them. I will start maybe from the beginning, from an operational side. You've heard His Excellency, the Minister, announced yesterday the $182 million incentive to maybe get even onboarding the junior miners program. So you try to maybe even improve the image of mining to the junior people, get them back to school to geology. So one of the universities, I think, was announced by His Excellency the Ramayan, KFUPM is starting a program also how to do the mining. So we're trying to even focus the whole social system, especially the youngers, to go into the field with a more, I would say, with the less legacy of how it was done before. Now things are done in a much better way.
And it's more high-tech, it's a more attractive
industry.
It's more
high-tech, it's more, exactly, it's like an exploration. You have to find the treasure. There are so many tools to help you. It is not hardship, it is more intellectual approach than before. This helped a lot, and we have seen an amazing result so far. The other one is the mining, I would say, licensing law. So we try now, as you said, we are starting with no legacy. That gives us a really good starting point. We apply and be very, I would say, comfortable with the practices applied now, and then not stand there or stop there. I think even the council, they discussed how we take it even a step further. Every time we take care of the human, the social part, the environmental part, and as my colleagues also mentioned, is we all agree on the what. It's just the how to ensure that all the companies are adhering. Are there the proper governance? If they don't do what needs to be done, the tools has to be there. So coming back to Saudi Arabia, what we do it differently, the creation of a center of excellence. This propagation of new ways, the technology has to be spread as fast as possible. Really creating the industry, or we will make the platform here. So people talk about legacy of challenges that created by legacy of operations, improving the image of the industry. Making the energy available, as also was said yesterday, even exporting it where the treatment at the mine should be done. So at least we have a stable supply, also a stable ecosystem and social system. Was mentioned also very clearly several times, minimize the tailing at the mines. And I think in the system we've created also, we made sure during not only exploration, but also the mining until the closure of the mine. Everything has to be clearly stipulated.
Yes, yes.
Until the mine is closed very safely with the minimum effect on people or environment. All of these things are a good practice. We have only to make it happen now with our partners and colleagues. I think this is now a matter of a few months or a few years to put them on the ground. And maybe one last remark, just citing very few examples in Wa'ad al-Shamal. And I said the good practices. They created a school for the boys. I know the northern part of Saudi Arabia wasn't, I would say, the most flourishing part. And but these programs, it changed the region to a much better place.
Yes.
And the economy flourished.
And that's what it's about. This industry actually can change lives and develop, a whole new economy out there. We've less than a minute each, so I want to get a little bit of a 2-for-1 from each of you. Mikhail, you mentioned a little about, bureaucracy, regulations. That's still clearly important because the standards will help you. If you could maybe give me the quick synopsis perhaps on that, and again, that maybe call to action. What can we all do faster, quicker, and better?
No, I think that what we all need, number one, I should say that we are all feeling good to being here because we are producing what is needed to decarbonize the world. I think what we need to do more and better is to decarbonize ourselves. I think it's important for us all to step up against the global initiatives there are. I think the science-based targets is something that we all need to gear up to be able to feel that we're doing something good. And I will say that at the next generation behind that is not so much spoken about, has to do with biodiversity. I would expect that we as an industry will have to put up commitments on biodiversity to have them out soon. That's much more difficult to measure, but there will be measurements coming around there as well. And I would say that will be the next call to action for the industry as such.
Yeah, and I mean, that's fascinating too. We all have to look at that, and maybe that deserves a whole panel on its own the next time, because I think it's so fascinating. What do we do after a mine? We have to be looking at that. Emily, of course, agriculture is part and parcel of what we do. We're mining for fertilizer, but we're working in rural areas too. How is that, I suppose, the nexus that's there? And again, maybe a little quick call to action, the abbreviated version.
I'll be quick, the clock is ticking. I will point strictly to one of our great partnerships. Again, you'll hear me talk about the evolution of the partnership because I believe it's very important. And when we look at zero waste mining, we have a partnership with a company called Bluest One in Brazil, where we are a large operator, looking at zero waste mine and taking refinery slag and processing into fertilizer. These are the partnerships we should be thinking about.
And that's circular economy.
And it's the circular economy. So when I think of a call to action, building, Michael was saying, we need to also change how we're looking at our partners. There's so much value and so many non-traditional partners out there for the mining industry to tap into and really creating that circular world. And I think, as we look in the next 20 years, I would love to see partnerships will redefine how people look at mining. And we have a lot to offer.
Helena, when we look at this, it's a long-term game. Investors are a little impatient sometimes too. How do we make sure we get the right people on board? Because this investment, we need it. So if there's a call to action there, what would it be?
Yeah, I think that's a real challenge because, again, mining, as you said, is a long-term, multi-generation business. That's our investment horizon. Our investors' investment horizon is 6 months, in some cases, 6 minutes, right?
They get a
And
little
so that's a
impatient,
completely, and mining industry trades at the lowest valuation multiple of all the industries. So it is a problem. That's why we need patient capital. And what would be the call to action? To me, I think it's important. How do we work together to make sustainability affordable? Because there is no point in producing the most sustainable minerals if they are unaffordable for the industries that we're actually trying to enable. And that's, to me, where the partnership really needs to focus on. And so how do we collaborate to make sustainability competitive and affordable, as opposed to it just being an additional cost?
George, again, I suppose on this investment issue, and you're working around the world, you need to bring communities on board. What's your best sort of, I suppose, focus and guidance for making sure you bring communities together?
Thank you. So, very good question. So when we, Huayou is a global company, we develop global business. We're meeting with government, the first stakeholders, and also community, the very important stakeholders. So there is a Chinese old saying, if you want to not thirsty, we need to make the rivers full of water, and then you yourself not thirsty. In that case, to have a better life and high quality development and growth is the ultimate target for all the people, all the countries, all the societies. We're working together to have a better life and good, high quality development, make the best interest for all the stakeholders, and then working together to add value to other stakeholders. So, for example, if one day we have developed a business in Saudi, we're working together with Your Excellency, say, okay, we need to make a contribution to Saudi. Otherwise, it's not the right way to do.
And that's what you have to do. I will leave you, Your Excellency, the closing word here. A lot of focus, strong focus, commitment, as we look ahead, ambition for Saudi Arabia. How do you make sure that you become that global player that you're well on your way to do?
Thank you. I think just a summary of all what has been said. I mean, in Saudi Arabia, if we look at it, what we are offering now. One is that the energy required to do the process of mining and making sure the utilization are good. The minerals and rare earth metals that is available in Saudi Arabia has been discovered, and more will be on the way. This is second. A logistical hub that is clearly and evidently, I think, seen by the world, how it can be well utilized and more investment are there. This is another pillar. More important than all of that is that it will be the ground where our starting point will be the best practices and pushing better from there. The council, in our belief, will be the right platform. Everyone will set the right standards and making sure the what is also coupled with the right how of how to do. And I think this is in summary. And maybe last point, which is very important, is the capital market attraction. Now it has been there, and we are seeing a huge growth. And I think this will be also a major enabler to make sure all of our plans are met and exceeded.
And that constant engagement, I think, with the capital markets, with all stakeholders, with the public, and possibly with the media down the road. We're going to have to, one of the days, have a panel on that one, I think, because we don't always get the headlines that maybe this industry deserves, and the great work that you all do. I want to thank you all, Your Excellency, so much. Thank you so much, George, Halima, Emily, and Tumikal. Once again, my great panel here, thank you so much. So I think, again, the great work that's happening here on the stakeholder approach, without a doubt here, every company putting work into it. And again, I mean, I think we see there from, we look at Helena, we look at Emily, their very job is that engagement with stakeholders right across the board. I mean, they have to constantly be doing that, and I think they have, they look right across from production right through to finish, and making sure that everything is actually in place and that all stakeholders are engaged. And I think, as they said there too, that they're engaged all the time. It's not a one-off exercise. So, so important. Okay, we're moving on. We have so much for you, and my colleague Tumi Makabo is coming back for the next panel, so please give her a very, very warm welcome.
Good morning, Riyadh. It's a pleasure to see you all again. Good to be back in the room.
I think you go first.
And actually, we're going to get straight to it. So my panelists are walking right behind me because we're pretty much good to go. So before we have the conversation, let me formally introduce them all. Good morning once again, gentlemen. We're going to go in order from nearest to furthest away from me. David Oram is the Senior Executive Vice President of Sandstorm Gold Royalties. Suraj Hiramanek is the Senior Managing Director for M. Klein & Company. Brian Manel, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of TechMet. And of course, John Raymond, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Partner of the Energy and Minerals Group. Formalities all done and out the way, gentlemen. So now we can actually get the conversation going. ESG is certainly something that a number of organizations are having to grapple with, tackle, deal with, and it comes with a little bit of pressure as well. In fact, on the title of this session, they use the word drag, ESG investment drag. And I think for some organizations, it feels a little bit that way. So let's talk, perhaps if I can begin with you, let's talk about the impact that having to navigate and deal with ESG from your organization perspective. The demands shareholders are making, increasingly so, financiers, increasingly so, communities, governments, policymakers, increasingly so. What does that mean for your business?
Yeah, so for Sandstorm Gold, since 2004, I've been in this business of royalties and metal and commodity streams. The way I've always looked at it is that we're really the ultimate long-term investor. Other than the actual communities themselves, which hold those mines, we invest at that asset level. And so as a result, we try to imagine not just how this asset operates in the existing ownership, in the existing community and the jurisdiction, but really how it's going to look like 10 years from now, 20 years, as it gets toward the end of its life of mine. And so as a result, and not only that, but just new ownership. When you take a look at the early royalties and streams that we've done and own, they don't even have the same owners anymore. So we're even much longer term than that. So that's been a part of really, I think, the fabric of how we've looked at things is this idea of ESG. It hasn't always had that name, but it's always been present within the mining community. And functioning and working with those companies and those management teams that can achieve that success at being present, comfortable, and operational with all the stakeholders in the community is extraordinarily important for us. So for us, as we've kind of changed that, this ESG and this function of ESG within the mining industry, to me is relatively a new demand from the institutional. I think the challenge that we have right now is finding and those good management teams and those companies and those groups that have done a great job of being sustainable. It's really matching up with really a more quantitative way of measuring ESG, which is what the tendency has been lately in the last several years, which certainly is something that you need to figure out how to match up what's been happening and how it can be measured effectively.
Well, that has certainly been a challenge because the metrics or the demands and the policy frameworks are not always the same. So there's no global standard that says if you're doing ESG, this is what we measure, this is what it looks like, and therefore you're able to adjust accordingly. Cyrus, David mentioned now that there is this sense of increased attention, but this is something that has historically happened. The view from outside has never been that mining is really serious and considerate when it comes to ESG issues. The criticism is often, you don't think about the community, you don't think about the... If you look at what you do with tailings, we have bursts, we have all kinds of things that happen because effectively, you know, miners are irresponsible. That's not necessarily the case, though. If you look at the longevity required to mine, you can't do that in a vacuum.
Yes, if you look at mining companies and what they do, it's a long-term relationship with not only host governments, but the communities at large. Because you find a mine, you know, generally it's in a remote location, you need to have labor there, you need to have the partnership with people. So it's the question is, what is the right business model for developing mines in the world today? And what we have seen is
over the last 15 to 20 years, there's been an evolution of how mining companies help communities and develop mines in a more sustainable way. Because if they don't do it, then they don't have access to mine. So it has to be a true partnership. If you look at companies like Ma'aden operating in Saudi Arabia, and if you look at the code, the environmental social code that the government has put together, if companies don't act on that, they don't have license to operate, and they do so much more. So if every mining company CEO, or actually every energy company CEO that you talk to, this is first and foremost on the agenda, that they have to be responsible, because it's not just a relationship with their shareholders, but it's also relationship with all stakeholders, and it is very important for them to be socially responsible.
I want to come back and talk about policy frameworks in just a moment. But for now, Brian, I want to talk about money. We've been hearing a lot yesterday about funding. There's no funding, we need more funding. That is very true. But what is also true is that if we are looking at the imperatives from an ESG perspective, almost regardless of which aspect of ESG you're predominantly focused on, there is a cost implication to that. Tell me a little bit about some of the thinking, one, from your organization, and perhaps how we potentially have to start thinking differently about that cost implication when it comes to not just doing the right thing, but the sustainability and long-term question.
No, we do, and the fundability of the transformation of our industry to feed the energy transition is a key consideration, and ESG is a key component of that challenge. But I think if I could, just before we touch on that, ESG is one of the imperatives for our industry to transform itself, needs to be seen in parallel with the two other primary imperatives. One is to scale our industry to produce adequate battery metals, rare earth metals, and other critical minerals to feed climate change mitigation and the energy transition. And the other is to do so in a manner that is not only well governed from an ESG point of view, but independent from a geopolitical and national security point of view from the perspectives of US and Europe and Japan and Korea, and in fact all the industrialized countries in the world other than China, who has over the last 15 years built an overwhelmingly dominant position across these global supply chains. So ESG as an end in itself is really only a valuable objective in the context of balancing it with these other two primary objectives. And they need to be all done in parallel in a manner that is complementary, not contradictory. So ESG, the factors behind the ESG transformation imperative of our industry, I think, is four, and one of them is funding. But the first one is doing the right thing, and I don't mean this in a wishy-washy, do-gooder sense. I mean that unless we produce the inputs into the energy transition in a traceable, sustainable, and responsible manner, we are building a new sustainable world on fragile foundations. And we're undermining the legitimacy of this transition that we all want from a climate change mitigation point of view. The second driver is the fact that, as we have discussed, high ESG standards result in more robust positions in the countries in which we operate with respect to license to operate, community relations, government relations, and sustainability from an environmental point of view, which is good for investors, good for mining companies, good for host countries. The third is the need to feed the OEMs and other producers of energy transition consumer goods with a supply chain that underpins their brands and the appeal of the products which they are producing and selling to be a part of this global energy and mobility transformation. And increasingly, our clients for the products that which we as TechMed produce and process and recycle across the critical mineral supply chains demand it. And the last one is funding. And the biggest crisis is funding.
Eventually, you got to my question.
Yeah, I'm sorry it took a while. But we can't see it in isolation from the other strategic drivers and imperatives. But funding is clearly a key. I mean, our industry needed to deploy $100 billion 4 years ago to avoid the structural cliff of undersupply of these critical minerals that is now almost unavoidable and inevitable in 3-4 years' time. And the markets failed us, governments failed us, and the big industry, the big mining companies failed us, and providers of institutional financing failed us for all the reasons that have been touched on with respect to the assumption that mining is somehow an ESG and PR liability best left to someone else, in the case of the last 15 or 20 years, the Chinese. And that has to change. And part of it is the reality of how our industry transforms on the ground in operations, and part of it is education for the world and in financial institutions to understand and appreciate that mining can be sustainable and low environmental impact and well-governed and responsible socially and politically. And we have to be, and we are. I mean, everything we do, everything EMG does, everything our colleagues on the panel does is well-governed.
What I'd like to follow up on, and well, not follow up with you necessarily, Brian, but John, following up on the comments that Brian just made, particularly around how we engage around this industry. We touched on it yesterday as part of the conversations. But I think one of the challenges is that there seems to be, certainly for somebody who doesn't work in the mining industry, there seems to be a disconnect between what the industry is doing, the imperatives that you have to fulfill in order to simply operate, and what everyone else seems to think you are or are not doing.
Yeah.
How do we begin to realistically address that? It's one thing to say we need better communication. People have been communicating for decades. We need better mining. We've been marketing for decades. What is it that needs to change in order to really begin to bring those two disparate aspects together? Because the reality is that it needs to be sustainable on multiple fronts, and the industry is not going to be able to do it alone.
Yeah. Well, you raise, I mean, obviously it's a great question. You raise a great point. You know, when I think about the 3 core pillars of ESG and really reflect on what that means, what we're really saying to each other simplistically is we have a shared responsibility to do things responsibly. That's what we're really saying. And I think the question that's posed to all of us is, can we use ESG as a template for good? So in other words, attract capital, the desperate need for capital formation that the industry needs, the hundreds of billions of dollars a year to fund thousands of projects to deliver the supply sources that a growing world needs? Or is it going to be used as a weapon to make sure that we don't have the capital formation, which obviously has a very significant knock-on effect to, you know, global economies in general and countries in particular? And I think the countries that look at ESG as a template under which they have a forward-facing constructive approach are going to have a very different outcome than those who don't. And candidly, you have to look no further than the region that we sit in here today to see that impact. And that's, you know, obviously the kingdom here, it's some of the neighboring countries in Oman and Abu Dhabi, et cetera, very forward-facing, very business-friendly. And that's not at the exclusion of ESG, it's embracing ESG. And I think we as an industry need to figure out how we find the common ground around those 3 core pillars, to have a constructive dialogue with all constituents, to attract the capital that's going to be needed to actually deliver the supply sources of the next 20 to 30 years.
That brings me nicely to coming back to you, Cyrus, the policy question. Oh, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I think the thing that we forget, just let's put this in context. About 40 years ago, if you looked at the S&P index, 500 index, energy materials were about 15 to 20% of that index. Today, if you look at the bottom, that was about 2% of the index. You know, today, because of what we have seen post-COVID recovery, we are about 4% of the index. So, you know, when we talk about financeability, and if you look at, you know, critical resources industries trade on the lowest multiples that they have ever traded over the last 100 years. So those are some of the challenges that we have to address. And the other piece that we have to address, on the financeability piece is, if you look at when China wanted to build a mining industry, okay, back in starting 2000, cheap funding from the government. You know, you could get funding at 0%. And if you look at any other mining company today that want to raise, and especially if you want to do exploration and development, there was just no capital available. So it's also availability of capital and the support that certain countries got. And they are now at the leading forefront of mining, and the Western world has been left behind.
What's so intriguing about the funding question in this industry for me is multiple fold. So one, it's about institutional funding that you need to access and so on. But it's also about local jurisdictions thinking differently about how they fund domestic markets, right? Mm-hmm. How do we begin to make that funding available in a more accessible way, in a more affordable way, particularly if you're looking at the developing countries, in a way, and I think that, without talking about BRICS, is what makes the BRICS bank equation interesting for many organizations and countries in the developing country, because it's about accessing funding at a more reasonable rate and in a manner that is more doable for them. It brings me to the question about the notion of thinking differently in order to add value, and ESG as a vehicle. Particularly on two fronts. One, yes, funding, of course, but secondly, on policy frameworks, looking at domestic markets. I'm going to come to you just now, Cyrus, but if I can start with you, David. When you are looking at and trying to have conversations in domestic markets about the change in policy framework, how is that conversation in reality going? Because it seems to me one of the big roadblocks.
Yeah,
potentially.
The real challenge that we face in the mining industry is that every mine is different. Every project, as you develop, it's going to be different. We've kind of, I think one of the roadblocks that kind of falls into that is that trying to achieve that early stage process of getting to a development project has been slowed down. Now, a big part of that in the last 10 years is the lack of capital available, because we've been dealing with an inefficient capital markets compared to what's been said here a number of times at the conference, a generational, multi-generational industry. So, but as you really kind of elevate these projects and get them into the next stage, the challenge of fitting it within policymakers and frameworks is that no project is the same. You can't plug and play. Even if you're looking at a gold project or a copper project or any other type of thing, you can't say, okay, this is how it worked here, so we'll do exactly the same framework around that. It doesn't happen at all. From a technical perspective, it doesn't happen. Certainly not from a jurisdictional or community level. There's going to be different stakeholders from there. And the problem is matching up those policyholders, those people who are effectively grading the companies on those existing policies, and not having that matchup and not having enough leadership, I think, coming from and communicating with the developers of those assets.
So that brings me, it's like you guys read my mind. So Cyrus, what does that then mean when it comes to thinking differently about that policy making and development process?
Well, I think, policy-making development process is not my area of expertise.
I know it's not your area of expertise, but from your perspective, from your end of the table, what needs to change?
Yeah, but I think from an outside in, I think there has to be a dialogue between the sector and the governments. For a long time, that was broken. Now there has been engagement, and there is a lot of dialogue between governments and the stakeholders. So as I talk to my clients, as I advise them, so there has been significant engagement with respect to that. Policy making takes time, and the issues that we face is you're building an asset with a 50-year or sometimes more, and a lot of capital has to go in. So it's not just of policy making, but making sure consistency of policy. What we can't happen is mining company goes into a region, they invest $10 billion to put a mine in place, then 6 months or 5 years later, government wakes up and they say, okay, you know what? We had a 10% share, now we're going to take a 50% share. And that's why, that is the reason why capital markets do not want to fund projects in jurisdictions that they don't believe are going to have a consistency in policy. And
to me, it's less about creating an effective overarching policy. It's more about one by one. You really have to look at each project, and the larger the project it is, you really have to be able to have that discussion with the policymakers in those jurisdictions and those stakeholders. But there does need to be leadership from the governments that you're in.
I think if I don't get Brian an opportunity to speak, he might just literally jump out of his chair. Brian?
No, I think when we're looking at optimal ESG policies, both at the producer country level and in terms of international standards and frameworks, we have to avoid these systems detracting from the fundability and scalability of projects. So we have to look at them in the context of how ESG adds value rather than how ESG can be another tax and another encumbrance on successful development, and how it can detract from our other imperatives, which is to scale production and not add to the present geopolitical and national security dislocation, which is very globally destabilizing with respect to critical mineral supply chain security. And it's possible. So ESG should be focused on this is how you should do things right, and this is how the framework orientates to you towards the value-added benefits of those standards, i.e. secure rights, secure community relationships, preferential access to financing, preferential access to markets. So they have to be, not punitive, not an extra tax which retards the energy transition and is inflationary, but largely a facilitator of the value additional capacity of good ESG standards.
As someone who's had to build a business from scratch, John, and not suggesting that nobody else has, but on this particular question, what is it that you think we're missing in this conversation around not just the policy, not just the framework, not just the ESG value? What is it that we're not thinking about and considering, which is kind of creating this slight sort of lag that we're feeling?
Well, I think as it relates to the policy part of the conversation, I think the fundamental point is that it needs to be grounded in reality and things that are actually achievable. Oftentimes, and this isn't unique to the country that I live in, but I'll pick on the one that I live in the United States, we hear policymakers set aspirational agendas that are completely devoid of reality. And I understand that in the short term it might get them elected, but in the long term it doesn't really properly serve the needs and wants of the people in terms of the ability to deliver affordable, reliable energy. And ultimately I think it's going to be the wants and needs of the people that are going to dictate what the policies really are. And so in the short term I'm not so sure that we don't have this a little bit backwards, because eventually, as Brian mentioned earlier, we're going to hit a supply cliff. And when you hit that supply cliff and you don't have access to cheap, affordable energy, or it becomes a national security issue, whatever the case may be, that's going to very, very quickly change public views, public sentiments, and ultimately it will expose the flaws of policies if it's not grounded in the realities of what's actually deliverable on the ground every day.
Yeah, and we see examples of that. I'll come to you next. You see, now they all want to talk at the same time. But I think we see examples of exactly that in so many other instances.
I call it mind the gap, right?
Yeah,
I mean, if you think about it, if you've ever been to London, it's mind the gap, right? And so if you think about where we are as a world today, where we're headed, and I know a lot of this was discussed yesterday, so I'm not going to get into the particulars of it, but 9 to 10 billion people, increasing energy intensity, per capita consumption, et cetera, there's an enormous gap. Demand for electricity doubles in the next 25 years, okay? Where is that all going to come from? Somebody actually has to do this, and I think part of the issue always is you come in a room like this, you flip the switch, the lights come on, there's electricity, and it's a given. We made the comment walking on stage here, this is all interesting, but in the absence of the mining business, none of this exists.
We need to use democracy to accelerate our industry's transition, not try and out-Chinese the Chinese, which we're never going to be able to do. So we need to change the paradigm. We need students on campuses in the US to be demonstrating, to demand that their university endowments invest in mining, because without multiples of the present production of nickel and cobalt and lithium and rare earths, we're not going to meet climate change goals, and we're not going to have a safe, sustainable world for our children and our grandchildren. We need auto workers in Detroit to be demonstrating, not for wage increases, but to demand that the automakers invest in mining, in order to ensure preferential access to battery metals to feed their EV programs. Otherwise, they won't be competitive with the Chinese. They won't grow. There won't be jobs in Detroit. And there'll be a massive increased dislocation and conflict in the major global economy that we rely on.
And this is what I mean by using ESG as a weapon, as opposed to a tool for success.
Well,
can we think of a less violent word?
Well, in the world we live in today, perhaps.
No, we're not going to go down that track. Come back, John. You need to come back. Yeah, you wanted to say something, David?
Well, I think in the end, yes, absolutely. We have a perception problem in the mining industry. And I am happy to say that it is probably our fault over these years to really run from problems and cover up problems and issues around there. In the end, I think the industry has done a very good job, but it's hard. Like this idea, absolutely, Ben, what you say is fundamental, and it would be great to have those, but how realistic really is it for any of those things to happen?
Well, this was exactly the thing that I wanted to ask, and I'd love to, you're asking the question. Do you have initial thoughts on that?
In terms of really the perception and how we can improve that, it has to come with education, one way or another, and really being able to push this idea of what we do, how we do things. I come from Canada. I grew up in Canada. Canada really, like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is a resource-based economy. Many people who are associated with it, they don't even realize how close they are to resources, but the perception of really what that resource industry is so poor. And for a country that has broad education, has a lot of diversity amongst it, we just don't get the message across. A big problem is that there's so much of a counter message that the moment that you try to bring a positive message about what this does for communities, for what it can do for energy transition, it immediately gets smothered by the counter argument against it. And that's really the big challenge.
Cyrus?
Yeah, and I think that's why it's important, just to answer the question of what can be done. I think to the question that was raised that we need all of these metals now, and as you know, it takes time to bring mines into production. It takes maybe 10, 15, sometimes 20 years. And the energy transition for global warming is required today. So I think that's why it's all stakeholders need to act. You can't just say it is on the mining companies or on the communities. Governments have to act. They have to put things in place and policies in place which will help facilitate the growth and development of companies and assets.
Yeah, the governments are going to, they're going to have to face that. They're going to see negative public opinion about that, but they still have to take that leadership step and be willing to work with the developers of these assets.
As long as they want to meet their aspirational goals.
Yeah, exactly.
That got them elected, right? And if they don't, they are not going to meet those aspirational goals. And I think there are going to be some real challenges, at the ballot box, so to speak. If you look at, I think Brian was making the point, if you look at where we sit today in a lot of these forward-facing green metals and what supply-demand balances look like, but you carry that out over the course of the next 5, 10, 20 years, phenomenal growth. I mean, lithium, 488%, DRI, 355%. I mean, breathtaking numbers. And so the amount of capital, the incremental capital to chase that curve, so to speak, is going to be literally hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. And if you don't spend the money, you're not going to have the supply.
Is there a sense that we are not being realistic around what we ideally would like to do from a political leadership perspective versus what you're talking about, John, to say, if we say we want these targets by this year, this is the capital we need to invest, these are the quantities that we need to produce, these are the processing hubs that we need to build, and in order to do all of this, it's going to cost us X, let's have the money.
Well, let's have the money, and let's put in place the regulatory framework to issue the permits to actually deploy the capital to develop the projects. Because I think that's kind of the yin and yang of the conversation, if you will, is even if you have the money, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can spend it and build. And in different parts of the world, it's very different. Here in the GCC region, one of the things, and anybody who's spent any time here over the course of the past 5 to 10 years, the growth is astonishing. But a lot of that is driven by the leadership, very forward-facing, very supportive, to actually not just spend money, but also put in place the proper regulatory framework around which you can spend the money.
Yeah, I don't want to pick on any place in particular, but take the current example in the Americas.
You don't want to pick on anyone, but you're going to pick on
I will too, a little bit more anonymously, but a $10 billion investment on a project by a company that has a great reputation and a government that really can't stand up for it, and not even just can't stand up for it, but actively works against the investment. That is going to be a huge detriment to really more capital market money coming in to invest big copper mega projects that are going to make an enormous difference to what we need for this energy transition.
What I find interesting is that there's no question around whether ESG is going to cost money. Of course it costs money. There's no question about whether ESG is going to add value. It has to add value. It does, because it's about communities, it's about the environment, it's about the world in which we live in. Where I'm sort of recognizing we need to think differently is around the leadership question. Not just political leadership, because sometimes we can pick on one side or the other, but I think broad leadership, right? Community leadership. So taking ownership and saying from a community level, we ourselves, one, want to make sure that the resources are benefiting us, but how are we educating ourselves and owning this space so that when we're making demands, it doesn't always have to be, well, the policy said this, so we have to make this demand. I'd like to hear from you each. Oh my goodness, 2 minutes. Okay, I'd like to hear from you each your views on how you can more specifically ensure that that kind of engagement is happening at the ground, really, really briefly. And then I want to do one more round. John, can I start with you?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And so I just want to level set just really quickly here on the concept of what I call low carbon prosperity. Okay, so these are projects that are low carbon, high margin. Simply because it's low carbon doesn't mean it can't make money. Now, I know that there are a lot of projects out there. I think the most recent Goldman Sachs numbers would tell you $40 trillion has been spent on energy transition, and $5 trillion has already been written off to zero, okay? We look at, for example, in the States, there are now in the past month, 4 large wind farms offshore that have all been canceled because they don't make any money, okay? And so I think one of the misnomers out there is if it's low carbon, if it's ESG friendly, et cetera, it really doesn't make a lot of money, and I would argue with that. There are projects out there that are very high margin, low carbon, what I call long-term low carbon prosperity. And I think, you have to position yourself, as we do in this industry, as projects future-proof sustainability well into the future, where not only are they low carbon, but they also generate a good acceptable return. And you then have to do that in partnership with the community. Emphasis on the word partnership. They have to have participation in the projects. They have to participate in the governance of those projects. And so for me, it's a question of how you find commonality in the middle of those constructs. And I think it's low carbon prosperity, long-term sustainability, and to achieve that within the regulatory and the community framework, it has to be a partnership.
Yeah.
Okay, Brian, your turn.
No, I think John's point on partnership is key. We need to see all of these challenges and imperatives in terms of partnerships and in terms of trade-offs. ESG results in projects costing more and taking longer, and there's benefits for that. But we can't be unrealistic and naive with respect to the fact that mining has an environmental impact and mining has a carbon footprint. And we need to do much, much more of it. We need to do it well, to the best of our ability, but we need to see those costs and those negatives in the context of the global imperatives and the global positives which radically outweigh them. And we need a much more nuanced and sophisticated understanding and analysis of the role of the mining industry in the energy transition. And we need the media's support to a much, much greater extent than we've got it before. And I'm not abdicating the responsibility of the industry or governments or providers of capital, all of whom are failing to do what we need to do in this transition. But we do need media support to continually reinforce the view in the sort of populist domain that mining in many, many multiples at the present scale of the industry is absolutely necessary and an urgent imperative, and it can be responsible, and it can be well governed, and it can be transparent. And that message is only just beginning to be felt across the world, and it needs to be universally recognized urgently.
Yeah, Cyrus?
I think as was said earlier, I think also education of both all stakeholders with respect to what it takes and what does ESG really mean. I think it's also sometimes that word is very confusing to people.
Okay, David?
Yeah, in my career, I've visited dozens of operating mines, several hundred development and exploration projects. The way that you can get best chance of success is really starting those education projects. Before you have a development project, before you have even rep economics or even a resource around a project, you spend the time to educate the community, the government, try and take as much mystery out of what this project is. You don't know how it's going to affect the community, but you say this is how it could work. And that goes a tremendous way to really gaining that local support, which hopefully begins the process of really elevating out from beyond that to where you really need it to land, which is at the whole national level.
I'm sorry to break the news to you, but we're out of time. So thank you so very much. David, Cyrus, Brian, John, to each of you, thank you so very much. And to thank you as well for being an attentive audience. Please, a round of applause for the panel. Gentlemen, shall we? Thank you very much.
Tumi, thank you very much indeed for that. That was really intriguing, not least because the parallels between the session we've just heard about ESG and what we're just about to tackle, which is about growing metal supply through recycling, they seem to have a couple of very similar themes. They are non-negotiables, but of course they come at a cost. And where is the competitive edge? What is going to make it possible for those areas to thrive? So we're going to focus now, as I said, on the question of recycling. It's an area which some people would say is worth about 10% of this drive towards renewable energy, and that is a huge percentage. So let's get our panel on and find out the directions they're coming from, and I'll introduce them now. So we start with Dr. Hyung-Hwan Ju, who is the invited professor at Seoul National University, former Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy at the Republic of Korea. Marco Levy is the CEO of Ferroglobe. Peter Ostojic is the founder and CEO of the Center of Innovation and Circular Economy, joins us from the Atacama Desert, no less, in Chile. And Alex Salem is the founder of Unimetals. Gents, thanks very much indeed for joining us here. You all come from different sides of the story here, and I think that's really useful for us because when we talk about recycling, it's a bit of a catch-all phrase. So what I would like to do is find out a little bit more from each of you about the area you do work in, and then we'll move into a bit more of a discussion about what the challenges are as well as the opportunities, because there are plenty of both, I think it's fair to say. Dr. Drew, let me start with you. You are the high-profile area in many respects. You are about battery recycling. As a minister, you have worked on developing that within, one of the sprinters in this field in Korea. So perhaps you could explain some of the challenges that you've had to work through.
Yes. Thank you, David. I'd like to make a couple of points on the key challenges faced by battery recycling firms and the policy responses from the perspective of policy maker, drawing insights from my Korean experience. In close collaboration with our battery recycling firms, we've identified two critical challenges. One is to ensure stable supply of spent batteries. The other is to foster continuous technological innovations. Addressing these two challenges, we have been implementing a comprehensive legal, regulatory, infrastructure, and policy support system preemptively covering the entire life cycle of spent batteries. Our integrated approach spans crucial stages like collection, performance and safety evaluation, transportation and recycling, ensuring efficiency and consistency throughout. Our holistic approach focuses on efficiently securing critical minerals. Among other goals, reducing high import reliance on key battery raw materials, mostly from China. But by the way, China is our main competitor when it comes to batteries. And contributing to the realization of genuine circular battery manufacturing. Beginning with the challenge of stable supply, we recognize two primary sources of spent batteries and blank mass, domestic sources and the foreign imports. Establishing a systematic collection system is paramount for domestic sources. The question becomes then not just how, but who will lead this collection effort. A key consideration is whether to apply extended producer responsibility to battery manufacturers. While this is relevant for those manufacturing batteries with lower recovered metal values, such as LF batteries, it's worth extending that responsibility to other battery makers, including those of lithium-ion batteries. Here, the collaboration with EV makers, especially those engaged in battery exchange and leasing, along with junkyards, becomes pivotal in creating efficient collection effort. So our aim here is to encourage larger firms with technological and financial capacity, such as battery or EV makers, to enter this battery recycling market, avoiding the experience of small junkyards and SMEs dominating the used plastic recycling market, preventing larger firms from entering the market with new technological innovations and at scale, which led to very low recycling use.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting, you've hit so many points there, but what is interesting is that this is partly about actually energy security, in a sense, as well as that sort of competition edge, which we'll address those issues in a moment. Marco, can I turn to you? You need to tell us a bit about Ferroglobe, because when we're talking about recycling, it seems you have a bit of a challenge in your industry, which is a CO2 challenge, but the notion of recycling fits in a slightly different way.
Absolutely. Thank you, David. Yes, around Ferroglobe. Ferroglobe is the Western leader, back integrated to produce silicon metal, silicon alloys, and manganese alloys. And as most of you know, silicon metal is a key product for the future, for battery development, and for solar. You cannot produce solar without silicon metal. And in the future, I think you cannot produce efficient, fast recharging batteries without having silicon in the anode of batteries. In order to supply this market, one critical point is to have the right quartz. This world is full of quartz, absolutely full of quartz. But you need the quartz of high purity and high quality to produce the right product, silicon product. And having access to high quality quartz means less need for recycling. Okay, so the first challenge is shortage of high quality quartz. You want me to expand on other aspects?
A little.
Yeah. Now, when you are a producer, like any metallurgical producer, you need to focus on using every material that you can within your production cycle. This means when you mine quartz, you need high quality mining to eliminate scraps. When you produce silicon metal, you need to produce silicon metal with the lowest amount of energy per ton of product produced. When you produce silicon metal, when you grind the product either in lumps or powder like for solar, you need to have high efficiently grinding to have the minimum level of product to recycle. This is something that we have technology for. And we have also technology because when you grind and you produce a lot of hyperfines. And having technology like we have to recycle these hyperfines is very important to basically use whatever you have. And by the way, when we filter our fumes, we get some solid powder called silica fume that goes into the concrete industry.
Right.
So these are things that we can control. Later I can talk about what is more difficult.
Okay, yeah, but actually that point about using everything you have
Yes.
in whatever way it might be, it's not whatever your main product is, that doesn't mean it's your only product. There are byproducts to draw from that. Peter, let me come to you then. You are a circular economist, basically. I mean, you've been driving circular economy issues for a decade or so in Chile, to some, well, I say some success, considerable success, but your focus is really on equipment, in fact, rather than necessarily the mineral itself.
Exactly. I know that Saudi Arabia likes to think big, and I want to seize this opportunity to expand the concept of recycling and transition towards a circular economy, where I see the huge opportunity for Saudi Arabia and for the super region. The great example from our company is that we started focusing on the circular economy of huge equipment that is often used in the mining industry, especially in the copper mining industry. We started remanufacturing, recycling, redesigning, reincorporating these materials and maintaining the value of products and materials for the longest time possible. But we saw the opportunity to not only become one circular economy company, but to introduce this concept to the industry. And it took us, as you said, David, 10 years to introduce this new idea, this new mindset to the mining industry. And we see that this is the opportunity to bridge the Atacama Desert, where I come from, with the Arabian Shield. We see there's a great opportunity to create this new mining industry in the super region that starts out of scratch with the circular economy in its DNA.
It's taken you 10 years to get that realization. I wonder how long it takes to get to a point at which manufacturers build with recycling near the top of their priority list.
I think we're there right now. Yeah. Today, in the mining industry in Latin America, this is not an idea, it's a business model. And that's something I want to stress. It's not corporate social responsibility, it's not just sustainability, it's a business model with cash flow. That has included social and environmental positive impact. But right now we have several success cases in Latin America of manufacturers that are incorporating circular economy as a business model, as success cases.
And that presumably is about scale.
Absolutely.
If you've got the scale, you've got a chance of economies of scale.
Absolutely, and with the amount of material that is generated through the equipment use in the life cycle of a mining company, you can create great business models for manufacturers, and I have no doubt, David, that we will see that happening in the super region.
Okay, Peter, thanks for now. Alec, let me turn to you. Unimetals, if I can put it nicely, you're on the dirty side of the business, wading through the waste, pulling out the benefits.
Exactly. We have built, and we're building every day, a business that is literally the last mile before putting back metals into industry. So in UK, we're sorting and we're organizing logistics to put directly metals into steel mills or to copper smelters. And in UAE, we are basically taking the waste of industrial companies like petrochemicals or gold refineries in order to extract and recover PGMs metals, so platinum, palladium, rhodium, as well as gold, to put them back into the system, put them back into industry, which is an old business, but also a new vision of business, because today most smelters and industries companies are using a mix of mined ore and recycled product So we're getting into that to create more revenue streams for our clients that were before that putting their metals, their waste to landfills or others. Some were already recycled, but different part of the world, especially US, China, Europe. And we have decided to go and try to localize these businesses closer to our client and closer to where they're needed.
And that makes a lot of business sense, because I was going to ask you, but we're talking already about what is the business case for this, and you wouldn't be doing it if you weren't making money, but one does wonder how much of a business opportunity there is when you are dealing with the scraps.
Look, it depends from metal to metal. If you take the aluminum market, already 70 or 80% of the aluminum is recycled. But when you go to more specialized product like palladium, rhodium, there is some toll processing factories in Europe and the US. Clients need to wait 100 or 120 days to get their capital back from the metal recovery. And this is literally what we're trying to answer. The market is structured with 5, 7 very big companies that do that recoveries and a lot of aggregators around the world. So we are trying to be a young challenger into that and become some kind of a premier aggregator also for these very big companies, because the reality is in recycling, we cannot do everything ourselves. We need to work with other companies. We need to seek partnerships, and we need to seek new technologies as well as traditional technologies. There's a very big bottleneck with technologies, I would say, where it's very complicated to have new tech financed or with very big interest rates. And companies have trouble to survive that.
Yeah.
And very big companies and OEMs, they will just not take the risk to put new tech into their business because they need something very stable. So it is a bottleneck that the market is currently facing, and there are new technologies coming into the system, slowly but surely. Eventually, we will get there, but it needs a partnership from the whole industry and from the governments, from the banks to be able to help us finance, because at the end of the day...
Well, they'll finance if the technology proves a point, maybe. I'm going to come back to you, Alec, because that point about technology is one which I'd like to bring back to the Korean Republic as well, if that's all right, Hyun-Kwang. Is it, how fast is it moving in terms of technology? Because I had it in my head, and I may be wrong, that there's a hope, if not an expectation, that maybe 10% of the need for renewables can be, of the minerals can be driven by recycling. That's a huge amount.
Yeah, but unfortunately, when it comes to battery recycling, the current ratio of recycling is just 2.5%.
So what can you see in terms of technological improvement?
Yes, technology has been improving very, very rapidly. We used to use, for example, the pyrometallurgy and hydrometallurgy. Now, the new recyclers have been coming up with direct recycling, which will reduce significantly environmental pollution and emissions reductions, etc. But there are still many areas for the technology to be improved. For example, how to efficiently discharge safely the discarded batteries, and how to treat wastewaters produced in, for example, hydrometallurgical process, which uses lots of chemicals, etc. So that's precisely why the Korean government has been supporting the technological development through very attractive R&D subsidies and tax credits, and also cultivating qualified manpower and offering favorable financing for R&D and production facilities, etc. On top of the regulatory framework, which should require the mandating of proper disposal and the recycling with a target. And yeah.
The importance of the policy framework is we will get to, because I think, you know, once again, you've all said already, collaboration. This cannot be done in a silo. It's got to be, and you will need help to get there. Alec, I'm going to come back to you now on technology, because the metal recovery hub, KAICC, is something which presumably is accelerating the capacity to recycle. So you're seeing it, are you?
It is accelerating, but it's also entering a lot of non-efficiencies in the market. The fact that only few factories do that in the world creates a lot of logistical issues, a lot of working capital issues for companies, and also less regard for the waste. And waste is something that is extremely important to us, because in a way it's our city way, our urban way to do mining. And it's very important that facilities get closer to different cities in the world, because we are mining directly our own production. We are mining locally what our fathers have mined previously a long time ago. We're reusing that, and this is the proper recycling. And this is, I guess, the difference and the impact that we're trying to make. Because instead of having very strong explorations company to give us the value of our land, we know we can measure that, and we just need strong technologies, but we need also good traders, because it's an economy. We're buying some product, and we're selling a new product, or we're reselling the product itself.
Maybe we've got to the point where we have to get away from the word waste, because it isn't, I mean, certainly from a circular economy perspective, there's almost no such thing as waste. You've got to, there will be another word for it.
In fact, we have a great definition for waste in circular economy. It's a valuable resource put in the wrong hands. So that's a philosophy under the circular economy.
Yeah, that sort of says it, doesn't it? And how far, when we start to talk about policy, how far have you come, have you seen within Chile, to recognize the value of that, that helps to make a business case ultimately?
It was super important, but one particularity of the Chilean case, it came from the bottom up. It started with companies, with the private sector, pushing business models, and then the government started seeing that we have success cases that created economic growth, high-quality jobs, and decarbonized the economy. And then, through a great communication throughout the years, these 10 years, they started creating policies. And I think it was an inflection point when we created in Chile the responsibility law for the materials. That changed everything and accelerated the process, definitely. But it wouldn't be able to happen without technology. And I want to talk about what you were discussing earlier. It's not possible to transition towards a circular economy without the technologies of Industry 4.0. It's simply not possible. And that's the double opportunity we see for Latin America, and we see now for the super region, because it will allow you to surf, we say, the waves, two waves, circularity and the fourth industrial revolution. It's two ways of winning in this era.
That started, Marco, with the phrase, it came from the bottom up. Do you feel you're on your own in this, in your industry? You're having to find your own solutions?
I absolutely. The thing is, first, I think there was a great presentation from the Minister of Energy yesterday. And I was amazed when finally I heard the word standardization. When I heard everybody should play by the same rules. This was extremely encouraging, because these are really the roadblocks who prevent things from happening faster. Technology sometimes is already there. And let me give you an example. I firmly believe that especially when we start new big projects, like potential projects in this country, there is a tremendous opportunity to do it in synergy between different companies. For example, we produce silicon metal that goes to solar. But if we have a site which is integrated with polysilicon production or ingots and wafers production, then we can manage heat transfer between different companies. So recycle heat. Ferroglobe has technology to recycle the industrial scraps of solar panels, kerf. We can recycle kerf into silicon metal production. We can recycle pot scraps from ingots and wafer production. This technology is already there. And if we had fully integrated sites, we could even think about, recycling end-of-life solar panels. And the same thing applies for silicon in batteries. So I firmly believe in the value of setting up stronger supply chains to favor recycling and improve sustainability of what we do.
So if that collaborative route can be found, it will make a difference. But this is where, interesting, I want to come back to you if I can, Kyung-Wan, because you said right at the start, Korea is in fierce competition with China.
Yes.
Everyone is in competition with everyone at the same time in these big businesses. The readiness for knowledge sharing, for technology transfer, is it there?
But eventually, technology...
We take that laugh to mean no. So.
Yeah. Eventually, technology can be, in one way or another, shared and spread out. But it would be good for us to create a mechanism to facilitate the sharing of technologies relating to recycling, especially in the broader context of climate change. And in order to do so, I want to stress the critical importance of international collaboration in creating robust global recycling market. I think it is critically important to consider establishing an international agreement regarding the reuse, performance and safety, and transportation standards, and recycling targets, and the mandatory use of recycled materials in new, for example, batteries.
You think there can be a target?
Yeah. Otherwise, industries are very, very smart, and they can arbitrage between different regimes. So I think that's very, very important. And on top of that, encouraging or even mandating battery makers to design battery cells, modules, and packs with the ease of disassembly, reuse, and recycling in mind can significantly contribute to the streamlined recycling process.
Okay, not many people will disagree with the ideal of standards. Alec, there is another side to this, of course, where there is huge potential probably, but a massive problem, and that is with artisanal mines. There's not a lot of recycling going on there among many other failings in there. This is an area that I know you have experience in. What can you do about that?
Look, I think artisanal mining is something amazing for certain countries. It's allow a group of people to basically dig out from the ground value, where there's no value around them. I think that it has a very strong social impact because around artisanal mining, they're creating communities. And from these communities, they're able to structure themselves and create a life. And by that, I mean creating a small hospital, not hospital clinic or,
but something.
Depends how something. Be able to work together to bring food or grow food. Be able to create small classrooms for kids to learn together. Of course, there's a lot of issues with artisanal mining, and it's something that the world is trying to find an answer. The governments are trying to find an answer. But at the end of the day, it's the local government that have these artisanal minings that needs to work with their communities in order to structure them. But the impact of an artisanal mining community in the country is huge, because it's literally printing money for the country. It's money they're digging from the ground that they will be able to spend. So it's a very, I think, important link in the chain. And I see recycling very much like artisanal mining for our countries. I see that we have different problems, of course. We don't have the human rights problem, but in our countries, we have the theft problems. There's a lot of problem with theft with metal scrap, and government needs to find a way to answer that and structure it. UK have been very good at it in order to restructure the way scrapyards are working. But it's also the opportunity for groups of people that are facing a high rate of unemployment in Europe especially, to be able to create new revenues by collecting scraps, sorting scraps, to help that chain to put back metal into industries. And just to come back to the previous point you were discussing, I think that what is also highly needed for the recycling market to develop itself is that governments regulate exportations of the scrap. I think that scrap needs to stay local to have the raw material, the feed in countries, to be able to develop that asset, to be able for private investors to invest in new technologies and to localize these
Yes, good point. We're a bit short on time here, but there is an important point I'd like to make, because you've talked about policies, you've talked about standards. What about consumers? What about the simple market value of saying this is recycled, this is made through recycled materials? Is that, do you see that as a coming, or really are consumers still rather ignorant, or perhaps not that bothered?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's very, very important. And together with that, I think we need to raise the awareness of the critical importance of recycling in creating circular economy. You know, consumer has the clout to push the producers to make their products in a more circular economic manner. Yeah, I think that's very, very important. Together with robust regulatory
of course,
system.
I think that sort of goes hand in hand.
Yes.
Marco,
In
the
terms
consumer,
of,
sorry to interrupt you, we're very short on time. The consumer doesn't know much about your business, so...
No, they don't, and the key question is, are they prepared to pay more for it? And because they associate recycling to paying less, the fact that when you implement technology or implement the supply chain, you need to invest. And so there is a price factor that has to be considered.
Peter, your consumers are perhaps seeing the...
Absolutely. We have real cases from mining companies that they say really clear in the contracts, we're willing to pay more if you show that you have a circular business model. And we have contracts to show that that's true. And yesterday came out a great report from a major consultant company saying that 58% of consumers are willing to pay 12% more for sustainable products. So it's something that is a reality right now.
Do you see it as a reality? Do you sort of, okay, that's a study, an opinion survey, I wonder.
I think it depends on the market. I think that when you're going into very heavy metals, like steel or aluminium, there's a lot of recycled already, or industries ready to pay more. No, I don't think they want to pay more. I think that they're looking for new margin with their ESG report. And I think that's important, and that's a very strong impact, because it's a pressure that we're putting on companies to recycle more. I think in the precious metal market, there could be a bigger spread in prices. I think that when we're going into to see posh jewelry company like Cartier, or these companies cares a lot about where the metal is coming from, how is it mined, is it recycled, what's the CO2 impact. And I think this is a new criteria that they're creating in order to have a more transparent supply chain.
It becomes part of the luxury product,
Exactly.
in fact, is its provenance. Really good point. I think what's clear is there are so many areas in which improvements can be made. It feels to me like that you are not the highest point on the priority list, and yet you are massively important if the target, however vague it is at the moment, is to be reached. So thank you very much indeed for sharing your views. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel, thank you very much indeed. And we're going to hand the stage straight back to Tumi. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, David, to you and your panel. Thank you, gentlemen. Good to see you. Yeah. So one of the considerations that we always have to make in these conversations is thinking about looking forward. It's great to get to take stock and to look at what's happening in the context of mining, whether it be finance, whether it be ESG. It's almost irrespective of what that conversation is about. It's about how does this unfold moving forward? What does mining look like in the future? And what are the things that we need to do to make sure that, one, the conversations we're having here about transformation, about ESG funding and so on, actually materialize? That's number one. But number two, how to ensure that the sustainability question is maintained and that it is actually a real thing that is doable. So I'm going to have a conversation in just a few moments about accelerating the future of mining and enabling a just and tech-enabled transformation. To have that conversation with me, please put a very warm welcome together for Ibrahim Al Nasser, who is the Chief Executive Officer of ISNAD. Abdullah Moftar Al Shamrani, the Chief Executive Officer of the Saudi Geological Survey. Jun Shu, who is the CTO of the Mine Business Unit at Huawei. Miko Keto, who's the Group Chief Executive Officer of FL Schmidt. Nick Myers is the Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Phoenix Tailings. Please take your seats, gentlemen. And Dr. Donald R. Sedaway is the Professor Emeritus of Materials Chemistry in the Department of Materials Science and Engineering at MIT. That was a nice long one, gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining me. And welcome. So, this conversation, looking at how we accelerate mining, because we understand that that is an imperative, that is something that has to be done if we're going to meet our goals, but we have to make sure that we do it in a just way, and obviously technology is going to help us to get there. So, Ibrahim, if I can begin with you, Saudi Arabia's role in this process.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. SNAD, since it's established in mid-2021 as being the arm of the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, had two important things, one is being the vision and strategy, and one is being the services or mandate that we had to do. When it comes to the vision, it's the one that's been cascaded from the national strategy of the mining resources in the kingdom, where we have to really add value to the sector through several services and provide really what's called an attractive environment for the investors. The second one, which is I think is very important, is making sure that we have our eyes on the goals, the economic goals of the mining sector. As you know, the minerals resources sit at the fourth pillars of our economy as per the 2030 vision. With that in mind, there was several mandate to ISNAD, which are really supporting the sectors and enhancing the sectors in all aspects. Starting with the important one, and which is really promoting the investor journey from A to Z since the time that he applies for the license all the way till he closed the license. And also the second one, which is basically what you call the compliance. The compliance comes into three aspects. One is the compliance on the right of lands, making sure that the land has been utilized, and not legally, of course, not illegally. And also another compliance called the financial compliance, which, as we mentioned, that the financial compliance is important to achieve the economical goal of the sector itself. Last but not least, for sure, is environment, health, and safety, that we have an eye and focus on it. And since we mentioned that, I think ISNAD is looking globally to sustainability as a big mandate, not only from just an inspection with the health and safety and environment, but also with making the right impact into the social and economic around it. All this in mind, and all those services, they are backed really and helped and supported by digital transformation. We have built and developed Ta'deen 2. I think these are very important ones and necessary, because, as I said before, they are very important to make and facilitate the journey of the investor from A to Z, since he starts all the way to end. That's pretty much somewhat what we do.
Abdullah, there is no question that the rapidity and the rate at which we have to see transformation in mining, i.e. growth, producing more at a faster rate in order for us to meet our global targets in terms of the environment and use of fossil fuels, has a real impact on how organizations do business. In your view, what is the impact? How is it changing how things work, and how, even from an extraction perspective, there is some serious considerations to be made? Things can't take as long as they used to.
Great. First of all, let me welcome all of those people whom they came outside from KAICC to join us here in this future forum, and they make it real successful forum. Back again to your question, when we look for the mining, there is a certain challenges really facing the miner are facing it. First of all, timing, costs, and efficiency. Now I'll take you back 20 to 15 years before, when we sit in our home, where we have a good number of equipment, the computer standing alone, then the TV, then the library, and the phone, and the calculators. And we used to spend the money and spend the time to switch any of them on the right time. Now the technology is really evolving and changing all of this to make our life easier. And this now is everything, where we can communicate, we can see, we can translate, we can read, we can do everything from the phone or the smartphone. Now, when we bring this to the mining sector, I think we should look for the success which has been made by the other sector, oil and gas, and petrochemicals, the technology themselves, where they further excel their performance and they further achieve a good, let me say, level of efficiency. Now, the mining sector really the technology is really evolving, and it is really helping a lot to shift or to make the change or to have a positive impact. Now, when we are start seeing some small, let me say, smart mining, where people, they utilize the automotive cars, where it is semi-smart or smart cars, or tools also even there. And at the same time, they are utilizing the technology to help them to be faster in extracting, in processing, in shifting or delivering. We should make sure that we are engaging with the technology in order to help us to move and to compete, because the demand is huge, and we need to make sure that this 10 to 15 years time taking place to bring the mine in operation, can we make it 5 years? Can we make it more efficient? Because the demand is really huge, and this transition toward the clean energy is really demanding a lot of work to do in order to make things are available for this transition.
Jun, Huawei's role in assisting transformation in a mining context, what is it?
I think a few things. As information and a communication company, over the last 30 years, we have accumulated many technologies, built up a very strong, technology or research capabilities. I think when we look at the mining industry from few areas, one is we mentioned how to apply those technologies, information technologies, to improve productivities, right? For the last 30 years, for example, in China, I think the productivity has been improved tens or even hundreds of times because of leveraging automations, large equipment. I think it's run its course. So now the information technology and communication technology become very important for the second phase kind of a productivity improvement. Others, I think, is improve safeties from different angles, right? The technology can be applied, for example, autonomous driving, remote operations, remote drilling, blasting. I think take people from the harms away. So that is actually really improve on the safety areas. And others, like, we work with many mining companies to improve on data analytics, right? For example, the geodata, how we can fast mining those data, get the insight from those data. I think that's become very critical. It's become something that is very difficult for the mining or the geo companies to do. They need help from Huawei. I think that's how we look at our role as a technology company. We want to enable the ecosystem, enable the miners, equipment manufacturers to be important a partner with them. I think that's every mining company I talk to these days, many of them, so if not all, they all want to become technology companies. I think that gives us a lot of opportunity to work with them. Right? Yeah.
Miko, there's no doubt that everything has to happen at the same time. But we also know that in reality, nothing really happens at exactly the same time when you're trying to manage process and transformation, particularly within organizations. From your perspective, how do we begin to prioritize what needs to be done in dealing with this transformation?
FLSmidth as a company is a full flow sheet supplier for the process plant or concentrator plant, as somebody might call it. And because we are providing everything what is needed in the processing of copper, gold, and all the key commodities, we try to look at the whole flow sheet and try to understand, focusing on the research and development on things that really matters for the miners. And we picked up few focus points for the development that will benefit our customers. One is the comminution circuit, which is crushing and grinding. It's using so much electricity. And there we focused on developing high-pressure grinding technology and new version so that you can reduce energy consumption. And for the mining companies, that's a big thing because comminution circuit is the biggest use of energy. It's almost like a small city in itself. And having a technology there that can reduce energy consumption 15-20%, it really matters. And when you look at the whole flow sheet of the miners, there's another important point is the recovery. Because in mining you are digging, transporting, crushing, grinding a lot. And then you have recovery. And if you can improve the recovery by 1%, 2%, 3%, it makes a whole lot of difference for the mining company. So we've been focusing in our research and development for how miners can reduce energy consumption in the process plant, especially in the comminution circuit. Secondly, how you can improve the recovery, for example, in flotation. And if you can improve recovery of the valuable metals by 3% with a flotation cell, it has a significant impact on the miners. So we used our expertise of understanding the mining process to focus technology development where it really matters, and also in a way that it's easy to deploy for the customers. Yeah. Because sometimes you spend lots of time of developing some small things that in the bigger scheme are not so important. So we try to kind of be really focused in our technology development and that we can bring to our customers.
Tailings. Nick, if we can talk about those. We won't go into too much details about how people might feel about them, because we know that's a challenging question. But I think the reality of the matter is that it's a result of mining, so we have to deal with them. What's interesting about your organization, obviously, is how do we make sure that not only do you maximize them in terms of what you are able to extract, but also dealing with them in a way that allows a better environmental or reduced environmental negative impact. When one is thinking about technology involvement, to what extent do you feel that there needs to be a different discussion, if at all, around dealing with the result of what we do? So oftentimes when we talk about mining, we're thinking about what do we do when we dig? What do we do when people are in the ground? But sometimes there's less thought about the end product of what is left behind.
Absolutely. So with this industry, it's one of the most important industries on the planet, but people often forget about how challenging it is to actually do what we all do here day to day. And tailings are a result of oftentimes moving as fast as we possibly can to get to the end result, which is the ore coming out of the ground and selling to the end product, right? The challenge is that if we actually want to hit all of our targets with this electrified future, maximizing the actual output of neodymium metal or nickel or copper or cobalt, whatever it might be, we really do have to rethink actually how we do this from the very beginning. And I think technology plays a very key part because, no, you're not going to take traditional processes that are geared for large particle sizes and homogeneous mixtures and shift it to the small particle sizes and heterogeneous mixtures that you see in normal tailings deposits. But it also comes with a business model mindset. The fact is, I think everyone here and many people across the world really just accept the fact that tailings just have to exist. At Phoenix, that's one of our key concepts, is we don't agree with that. We believe that in the future, now, not now, of course, there's a long way to go, but there is a world where we do not have tailings. And I think that as an industry, we have to really shift our mindset about how that approaches from the very early stages of when you build the mine in the first place, and at the later stages when you're looking to close it down, is that tailings really shouldn't be an accepted reality. We have to really challenge that status quo and rise up as an industry to say, hey, look, let's maximize the actual output here, but also preserve the earth because we are one of the most important industries on the planet. And without us, none of those incredible technology innovations that occur in the electric vehicle sector, defense sectors, or energy sectors across the board will occur. And it's up to us to actually solve these problems and encourage that growth.
Donald, Nick is making it quite clear that there needs to be an almost wholesale rethink about how we mine. How do we do wholesale rethink in this context?
So if you want to minimize emissions, to me, this means get rid of the CO2, and that means switch to electric and electric tools in every way possible. But when you think about emissions from mining, people think about the mine site, but if you do a comprehensive analysis of emissions, you have to include things like the shipping of the ore to the processing sites and so on. If I wanted to get bold and imaginative, I would say, what about vertical integration all the way into the metal smelting? I mean, why mine iron ore in the Western Australia and ship it halfway around the world? Why not put the smelter right there and make it an electric smelter? so that we already have with Boston Metal the carbon-free electrolytic production of iron from iron ore directly. No coke ovens, no blast furnace, no pelletizing plant, and so on. And if you replicate that, if you made copper at the copper mine, and the copper was mined in a carbon-free fashion, then you would see a precipitous drop in emissions, but also with the elimination of so many unit operations. I mean, I just saw, people talking about, well, if you want it green, you have to be prepared to pay a premium for it. I don't believe that. I believe that you should be able to invent something that's better than legacy processing, give us a superior product at a competitive price point. And that's a chance to your point to me, is to really hit the reset button with a sledgehammer, not just a little gesture.
In real terms, how do we do that?
Innovation. You got to make the investment. And
so it's going to cost money, either way.
Well, people are spending money right now for improvements, and I'm saying instead of spending money on incremental improvements, what about spending money on a wholesale reset? And you won't succeed if you don't try for it. If radical innovation is going to be shunned because there's a chance that it may fail, then that means we won't try.
Mikko, that is an interesting proposition because, again, the push here, the reason we're all gathered here once a year and having these conversations is that we don't have another 200 years to figure this out. We've got a couple of decades. So there's a particular drive which, to Donald's point, suggests a radical change is required. There is the question of what happens already, the systems and processes that already exist, versus the need for us to do things differently, faster, quicker, in order to hit the target. Where is the middle ground? How do we find that middle ground?
No, I think the middle ground is that taking into use the innovations that has been already done, because mining is a conservative industry. It's conservative because of the places mining is done, typically far away from cities, in very difficult environment, dry, hot, cold. It's very difficult environments usually. And typically that makes the operators quite conservative. You don't want to try out, pilot new technologies in those places, because if anything fails, the cost is very high and difficult to fix. But I think we can do much more already deploying technologies where they already exist, what I said about optimizing the flow sheet. There are lots of choices if you look at all what you have and make decisions based on that one, how to optimize it. You can actually get great benefits even today with today's technology. One thing I would like to come back is what we discussed about tailings. There's a lots of old mining sites, 20 years old, 30 years old, 40 years old, and in many parts of the world, ore grades are becoming less, means that you need to process more to get the end product out. But some of these old tailings actually has higher grade of valuable metals than actually in your mine site today. So there's a lot more and more reprocessing of the past waste rock and reprocessing that and getting valuables out of that. So that is also important development for instance, for the mine sites who has been operating for a long time. And if you have new mine site, it's of course different ball game because you can deploy new technologies right from the start. And for example, looking at Saudi Arabia, I think there are so great opportunities here. If you look at phosphate, if you look at gold, you can deploy the latest technologies because there's so much new investment going into Saudi Arabia, into mining. In some other countries, you are more dealing with the brownfield and then upgrading the operations, changing the process much harder. But I think in that sense, Saudi Arabia is a unique position because there's so much new investment and you can deploy the latest and greatest of technology.
Ibrahim, on Mikko's point and Donald's point, this rethinking that has to happen, in many instances we're seeing it here in Saudi Arabia, how you are looking at doing exactly what the gentlemen are suggesting, looking at technology to find those solutions. Because one, Saudi Arabia is big, the geological questions, you need to find the 2.5 trillion worth of minerals under the ground, et cetera, et cetera. You need the technology. How are you going about thinking about it for now and making sure that you're able to continue to innovate so that you can keep up with what you're trying to achieve just yourselves?
That's an excellent question. See, we believe to stand at the forefront of digital transformation, you need to adapt several solutions, digital solutions for it. The way we see it, especially in ISNAD, we are covering it through three main aspects. One is being that in order to excel in your services, you need really to make sure that all the activities of the mineral are digitally integrated. What does that mean? It means three basic things. First of all, that we do have in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, thanks God, a lot of platforms that it is in our interest to integrate with them. For example, Invest in Saudi by Ministry of Invest, Dalil by NIDLIB and others. I think this is really make our services better. Second is that also, sorry for the word, I always say devil in the detail. And what really makes mining activities successful is the data, actually. So we really have an aim at ISNAD to make sure that we are or consider to be a local and central base for data from two aspects again. Data that is really comprehensive and data that's really also cleansed and clean. And as such, we have several sources of data, like for example, historical data from the Ministry of Industry and Minerals. We have the data that are coming from GIS, from NGD, and others. So I think this is really it's very important for us that we make use of them and to combine them together. Furthermore, of course, there are other entities in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that we really need to value and utilize their support. Like, for example, the National Center for Environmental Compliance. And those are very important agencies that we need to cooperate with them. These are basically we're talking about from the approaches. Also, we need to adapt really what we call technology-driven approaches, like what the gentleman mentioned, using robotics, intelligence, artificial intelligence. Those are really important. One of the important things also that we concentrate is that we use simulation and remote sensing. And those may involve drones and satellite imaging and all these. In a nutshell, the way that I believe is that we need really to make sure that we put an eye and focus and strike the balance between the economical growth and the impact on the environment.
Abdullah, if we can get more specific, from a Saudi Geological Survey perspective, a tremendous opportunity for use of technology to figure out what's under the ground. And then, of course, how do we get it out of the ground in a more sustainable way, deal with the tailings, et cetera. So you sitting in a position where you can begin to create things anew because of the drive that you have here and the need to extract quickly. What are some of the processes that you are looking at employing and potentially deploying in Saudi Arabia to make this process better from a volume perspective, but dealing with some of the environmental and ESG imperatives as well, so that you have a more sustainable business and industry here?
Great. So let me first reflect in my colleague here, where we say yes. Thing is really moving toward utilizing the technology, and we cannot work without the technology. And the technology helping us, honestly, to utilize all the data which is really available. Now, when we look for our old way of dealing with the thing, we might utilize 20 to 30% of those data, and the other we are missing it. But now, when we utilize the technology, we can go 100% to utilize whatever we really want. Now, when we came back to your point, see, when you need to do things in a faster and better way. You should first at all realize what data do you have and how you can digitize all of those data in a manner that it will be accessible and easy to collect it. And then you utilize the AI, artificial intelligence, the latest technology, which is now available everywhere to help you in collecting all of those information in the right time and process them effectively. One of the most important thing, which is about the people, and the people, they are the important part of doing all of this, and we have to make sure that we are really investing in the people, and we educate the people, and we bring them to the right level where they can help in bringing all of this, collecting all of this information, utilizing the data, bringing the technology, grouping them, sending them to the right place. And this is the most really important part. And at the same time, you need to have something in let me say, diversitizing the knowledge of the people, where you can have a good mix of the people whom they can utilize the technology and bringing it to the right level. In shortage, when I would like to summarize, I would say that you invest in the data, bring them to a digitalized level, utilize the latest technology, and invest in the people to make life easier and faster.
June, I'm going to give the last question to you, and I'm going to ask you to be really brief, because effectively we're out of time already. But I'm going to ask you to be really, really brief. If you said that there were 2 quick wins that one can get out of the technological space, and granted you're from Huawei, but I think technology, obviously, we can appreciate extends beyond that. What do you think those 2 wins would be?
I think specific to the mining industry, I think one thing is definitely, as we said, how to analyzing and getting insight from the amount of massive amount of data. That's I think is a quick win for us. Second is artificial intelligence. Apply artificial intelligence into every aspect of the production, operation, from exploration to design to production, refinery. I think that's another important, very disruptive technology that is going to, I think happen in the next 10, 20 years.
I think what I really enjoy about this conversation and this panel is this notion of trying to think differently and innovatively and looking at what those solutions may be to, one, dealing with existing problems and making us better for the future. Gentlemen, thank you so very much. That was an absolute pleasure. If you can please thank them for me, I would appreciate that. If I can ask you to make your way off stage, thank you very much. To all of them, thank you very much. So we've spoken a little bit about how do we deal with mining, resilience, transformation, looking at the future. We've also spoken yesterday, you may recall, about the supply chain question and how do we ensure supply chain resilience as well. All of those form part of the bigger picture, that being, of course, economic development, and for many countries, looking at bringing those GDP numbers up a little bit as we come out of recession. Our next conversation is going to focus on that economic resilience, and to have that discussion, Edna, please join us on stage. Oh, there you are.
There we are, Tony. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Edna. See you shortly.
I love that panel, really, again, looking at some key areas there where we all need to, I think, sit back and think and be ready to disrupt and to have, the courage and the conviction to make sure that we actually do move in the right direction. Things can change. We've seen that over the years. And I think, again, we hear so often in Saudi Arabia, I think the great thing about some of the new projects that are coming online is they start really from that blank sheet, and we can move it forward to that. We're now going to be looking at building economic resilience through that value chain creation and just how important that is. We talk a lot about the economy, about energy, about industry, about logistics, all of that, bringing it together. So my panel is here who's going to talk to me. 3 key players in the kingdom who are going to actually help us make sense of that. So I'm going to invite them to come out. I do believe they're standing in the wings, ready to go, building economic resilience through value chain creation. And any minute, please give them a warm welcome. President of the Royal Commission for Jubail and Yambu, His Excellency Khalid Mohammed Al Salam. Lovely to see you, sir. I'm so delighted you're with us. His Excellency Suleiman Al Mazrua, National Industrial Development Logistics Program, NIDLP, and Abdulaziz Al Hamwa, also the Vice Chairman and CEO of Modern Industries. So let's take these seats here. This is where we are. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. And thank you, of course, for being here, taking the time to be with us. So much going on in the three areas that you work in, and indeed a lot of interaction, of synergy. It's you all know each other well and often work together. Your Excellency, if we can talk about the Royal Commission for Jubail and Yambu, and really tell me, I suppose, how it's actually contributing to the development of the effective value chains here in Saudi Arabia.
Let me say, Royal Commission, since its inception 50 years ago, we are celebrating this year, completing the 50 years. Wow. And the planning of the cities, it starts with considering the value chain and the importance of the value chain and the competitiveness of the industries in the Royal Commission cities. Let's take, for example, the Ras Al Khair, because we are talking about mining. And if we take one example, our partner Ma'adin, where they receive their bauxite from the mines through the railway, and then they process the material and they export it through Ras Al Khair port. Yes. And then we have a downstream area for other smaller downstream industries. Yes. for aluminum. And all of the industries like this we do to make sure that the integration is there. The other thing is the energy and the utility, that we always take care of what is required. We study the industry itself before. If it's, for example, of high consumption of power or gas or water. And we accommodate these utilities during the master planning and the execution of the infrastructure. After that, we go into aligning the industries together, integration of, for example, waste streams. We take care very carefully about the environmental impact. You heard yesterday about maybe the CEO of Ma'adin talking about mining industry. Always the public, they consider it's not friendly with the environment. And we work with our partners to really utilize the waste material or deal with it. And that's why we have almost 65% of our waste stream, industrial waste stream, that we recycle or deal with it with environmental friendly measures.
And that, I mean, that's so important. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. Your Excellency Al Mazrua, we look at the Vision 2030, and I suppose let's take a look and see really how this addresses, I suppose, the future of value chains and the key strategies that are in there really to actually, I suppose, enhance the resilience.
Thank you, Etna. It's a great pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to see actually the Future Mineral Forum grows to be one of the most important events on the global mining calendar.
And this, of course, close to your heart, because somewhere on that 300 initiatives that happen at the NIDLP sits this very event, huh?
It is, it is,
Yeah.
it is. It's one of the initiatives that we are proud that it's executed in the right way by
so
Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. Congratulations to them for success in hosting this forum for the third year. But before I address how Vision 2030 look at the future of value chain, let me deep dive in what the future value chain is. And let me put it in three elements. The economy of the future, where products such as clean energy, digital economy, mobilities are required to be developed for the human lives. And we need to accelerate that.
And also, we have the supply chain, which is very important in each of the value chain, supply and demand. And finally, the integration between them. And these three elements are the most important to be added to achieve the future of the value chain. So we need to work hard in developing new products that's more clean, achieve the mobilities. We have to have the right supply chain and supply-demand relation. And this is where resources is very critical to that. And that's how the investment looked at, risk and return. So where I have the most risky resources. And it used to be years ago where the qualified low-cost labor. But today is totally different story. We have with the automation, with AI, and with the differentiation on the value of logistics and costs, things are changed. Now, people look at where to be closer to the customer to make sure they avoid the high cost of logistics.
Yes.
Being close to the customer to be more personalized instead of one size fits all. And finally, the integration between them, where the technology play a major role. This is the third element that will help us achieve the future of the value chain. Now, let me summarize what we have heard the past 2 days, that we need to have an accelerated path to a clean energy and the future of economy. We need to have the right access to the customers, close to the customers. And finally, we have to have more resources to achieve these products, more mining and practically and stable cost structure for businesses. Vision 2030 addresses that since the inception of Vision 2030 2016 by having a program called NIDLIB, where the 4 sectors integrated together: mining, industry, logistics, and energy. And we started to make all the mineral resources in Saudi available for our energy of the future, where we started the geological survey in 2019, and we are now, yesterday, His Excellency the Minister announced the new result of the survey, where more available raw materials will be for our economy of the future. Secondly, logistics. We know that we need to be closer to customers, and Saudi is placed well to build its global logistic hub, interconnect with the continent, and be closer as much for all the provider to be closer to customers. And finally, technology. Having the technology as a tool to connect these 4 sectors throughout the value chain and closer to the customers.
Yeah, indeed, there's so much, but they all have to work together. I think that's the key thing. And if they don't, then we have other issues that we need to deal with. Absolutely essential. Abdulaziz, we look at the Modern Industrial Investment Holding Group, and again, privately held, one of the biggest players here, and you partner with global industry leaders in so many different sectors here. But talk to me about how the Vision 2030 has actually helped to create, I suppose, a business environment, that will help private companies to, like yourself, and also to help you to thrive and to grow and succeed.
Vision 2030 has facilitated the new favorable environment for the private sector. We have capitalized on many of the initiatives of the 2030. Either sector focus, like what we are doing today in Ma'aden and the value change, or other developments which make us grow. For example, like NEOM and the Red Sea project, as we are very much involved in the tunneling and providing most of the products that we produce in our factories. Vision 2030 have played a significant role in establishing comprehensive strategy. They put a framework for it, for all the vital sectors, including mining, while activity promoting and enabling private sector engagement, foster growth and development within Saudi Arabia mining infrastructure industry. So basically, it's very encouraging to be part of the 2030.
And again, I think it is about working together and looking to the future. Your Excellency Al Salam, we look at, Saudi Arabia with its ambition, really looking to be a leader in so many areas, but particularly a leader in terms of value chain creation. Is that happening? Is it working?
It is. And we look at RCJY, it was a vision 50 years ago, and we are living it today.
And I think that's what's so interesting to it. Yes, 50 years ago, you pulled back, and as you say, it was its own different vision.
It was just a desert. Wow. It's nothing. And if you see at that time, how was the city was planned, and the previous king, King Fahd, when he was having the vision of having the total management of the city by RCGY. That was a vision at that time, and this is the successful enabler for Royal Commission. The second is Saudi Arabia embarked with the special economic zones. And to tell you, the special economic zone in Ras Al Khair, almost it's full now of tenants. And we just announced last year by His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman. This shows how is the global investments looking at Saudi Arabia as an ideal place because of its location, because of its ease of business happening with the Vision 2030, and because of investing in the infrastructure in the country. We continue in the investment even during COVID, and this shows the result is what we see now in FMF and in other big conferences that we are having in Saudi, and also the investments that we see the growth. For example, in Ras Al Khair, we reached to 175 billion riyals of investments. It's a new city. It's a new city, and we can see how big the number, and we are looking to double that. In Jubail, we will double. In Yanbu, we will double, with the leadership of His Royal Highness Abdul Aziz bin Salman for the energy sector, because we are doubling our capacities when it comes to refining and petrochemicals. And His Royal Highness yesterday, he talked about the green energy, and he said whenever in any location we will provide that, and Royal Commission is the leader in this one. When it comes to green hydrogen, we will be a big hub for green hydrogen, for carbon capture, and for renewable. And this will be an attractive measure for global investments.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think, and collectively, to have that message coming from His Royal Highness, to have, all of you, working towards that, to have the industrial basis, to have, the Royal Commission, everybody working in that focus. So important. And many of those great cities, I need to get out more and come visit, don't I, and see the great work that's been doing there.
We are ready for you. We will show you something that you will be proud of.
No, I've seen some of the industrial cities and some of the great work that's been going on, and it's so impressive.
Since you are a female, we have a flower exhibition or show. It's a big show. It's a Guinness record. It will be in Yanbu and 17 of January, I think.
Wow, so there you go. We'll all have to come back and we can combine.
We'll have the ambassadors, we'll have the Royal Highness, and
there you go, a little bit of industry and a little bit of beauty at the same time, because it all has to work together. Your Excellency Al Mazroui, you mentioned technology and innovation and all of that. Clearly that's what's going to help enhance resilience. And when we look, I suppose, how important this is for Saudi, how do you think they're actually going to be able to leverage that to make a big difference?
Of course, I think technology is the main enabler to achieve integration. I think integration has to come up. Thinking of a smart mine, connect to the smart factory, in a smart industrial city, and powered by smart grid, and moving goods and services through a smart logistics. And all that connection will provide the right data for the right AI. And I think with AI, you can predict the future, prevent disaster and interruptions, and ensure resilience. So definitely the technology and having the data is the key to achieve that. Additionally, the technology helping in the deep tech on these legacy sectors, mining, industry, logistics, and energy, where disruption can happen to accelerate the achievement of more clean energy, available of different type of minerals and materials that can be used on our future of economy products. So both deep tech and integration use the technology and the Industry 4.0 enablement. Yesterday, we announced the partnership with the new lab, KSA. It's true deep tech platform that will open their regional office in Saudi to actually attract global entrepreneurs and founders to work together with Aramco, Ma'aden, and Sabic, and the rest of the ecosystem to solve future challenges, come with more solutions that we contribute to Saudi and to the international.
And I think that has to happen. We think, to fulfill that great ambition and the opportunity we have also, I think, to start new industries, we have to be doing it, with that new high-tech focus in mind.
If you allow me, yeah, I think we are working with NIDLib also for, as he said, Mr. Sulaiman, about Industry 4.0. We have a company under Royal Commission just for digitization, working with factories. We also work with them into 3D printing. So we will be already established in some industrial cities, and we are rolling over using the 3D printing for spare parts of factories. Smart city also, we are engaging this year, 2024, we have all the sensors within Royal Commission, cameras, and we need to connect it in a platform, and we turn it into a smart city.
Yeah, gosh, a lot has happened in the last 50 years since that vision. That's exciting, isn't it? It's in a new era. Abdulaziz, I know how important technology is for you, but you like to put technology together, with talent, with processes and people. Talk to me how, important it is to get it all going well together.
As a leading mining service company in the region, we have made a significant commitment to invest in process upgrade, in technology, talent development. For example, we have dedicated substantial time and resources to educate key stakeholders on the mining industry, converting technical aspects, covering technical aspects, as well as regulatory compliance. In recent months, our group concluded a formal agreement with the Ministry of Interior through GSF to train 1,200 staff.
Okay, that's a sizable number.
It's a big number for us, but this includes technical, commercial, security, which is very important, and even safety in our business on the industry. We have also concluded an agreement with the Mining Institute to leverage our knowledge and experience in the mining sector with long-term commitment to facilitate knowledge and exchange, including deliver mining services related to these initiatives.
So there's lots going on, and again, and this has to keep going on. I think that's the other thing. It's not just one project now.
Absolutely.
Every day. Well done to you. Your Excellency, Mabrour, we're going to begin to wrap this up. But when we look at the work that you're doing, and again, you have, 300 initiatives. You're definitely becoming probably an expert juggler to make sure that you hit them all and hit target on that. Sort of, what's next, I suppose? You've achieved so much, but what's the big focus for you next?
Again, if I go back to the economy of the future, the kingdom is playing a major role toward that. We have the EV cluster on the west of the kingdom becoming the most large EV cluster in the Middle East. We are driving the green hydrogen plant, the largest one in the world in NEOM. We are building the unique industrial city in NEOM Hexagon where zero carbon and zero waste. This is not happening anywhere on the planet. We have maritime industry that's coming up soon in the Ras Al Khair. Jazan, also city coming with a lot of industrial solutions, whether in industrial mining, petrochemicals, and food services. So all the infrastructure that was built, all the vision realization activity to make the kingdom favorable for investment now is coming to reality, and we are seeing the kingdom playing a major role in developing the economy of the future for us and for the region and for the international community.
So right, and I think it's a very dynamic time, and a dynamic time for all of you. And I know you work a lot. You know, the Royal Commission is also working, as you had said, you know, with NIDLP. So give us a feel for what's going on there, and for you also, you know, what's next.
I think all the strategies are approved now. Now, the National Industrial Strategy, the Logistics Strategy, and now the energy also, they are working on. And we are the executor. And
yes,
we
I like that. It's a nice way to look at it.
This is the beauty, by the way, about the government now in Saudi Arabia and the Vision 2030. We are all together looking to reach to
the new North Star. Huh?
Yes.
And the clarity, I think.
With the clarity, yes. There is no duplication. If for NIDLP, we are working with them. They assign to us initiatives, and we work with them, and they follow it. They assign to other authority, and they follow it. I think that's the idea, is I am responsible for something, and I will do it, and I am accountable for it.
Again, and I think that if everybody is doing that, you know, it's the overall, I think, arching vision then, of course, everybody contributes to it, and they know what they have to do.
And everybody, yes, and from public, and they contribute to the Vision 2030. It's not only the government authority. The private sector, they are very important. They are partners. If we see now how's the initiatives, it's all about enabling the private sector.
Again, and you know, if I have that closing word with you, Abdulaziz, you know, the enablement of the private sector, and we've heard many people refer to, and I know you were busy, you were at COP last month, your focus very much too in terms of how does the private sector play a role in terms of emission reduction. Talk to me a little bit, just to close it off, how important that will be also for the private sector.
You know, at a personal level, this subject is very important. As a CEO of our group, we all ensure every employee contribute to this process. And we feel also that other companies should do so. At present, we are working with our customer to achieve their goals on the subject. We want to make sure they achieve their ESG and also they achieve SDG. This is the least we can contribute to our environment and to ensure that we contribute to the government goal.
And I like the fact you take as CEO the responsibility for this as well. I like to hear that. I think that's very important, because if the leaders of the private sector, you know, are not guiding this,
absolutely,
then you know the danger is we might hit targets. So congratulate, well done, keep that up. I think it's to be admired. That brings us to the end of this great conversation here about looking at the value chain creation and really adding value. And, you know, it also brings us to the end of our morning session. But I want to thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Your Excellency Al-Salam, Your Excellency Al-Mazroua, and to Abdulaziz. Thank you so much. Al-Hamwa as well. So give them a big round of applause. Thanks for your contribution.
Thank you.
We're so grateful, and good luck. Keep all the work, the great work going, and the visions that I think from 50 years ago, that was lovely to hear as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. And that concludes our morning sessions. So we have a full break for you. And please take the time to, meet some of your colleagues, maybe do a little bit of business out there. Go visit the exhibition if you haven't already. There's so much exciting initiatives that are out there, and I'm sure many of your colleagues are there. So definitely it's worth taking a ramble out there and having a look at what's going on. Engage with some people there, but whatever you do, be back here, if you would please, sharp at 2 o'clock. We have an action-packed afternoon full for you, and we really wouldn't want you to miss any of it. So please, please, we have some great panels, we have some great speakers. We're going to wrap things up later on. So much going on. And again, so much for all of you to be engaged, informed, educated, and inspired. So we'll see you later. Thank you so much. Have a lovely break.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go again for the afternoon session, and I'm delighted to have special guests here. Bob Wilt is with us, CEO of Ma'aden. Bob, take a seat.
Thank you.
Deserved round of applause. Shall we stop there? We'll stop there, shall we? The great thing about this particular session is that it has no title beyond fireside chat. Just looking at you now, we just need the log cabin and the fire, Bob, because you're all ready for the chat. You look like you're about to go and enjoy yourself at a mining conference.
I do enjoy myself at a mining conference, and I made a very conscious decision when I got dressed this morning. I said, we've spent a couple of days talking about how we need to change the image of the mining industry, and none of us wear suits and ties to work in the mining industry, so why wear suits and ties when we're together? And we got to be attractive to young people. We can't look like a bunch of stodgy old white guys. So this is the way I dress normally, so.
But I mean, you are touching on also a very serious point here, aren't you? Because we've heard it time and again. The reputation of this industry, and I hadn't appreciated quite, is rock bottom. And it's not just about the image of whether it's coal dust on the faces of miners from my part of the world or perhaps treatment in other areas from the past. It is about who's in it.
Well, I think some of the statistics, our chairman talked about yesterday, the world needs 6 times as much aluminum, 9 times as much copper, but college graduates going into mining are down 50%. So at the same time, we're seeing exponential need for minerals. We're seeing less and less people want to go into the field, let alone communities that want us there, let alone governments that want to permit it. So there's a total redo required for the industry. Then when you come to Saudi Arabia specifically, the government wants us here, the communities want us here, and employees generally want to work for us, but there is such a war for talent. We're not competing for the best and brightest with just Aramco and SABIC anymore, but all the PIF portfolio companies, Red Sea Development, NEOM. So we have got to be better than we've ever been in terms of our image, our reputation, how we treat employees, the leadership and development opportunities we give them, the career path we give them, the pay and benefits we give them, the challenges. So we're trying to be on the cutting edge of progressiveness without tipping over, at least at Ma'aden.
One of the things I've heard here, which I think is really interesting, is turning from being seen as you're the extractor, you're the ones who pull stuff out, to we produce everything here. We are the great provider, and how exciting could that be?
We feed 10% of the world with our products. If you drive a Jaguar Land Rover, a Mercedes, you're using aluminum that we make. If you drink Red Bull, it's in the can that we make, let alone the gold we mine for currency hedge. So we're a multi-commodity miner. We're not solving all the world's problems, but we're solving some pretty unique problems and some pretty cool stuff that's well beyond going underground with a pick and a shovel.
Yeah. Well, whatever the reputation at the moment, there is a reality here for you, which is you are running the company which is really right at the, I was going to say coalface, but right on the front of this.
Yeah.
I've got the brochure here for the mining sector, third pillar of Saudi Arabia's industrial economy. As we heard yesterday, mineral resources in your neck of the woods, well, they're double what you thought they were a few months ago, and that is enormous. I was standing next to you when the minister announced the figure, and you said, "Oh, no pressure there."
Right.
I mean, there is opportunity, but there is pressure.
Absolutely. I think if you just look at Future Minerals Forum the last couple of years, the first one was we announced to the world that we have a mining sector. Last year, we announced here's some pretty audacious plans for it. And this year, hopefully, we're demonstrating to the world some serious credibility that we are serious about it, we have a bias for action, we're getting things done. And that includes, the revised estimate of the endowment, which quite frankly, I think is low. If you go back and you look at Aramco or the oil reserves, that continues to go up the more work Aramco has done in exploration. So the more we bring the world in to explore the kingdom, I think we'll continue to find more, we'll refine that estimate, and we'll continue to improve it. I mean, just, our our exploration effort that we announced last year has already yielded results in a massive gold discovery south of Mansourah Massara. So, there are 10 million ounces or so. So as we really continue to build out the industry, I'm sure that number is going to be low.
But that's interesting where we're talking about, reputation even, but capacity building. You've got an amazing history here in petrochemicals and in the petroleum industry, but that is not the mining industry. So you have exactly the same problem as is being faced right across this super region.
Right, and I think I have the utmost faith in the youth of Saudi Arabia to master the skills required to do this. I've seen it firsthand when I was with Alcoa and we built the aluminum joint venture 10 years ago. We took Saudis and we sent them to Quebec and Australia and the US and Europe and trained them. And we brought in Westerners for 2 years. At the 2-year mark, all the Westerners were gone. The Saudis run the place now. And Bill Opplinger, the CEO of Alcoa, said, I want some of your Saudis to come teach my people how to run smelters. So in 10 years, we've developed an industry that we're now world class in. Nothing says we can't do that with mining.
Well, that's good also for the diversification to a certain extent of trades, of professions, of the economy itself as well. But I wonder, and perhaps it's something that a lot of the other countries within the super region, a lot of the people here will be thinking is, you can see and you have a job to do in growing that economy, in diversifying the economy, and making this work for Saudi Arabia.
Right.
How great do you sense is the commitment to making it work for everybody else? I'm not going to pretend it's a mutual self-help group that we gather every Friday to discuss, but that's important.
No, I think capitalism works, and I think trade flows will work, and competitive clusters will work. People have to understand, the infrastructure's got to be there. The trade policy's got to be there, but everybody can't all want to develop an integrated electric vehicle battery value chain in their jurisdiction. But if we pool our resources together, there's some logical places where the mining can happen, the midstream processing can happen, and the assembly can happen. So I don't think we're going to do that sitting around conference tables in government offices. We're going to let the market dictate that. So I'm a true believer that provide the right incentives, provide the right trade policies, and capitalism will solve this problem.
And as I said at the start of this forum, it's the first time I've been here. The first one was only 2 years ago, although it's the third event here. And the numbers speak for themselves as well. The pace of change is extraordinary.
Right.
And that is obviously down largely to the desire to make this happen. But you've been here 2 years, so you've been here for that lifetime.
Right.
Has it surprised you?
What has surprised me is the pace of change is real. I mean, I went away for 2 weeks for the holidays, and I came back, and there are more cranes on the skyline than there were when I left. It is just that fast. And if you think about even within Ma'aden, we've hired 1,800 people since I've been there in 2 years' time. We have stood up the world's largest exploration program, drilled 460,000 meters last year and found massive gold discovery. We've reached nameplate capacity on one plant that was recently commissioned, and now we've announced groundbreaking and investment on phosphate phase 3, another 50% additional capacity. We've commissioned a gold mine. I mean, it's staggering the pace of change. And as a leadership team in Ma'aden, some of the things we worry about, we've got 18 work streams we're working on to transform the company, because the way the company's run over the last 25 years was the fastest growing mining company in the world, but it wasn't fast enough to keep up with our own growth ambitions in the kingdom and the world's need for more minerals. So we have done a wholesale review of everything in the company, got it down to 18 work streams, and we're trying to determine the proper pace of how fast we can really go without losing the organization, We want to make it sustainable, and that's one of the big challenges here.
Well, I think probably this pace is close to unprecedented, I would have thought. So
I would think so.
You've got to make sure your shoelaces are well done up, because the possibility of tripping in or missing some of the aspects of some of those is huge. How much dependence is there, because I just don't know, you're an American leading this company, is there on foreign leadership and points
very
of
little.
seniority?
I think we're 78, Modern is 78% Saudi right now. Our phosphate business is 100% run by Saudis. Our aluminum business is 100% run by Saudis. Gold and base metals and exploration are where we are most dependent on Western expertise, and we have expats running those functions and staffing the middle layers of those functions, developing the capabilities. But the businesses that are more mature, and I say more mature in this context, is 5 to 10 years old, exclusively run by Saudis.
Agenda 2030, we're in 24 already now, so that's what, 5 or 6 years away. Obviously, you have a plan in terms of what you can achieve by the point of 2030.
Right.
How much different do you think Ma'aden might look, even in the space of another 5 or 6 years?
We were talking with a construction contractor right before we came out here today, and we were laying out just the projects we know we're going to execute. So the board has approved conceptually, and we're in final stages of design and engineering. It's Phosphate 3, it's Phosphate 4, it's an aluminum recycling plant, and it's an expansion of our aluminum facilities. It's at least 2 more gold mines, and that's all without any more exploration success. So we will be 2 to 3 times as big by the end of the decade as we are now.
Right. You can't do that without collaboration.
No.
Whether that's with other companies from around the world, which of course is why some people are here.
Yeah.
But just on a slightly bigger picture of collaboration, and this event is about that, and the ministerial roundtable discussions are about that. How far do you think that has to go to step from, as you were talking about, talk to action?
Yeah, I think the good thing, I was with His Excellency the Vice Minister Khalid Madafar this morning, and we were having a smaller group session with a number of other mining CEOs. I said it the other day about humility, and he said it again today. We are listening at this point. We are asking the questions and looking for help. I think the beautiful thing about Saudi is one of the beautiful things is they realize that to grow these industries and grow these businesses, a partnership model is essential. And it goes all the way back to the foundation of Aramco with Standard Oil. That partnership model has been the basis for every other successful industrial pillar that we've built here. Ma'aden did it with Alcoa, with Mosaic, with SABIC. We're doing it now in exploration with Ivanhoe and Barrick, and that will continue. And it's real, it's genuine, we want to go fast, and we know that we can go faster with partners.
Bob, I'm just going to ask you one question, which is a sort of general one, really. But I think certainly from a journalistic side of the fence, we often think, well, we look at the climate challenges, we look at the energy transition challenges, and if we don't do this, we are cooked, we're in real trouble. So it's quite a sort of very negative perspective in a way.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say at the same time that this is the moment of change for the world?
I think it is, and I think we're starting to see, I would say, just within the last 6 to 9 months, a pragmatic, realistic view that we are significantly behind. Everybody made 2050 goals. Everybody announced a roadmap to get there. Then the world kind of changed starting around 2020. And we're all waking up now and saying, there's no price signal for investment. There's been no more significant exploration spending. There's been no more mines under construction. So we've got to sort out, because we're in this moment of inflection, the economics of who's going to pay for this. I'll give you an example. We are the largest exporter of ultra-low carbon ammonia in the world here at Ma'aden. I don't get any premium for that. We say we need more copper. Copper was down 8% last year. We say we need more aluminum. Aluminum was down 6%. So the world's got to sort out, if we want to make this change, somebody's got to be willing to pay for it.
You've got a lot of work ahead of you. You're dressed for, I'm not sure if you were heading out for a bit of leisure, are you off skiing, are you down to the beach? What sort of, which way are you going?
Every day working for Modern's like a vacation.
That's too corny, but we'll end on that.
Good.
Bob, great pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Lovely, thank you. And with that, we're going to bring Toomey back on stage. Thank you. Come with me.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Bob. So here we are once again. Certainly interesting to hear some of the work that Ma'aden has been doing over the past couple of years, and certainly ambitious as well. Also really key to consider the fact that, certainly according to Bob Wilt, that they are expecting that the endowment is going to be even larger than 2.5 trillion potentially. He thinks it's an underestimate. So clearly the mindset is about growth. It's about really doing a lot to exploit the potential of this country in terms of its mineral endowment. The big question that we've been considering is obviously, how do we do this in a way that we are building an industry that allows us to continue to mine because we need those resources, but that we're not causing complete destruction and chaos in the process. It's about being responsible, it's about being sustainable, and it's about ensuring that we are supportive of growth and development in the sector, and therefore in communities and countries throughout the world. But let's focus for a moment on Saudi Arabia specifically. And when we are talking about being responsible in Saudi Arabia, what do we mean? So, as organizations like Ma'aden start going and looking in the country for those mineral endowments, what are they doing in the process? Well, we're going to have that conversation in just a moment. We're going to look specifically at how we ensure responsible value chains in mining here in Saudi Arabia. So please help me welcome my panelists for this conversation. Abdul Rahman Al-Balushi, the Assistant Deputy Minister of Mining Enablement at the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Ali Al-Mair, who is the Vice President of the Saudi Authority for Industrial Cities and Technology Zones. Gentlemen, to you, welcome. Suleiman Al-Atam, who is the Chairman of the Saudi Gold Refinery Company. Brian Hosking is the Chief Executive Officer of Gold Mines and Minerals Company. And Zuhair, if you can please take your seats. And Zuhair Sami, who's the Chief Executive of Al Haytham Mining Company. Gentlemen, to all of you, thank you very much for joining us. Good afternoon and welcome. So, Abdul Rahman, I'm going to put you on the hot seat because you're closest to me, so let's start with you. When we say responsible mining in Saudi Arabia, what exactly do we mean?
Well, first of all, thank you for having us, Toomey. What a big, wide question that you have. And I think when you look at extractive industries as a whole, when we look, Saudi Arabia is not new to extractive industries. We've been in this business of extractive industries for a century now. So back in the day, in the 1940s and 1950s, there was this major theory that there is peak oil, and oil will run out in the early 90s. And the focus was how to sustainably, responsibly get oil to all the consumers around the world. And Saudi took a major leadership position at the time. And a significant amount of capital, of talent, of development in midstream and downstream activities happened to explore for oil, to refine oil, and to build a petrochemical industry while educating the Saudi population, while supporting all other sectors in the kingdom to be able to thrive. And now we come to a turn of extractive industries again, where people are shouting, peak lithium, peak cobalt, peak copper. So how do we make sure that we run it, again, sustainably, responsibly? We know the recipe is simple. Again, it's about exploration, it's about processing, it's about refining, it's about injecting the capital, it's about taking that leadership position. And what we're doing is that we've opened up Saudi Arabia. We've opened it up for exploration. We're incentivizing exploration. We're making sure that we get the best talent. And during that process, we're making sure that we educate our people. We create more mining engineers, we create more geologists, we create more universities that are focused in the field, and all other professions that support the mining industry. And with that, we also took a wider view on the mining sector as an extractive industry that we want to support adjacent industries. We want to support the processing and refining of these minerals. We want to be a refining and processing hub, leveraging all the capabilities that the kingdom provide for the industrialization. From what we're going to hear more about from Mudun, we have the industrial cities of Ras Al Khair, Jubail, Yamba, and the rest of it. So we know how the recipe works, and we want to come back and reapply it, and taking that leadership position in responsible and sustainable value chains.
So when Modern is thinking about the technologies and developing those and moving things forward, what are you thinking when you think responsible and being responsible in that process? How do you incorporate that in the work that you are doing every day at Modern?
Maybe as Abdurrahman mentioned through his talks, and you know, Saudi Arabia today is a player in the global for the mining sector. Therefore, the development maybe of industrial city is critical, and that's why it is very important that Mudun participate in this conversation to contribute and give more information of how Mudun can contribute to the value chain of the mining sector. And I think Arabia doesn't have the long legacy in mining or even in the industrial, and that gives us the advantage. And we already begun to sustainability in mind, developing our sectors, especially in mining and in the industrial. Today, Mudun has developed 36 industrial cities across the kingdom, leveraging the competitive edges and the access of the natural resources, focusing on the state-of-the-art infrastructure, smart cities to deliver the future, the factories of the future. So all of these efforts has been heavily and integrity with the other stakeholders have been developed to help all the sectors and specifically the mining sector.
I'm wondering whether, as we move forward, and perhaps I can come to you, Suleiman, when we move forward and we're thinking about creating processes and procedures in Saudi Arabia that take into account what the previous first gentlemen have said about how we think, but ensuring that some of those don't become impediments in the future, so that we're considerate, we're constrained, but we allow enough room for movement. How does that happen, particularly in a Saudi context, one, but if we can go outside of Saudi Arabia and looking at how we create opportunities for learning in the region, how does that look?
Today I heard from the minister, he said that Saudi Arabia, they are interested to have the mining in Saudi Arabia as well as in the world to be developed and to cooperate. In this room we have Mr. Abdurrahman representing the Ministry of the Resource, and we have here Mudun. Our part to complete their mission, because Mr. Abdurrahman, the Ministry of Resource, they are giving the license. And Mudun, they are preparing for us the factory country to make the fortune, to develop the mine, to get the resource, to refine the resource, to refine the source, whether it is gold, whether it is copper, whether it is nickel, whether it is aluminum, whether it is lithium, whether it's uranium, whatever you name it, mineral we have in Saudi Arabia, to refine it and to transfer it to Mudun for manufacture, to have this manufacture to fulfill the demand for the local product as well as to export the product, exactly copying the scenario which is happening with oil. We are fulfill the oil for all the world, plus we have the petrochemical. We are supplying to the majority of the world for the petrochemical. Now we are doing for the mineral, which is the aim of the Saudi Arabia. As Riyadh today, it's becoming one of the basic hub for the mining worldwide, which has been launched because our government, they have their Vision 23, and they have pointing the mining sector to be booming for this state. So everybody now here to come and to chat to achieve the vision for 2030, which our Prince Mohammed bin Salman has been announced with his minister. This is for locally, and for internationally, the Saudi Invest, there has been providing the opportunity to invest outside of Saudi Arabia in the mining sector, in energy, in nitrogen, in agriculture, in all this. So we are combining the responsibility for us being here together to improve the vision of the Saudi Arabia and to contain the four chain, mining the resource, refine the resource, making the manufacture, fulfill demand of the world. This is number one. When we see for the private or for the local, we have to develop the youth for their education to be working with the miner. And we have the mother company in Saudi Arabia, Ma'aden. They have an institute where they are training all the youth with the al-mawarid, which is Quwa, which is the human resource for Saudi Arabia, and financing also youth to be trained and to be in knowledge of the mining sector and all the aspects to provide a job for the youth in the entire of Saudi Arabia, which has been doing in a great achievement and great goals, and the percentage of the income in this job, it is increasing double what is an average rate, this is the desire by Royal Prince Mohammed bin Salman to improve the income for the local, which is make win-win deal. As a company, we are satisfied. As the ministry, they are achieving their goal. As the modern, they already having the sites for the factory and the sites factory and supporting to your demand. This is our government vision, and we are all armed to complete each other vision to hit to the goal to achieve it before 2030.
There is no question, Brian.
And clear to announce that Saudi Gold Refinery, they have the four chain already done before 2030. Mining the gold, refining the gold, making the gold as a jewelry, and distributing the demand for that. And by the time the Saudi Arabia, it is the largest gold consumer in the world.
So I believe what Mr. Suleiman is saying, that we're doing the easy job here, just giving licenses.
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to tell you. He's saying, you've got the easy job, we're doing the hard work. Brian,
almost through.
Okay, gentlemen, okay. We can now come to you, because if I don't do that, we're never going to get to you, Brian. So if I can come to you, Brian, we can hear the enthusiasm, not just in this panel, but I think if you speak to many here in Saudi Arabia in business, particularly in this sector, you can feel the enthusiasm, you can see it, and there's certainly a desire to do it and to do it right and to consider the right things. When one looks more specifically at the ground, and one can appreciate that ideas and thinking are one thing, making them into real on the ground isn't always the same thing. In some instances, we're seeing it happen. We heard from the previous panel what Ma'aden is doing in this regard. But more broadly speaking, how much of a genuine and real will is manifesting on the ground that you are seeing, that's allowing us to actually appreciate, recognize, and continue to develop these responsible mineral value chains? So that it's not just talk. Is it happening? Is there a genuine will to make it happen? Is it being seen?
Well, thanks to me. Abdul Rahman will always come in to this from left field, so he's already rolling his eyes. But I think, let me take one step back and say, responsible what? Because in my mind, there are 3 levels of responsibility. There's governmental responsibility. In other words, what's the law? Is that done and is that managed in a government? Legislation is not responsible in a way. And maybe I need to take one step back. For me, responsible equals sustainable. If we don't behave in a responsible way, then nothing is ever going to be sustainable. So government, we can put that in one packet. I think the next area that we talk about when we talk about responsibility is corporate responsibility. In other words, what am I doing as an organization which is to behave in a responsible way? Bearing in mind that I have to fit in within a framework of a legal and corporate thing. So I can be responsible in terms of that, but irresponsible as a corporate thing. The last one, which we always forget when we talk about these big global things, is personal responsibility. And you can't have responsibility in an industry without people taking personal ownership of those things. So, you know, that for me is the issue and the definition. Now, where we sit, well, I'll take it down to the micro level. One of the obsessions I have is safety. Driving on the roads in Saudi, Abdurrahman will know, I bang on and bang on and bang on about this. I climbed in our vehicle this morning. Our driver took responsibility for us. He would not start the car until we had all put our seatbelts on. He took responsibility for his action. If you can't get people to do that at the local level, you cannot expect corporates to do it. Governments have to help regulate to make sure that we stay in line. So that really is, for me, the big issues.
I really appreciate that, and I think I'm going to come back and unpack some of what you've said, because it really is key to the question of how do we deliver responsibility. But before we do that, so Harry, if I could come to you, last but of course certainly not least, Brian has given us a sense of what his view is when we're talking about responsibility. What is your view?
First, thank you for inviting us to this panel. And my point of view, to be responsible is a matter of everybody, not only one side, not only the government, not only in the mine, but everybody must be responsible. And to be responsible is to be involved in environmental care, in social commitment, and also to use new technology, new innovation, and I think to have a global share of knowledge, not to stay here what we know, but to have a global, so that helps us to have, to maintain the responsibility for mineral, to have a sustainability, and to go aligned with the world standards. So I think this is what we need to do, everybody, not to be focused on one.
Abdurrahman, seeing as you have the easy job of just giving people licenses, let's talk a little bit about how you can do that. One aspect is the standards, right? Yeah. Obviously, each jurisdiction has the authority to develop the rules that allow them to give the licenses as they do. But a conversation, of course, that was had yesterday was particularly around the importance of ensuring that there are global standards so that we're not just saying, well, what did you want to do in Saudi Arabia, but that organizations are able to have some sense of certainty when they're operating in different jurisdictions. When you are approaching that around the context in which you're giving people licenses, how are you going about thinking about those regulations and those rules for them?
Well, it's great to bring up the topic of standards, because when we developed our mining code, our mining law, we adopted the ICMM standard, the ICMM protocol. We worked with the World Bank, we worked with private sector players to make sure that we have something implementable, especially when it comes to environmental and social. So there are certain protocols and guidelines that you need to follow. But that doesn't solve the problem. So how do you implement it, and how do you make sure that you're following up on it? So when So I'll give you 3 examples. When we do our licensing rounds, our tenders, we have 15% to 25% only on social. So we'll evaluate the work program of social, or the social contribution. We'll evaluate talent development. We'll evaluate investments that will happen in the local community, and any support to the procurement support. So how much are you going to buy from that local community? Another example is in the incentive scheme that the minister approved yesterday, 700 million Saudi riyal over the course of 7 years. And we wanted to enhance the multiplier effect of that grant program. So we said we will look at the local content of that drilling, of the geophysics, of the geochemistry. And we want to see a clear plan of how you're going to develop the exploration talent in your field. So we will tie the expert that you bring, the discoverer, the explorer, we'll tie him with Saudi geologists, and will substantially cover a lot of the expenses of the Saudi employee and your expert. But we want to make sure that that knowledge is transferred, and that will be audited. A third example is Nuthri, our exploration incubator. So in order to have sustainable exploration in the kingdom, responsible exploration in the kingdom, we know that we must create Saudi explorers. We must enhance the diversity of our players. Yes, it's great to bring in knowledge and talent from all over the world, but you need to have that local feed of explorers. So Nuthri, an incubator, we bring in the geology minds and the discoverer and the entrepreneurs that are excited about the mining sector. And we try to debottleneck all the issues that they may face. So we create an agile, vibrant, junior society in the kingdom. And the private sector has been really helpful in all 3. Yeah. You're upping the level of everyone and new entrants as well.
How is that impacting on the ground, Brian?
No, once again, left field. He and I have many tussles, so that's it. And we're engaged with the Nuthri program. And I think that when we look at the responsibility from a national level, from a Saudi level, I think the critical thing is that Saudi must be seen to becoming a gold standard in terms of it is. Because, let me give you an example. Norway is currently busy considering deep sea mining. Deep sea mining is a big issue. It globally is a huge issue. I'm not even sure where I stand on it, but it is an issue. But if Norway starts approving it, they're recognized as kind of being blue standard. And so other industries and other countries will go along because they say, if it's good enough for Norway, at the moment, I think the balance is still, if it's good enough for Saudi, we're not sure whether it's still good enough for the rest of the world. And I think the aspiration, and I really genuinely believe in the ministry and the way they're doing it, and they set the law up, that Saudi is aiming to become gold standard. And they're big, important things. On my level, one of the things is resources. So, announcing resources without having a kind of proper program of diligence and control is not there. The ministry has put together that, and we're part of that, and we welcome that because that creates the right thing. But at the same time, we have to behave on the ground. So on the ground, I take it down to the micro level. I drive down this country and people throw rubbish out the window. And we talk about, from a corporate level, environment and sustainability, and yet they don't behave in that way. So we have a problem of trying to filter down that message to the lowest level. And that really, for me, is the challenge. Come back to my bugbear, driving. Okay? You work for me.
I'm a bit worried about you and driving, but okay, let's hear it.
You work for me, you put a seatbelt on.
Yeah.
Okay? Some of my employees say this is the first time in their lives they've ever put a seatbelt on. That's about responsibility. I have a duty of care to my people. If I can't insist on them being safe at work, how can I talk about social
responsibility? But equally, Brian, that is not something that you can legislate necessarily, right? You can legislate in terms of punishment, but behavior is not something that you can
100%.
legislate, right? So I'll come to you just now. So if we're talking about responsibility as a culture change. And thus the point coming back to say, it's one thing for us to have these idealistic, high-level, strategic visions that say, this is what we want to do. But it always comes down to where the rubber meets the road, what
100%.
happens on the ground, to use your car and driving analogy, which you clearly love. But I still am trying to get us to the point where, what is that point where the rubber meets the road? What needs to happen from a legislative policy environment to ensure that when we're talking about responsibility, we're seeing it manifest on the ground? So I would like you to respond to that, and then Suleiman, if you can respond to that, and then Abdul Rahman, I'll come to you. Are you going to talk about driving again? Okay.
No, Timmy, it's a point, and I understand what you're saying. I think I come back to the legislative framework here is fine. I think the issue is now about implementation. And I come back to my three-phrase definition. You know, corporately, we have to do it in the right way, and we try. I think the government needs to sometimes be a little bit more rigorous in its testing of us, because we're not, you know, we take corners where we can. But it's also about personal responsibility. It's about people developing a culture which says, I am. So my safety rules, again, first safety rule is I'm responsible for my own safety. Second rule is I am responsible for my brother's safety. You know, those are the two rules. And we have to bring that into the whole framework, our environmental framework, our social framework. We cannot function as a society without that word.
Suleiman?
Really, I have no clue, but responsibility is a big issue. And
I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little bit, because I'm struggling to hear you.
I have no clue much, but when you talk about responsibility, you go to the macro level for it. If you talk about now the processing, for example, for the mine, they are all using material which is a cyanide, which is not good for the environment. So it should be protected very well. But we have here in Saudi Arabia, King Abdulaziz for Research Center in Jeddah, and we have center in the world, they can replace this kind of material for good environment, good material with the environment. So we should do it as we are going for mine for all of Saudi Arabia, which is 650. This is national need. This is number one. Number two, for all the other process which I see the ministry they are following, in my mind, there is 50 representatives from the ministry visit my mind last year, which is they are making a great follow-up and a great achievement. And that's wherever they visit, they see any small click, they are giving a note to be corrected, which is mean that their help and their assistance, it is pushing the responsibility for the mine sector to do their job proper and to give them the attitude. So the responsibility, whatever case you already having in any kind, you should do it from A to Z completely. In any manner. This is one point for giving the license. Now, when they are giving the license, there is a procedure to be achieved from 1 to Z, and they are following up. This is their responsibility, and this is our duty. When our duty is becoming a responsibility for our people to do it. But no doubt, if we work, there is an error, there is a mistakes there where it should be adjusted while you are working with the follow. So the rule for us as a miner and the rule for the ministry, together we reach the destination safely. But we are one team. We are both one team.
Abdul Rahman?
Yeah, I would say the responsibility on us initially when you give the licenses to pick the right player, to make sure that you give that right decision, that you have the right player that will monitor their drivers on the ground, but also, most importantly, that they enrich that culture so that underground they continue to follow procedure and they continue to be safe. Because we cannot risk having major incidents in the kingdom. We're a new entrant to the mining sector and we want to start it the right way. And then the next thing comes inspection and compliance and making sure that these companies and these licenses holder are following up on it. So as we're building the capacity and licensing, we're also building the capacity of compliance and monitoring. And we created the mining services company, a flexible company, an agile company that can be able to gain the best expertise from all over the world and spread the resources, the labor resources, to go and pursue the highest standards in all these resources. And we'll continue to learn and develop from all the super region, but also from the globe.
Ali, if I can come to you, as we start wrapping up our conversation. When we are looking at where we begin to start paying attention, the most attention, in order to ensure that we are being responsible as we move forward, which are the areas in your view that you think need the most attention? And perhaps, Zuhair, if I can come to you on the same question, if I can have you both respond to that.
So the customers, we are customer-centric. So maybe if I go back to the standards, for example, the standards is always built on the ecosystem development. So as Rahman mentioned, the standards might be a little bit, the customers or the investors looks at it as a strong regulation or whatever, but at the end of the day, it develops all the ecosystem, either the mining or any other sectors. So again, our focus will be our customers paying attention on their needs, on their growth, capability, enablements, incentivizing and encouraging. We are always here for developing the capability of our investors.
Zuhair, if I could come to you.
Yes, from my point of view, I think that we still need to invest in advanced technology to assure a green mineral. Because I think we need to focus more in the care of the environmental and to have sustainability in the mining sector.
As we wrap up, we literally have a couple of minutes left, so I'm going to ask you each for your final thoughts. And Zuhair, if I could begin with you. As we move forward, when we leave here, what do we need to begin doing first in the context of the environment where you operate? So what is the first thing that we need to make sure we begin to do, if we're not already doing it, to ensure the responsibility that we've been talking about?
I think we need to see more our procedures, our regulation, and to train more, to develop skills, to take care of the environmental.
Brian?
To me, there are probably 2 or 3 initiatives that I think. One is a closer cooperation between the ministries and industry. I think that's beginning. I think the framework is there. I think the will is there. I think that if we had more of that. And then I always flip across to the personal side. You know, this is about changing a whole mindset and culture. And if people don't believe in it, then you don't actually make progress. So you can do that at the macro level, and it doesn't change at the micro level. So for me, a lot of the work that we do with Abdul Rahman and the ministry, I think we've got to carry on and do it. Maybe more.
Thank you. Suleiman, yourself, what do you think we need to make sure we do? One or 2 things first.
As a responsibility, I'd like to have a team between the international company who are investing in Saudi Arabia and the local company where they have community, and this community are matched with the ministry, where we can chat and fight in the day and in the morning for each other, encircle one room. And the end of these meetings and close within a few years, there is a lot of dissolved issue for the entire industry will develop. We have done it with the Chamber of Commerce Council, and we has been done great achievement. I'd like to have the local and the international with the ministry in umbrella where they can discuss and formalize. Within 1 year, 2 years, there is a good result will be formed from expert people.
I'm sure Abdurrahman is taking mental notes. He's going to go and do that when he leaves. Ali, what do you think we need to be doing?
Maybe I will probably build on what my colleagues mentioned. We have to get engaged with everyone, all the stakeholders. We have to be innovative in our initiatives and get it to the extra mile.
Last word to you, Abdurrahman.
Well, I believe we need to build on what we made here. We have all the expertise from all over the world.
What's the first thing that we need to do?
So we need to collaborate together, gain the expertise, the brains, to make sure that we put the right sustainable, responsible
All right.
policies and follow
I think we've got a great to-do list.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And if you can please extend your thanks to them as well. Thank you so very much for joining us. If I can ask you to make your way to the left, if I could ask you to head off that way. Thank you so very much once again. I think for me, that's certainly one of the things that I appreciate about the Future Minerals Forum 2024 edition, is that there is decidedly and clearly a call to action. And I'd like to see, in fact, when we're all done with this gathering, exactly what the to-do list is going to look like, so that when there is a gathering again in 2025, we're able to take stock over how far we've come from the first edition of 3,500 people to this one, where we're seeing not only a larger group of people gathered, but exactly looking at how do we move forward. Now, minerals in the 2040s, that's where we're headed in not too long. In fact, the question is, how do we make the future of mining possible? And we know, looking at the timelines, we have to start today. The person who's going to have that conversation is Klaus, and I'd like you to welcome him on stage.
Well, good afternoon. Does anybody have an interest to talk about technology? I hope you have, and talk about the future, and connecting to the moderator here, if we want to keep the pace in this, in which the FMF has developed in just 3 years, 2040 will look very, very, very different, but that's our topic today. We have a very good cast of different views on the panel here, and I like to introduce who we have and go from left to right while we are going to start our first round, So we have the pleasure here today to have Rob Wood. Rob Wood has just taken on the role of being the commissioner for Saudi Arabia's new Geoscience Data Analytics Center. And he has a long experience in different things, private industry, as technology-oriented a lot, as well as public sector. And he's one of the few individuals who I have ever met who's been a vice minister in 2 nations. So you've been a vice minister in Canada, and you've been a vice minister in Australia. Now, if you ever want to find out how that happens, you have to marry the right woman. That's what I learned, so that's how it works. But I think the kingdom considers themselves very, very glad to have you, and we consider ourselves very happy to have you on here. So why don't we get this thing started? You have seen a lot on this planet, Maybe you talk a little bit about what is this Geoscience Data Analytics Center? Has a wonderful name. What are you doing? What are you planning to do? And what are you seeing around all the other things? You do other things also on top of this. What do you see happening in the mining sector?
Sure. So first off, thanks very much for that introduction, and thank you for having me on this panel. So the Geoscience Data Analytics Center is specifically designed to allow the kingdom to find new greenfield exploration targets all the way through to an inferred resource estimation, and to be able to do early stage environmental assessment. What we want to be able to do within the kingdom is de-risk mining and exploration. And obviously everybody understands that the 2 biggest risks for the private sector, the first is greenfield exploration, and then the second is, do you in fact actually receive environmental approval? The intent of this project is to use big data analytics to be able to advance that.
Fantastic. Fantastic. And you gave me, when we talked before, a few numbers on what the kingdom has already committed to doing and what you have already achieved. Maybe you want to share this with the greater audience here.
Sure. So this is an ambitious initiative, and as you heard yesterday, the kingdom, has an understanding and a belief that we have $2.5 trillion worth of potential, and of course, it's still at this point undiscovered. So, the investment, we're looking at about 1.7 billion real for the initial investment. But the upside potential of that in terms of licensing fees and royalties, we're looking at about $27 billion within the business case lifespan, which really becomes a catalyst for more and more discoveries, more and more exploration licenses, more and more royalties. So as we want to create a third pillar of mining, from an industrial perspective, this initiative of GDAC is absolutely front and center to the attainment of that.
And I thought, maybe you give us some more clarity on this. When this was opened yesterday by his minister, His Excellency Bandar Al-Khurayev, he mentioned that what the kingdom has in mind as a very investor-friendly approach, instead of saying, you can apply here for just a mining license, you already have a lot of data there and also have an environmental survey. And so the product that you're handing over is not just a plot of land and do with it, find it out. Is that the right understanding?
Yeah, far from it. So this will be the single most advanced analytic system for exploration on the planet, and indeed for environmental assessment. So we're on the cusp with machine learning that even within the last 2 to 3 years, two fundamental things have come about. So you've all heard of ChatGPT and large language models. Well, there's a particular flavor of those called named entity recognition, where we're able to read virtually any kind of document, and in particular scientific documents related to geology and earth sciences. And not only can we read them, we can hold the information persistently, we can geospatially locate everything, and it's at a global scale. This is not something that is only going to happen within KSA data. It's actually going to happen across the
I think that is very, very cool. And when you mentioned for the first time ChatGPT as large language models, I didn't quite get what you wanted as an application, but I think what you say is there's a lot of data already available, but in written format, and it would take a lot of people to code it. And that's where it comes in. You can automate that, you can have it coded, and then it becomes part of the data that will flow into the algorithm, make this process seamless, which is really, absolutely out there, absolutely on the forefront of what's happening worldwide.
Well, and then we can take it the next step, Klaus, which is what they call multimodal learning.
Right.
So you can take all of the images, all of the language, and all of the numbers, and when you build complex models to, say, understand a deposit signature, you're actually using the data of all of those to, in fact, actually find them. And if you imagine it, in 2024, greenfield exploration is considered to be incredibly risky. By 2040, it's actually not going to be anywhere near as risky as it has.
Exactly, and the speed in which this progresses. But we're going to talk more about it.
Yeah.
So the next panelist here is Satish Rao. He's the Chief Innovation Officer of New Lab. And New Lab is a deep tech venture platform that has a location of New York, which is the origination, now Detroit, which is even 4 times larger than New York, and Uruguay. And you announced yesterday, that you are now coming to KSA and building the first deep tech hub here in the kingdom, you know, and Riyadh will be the first place, but what's really a couple of satellites around the kingdom. And as partners, you announced to have Ma'aden as startup partners on the industry side, Ma'aden and Aramco, and then a lot of the government entities supporting from the ministries, you know, to NITLIB, you know, and having made this happen. So first of all, we're very happy about this announcement. This is going to it's going to become a focal point, much like it has become at all these places, you know, for inventors, you know, to go to, because what you're doing is you're taking people who want to scale up, you know, and basically have proof of concept, and that's where also an advantage of the kingdom comes in, you know, because there's a lot of, I mean, test grounds here, you know, that startups need, you know, and also then it comes around funding and all of these things, you know. So Satish, you should probably describe a little bit more on what you do, because having worked in the mining industry myself, I tell you, there are very few industries that are as resistant as the mining industry to adopt something new. And the reality is because it's a safety culture. You know, we're handling stuff that is dangerous in most cases, and we don't want to hurt anybody. We talked about the last panel here, standards, that all plays into it, you know. Why are you optimistic, you know, that you picked mining as a tough one, which you always do, as your first kind of studio, your first program, and I understand that you already had a program at your mothership for 4 years, you know, in the mining industry, with the likes of BHP being the supporter. So how is that going to work, you know, and what do you see there?
Yeah, and thanks, Klaus, for that introduction. So our platform, we call that a platform because we believe deeply that these deep tech startups that are really trying to change the world need help in multiple ways, right? And so one of the first things we think about is the application of infrastructure. So how can we help these companies build their products? And we do that through the labs that we operate. How do we help them test and develop? We do that through the access we have to infrastructure assets for testing and development. We invest in these companies through different vehicles, then bring in the industry partners as to be the early adopters through our programs. Mining was actually our first industry, serendipitously through one of our investors. That was great. That brought us into mining. And it was a great industry to start in, Klaus, because of the challenges you described.
Well, you love to take the biggest challenges first.
Exactly.
Right? Exactly. Why make it easy? Why not start with the hard stuff?
Exactly right. Exactly right. And I think, you know, one of the mining, from a cultural perspective, from an operational perspective, you have one shot around an ore body. The entire construction around that, which you know very well, is already quite challenging to kind of break into from an innovation perspective. Where we've seen progress actually is being able to pull innovation from adjacent industries where things have been proven. And the first that we saw was, of course, the use of data and AI, right? So that's been established in other industries, and now that's definitely making its impact in mining. The second was automation. And so by being able to show mining companies how automation is being deployed in industries that kind of look like them, but aren't quite them, has been able to build that inspiration and even define some of the pilot projects we did. So that led to some traction as well. I think what's most exciting, actually, and this is a lead into the other panelists, is the application of biology. And so we know mining has a history of that, certainly using biology in mining, such as copper. But the ability to sort of modify organisms in a way that can be applied to other types of mining, such as rare earths, allows us to rethink what a source of metal really looks like. And that's critically important when we talk about stable, critical, resilient supply chains that are also local. And so that type of thinking is very much relevant to the kingdom. And so I think that's a great segue.
Yeah, and so you are not, I mean, you have multiple lenses, I think, right? You mentioned it in passing, but I think it's important to carve that out. I mean, so I think what I understand from you, one of your lenses is also the sustainability lens, because it sounds as though, and we might have more on this discussion, it sounds as though you are convinced that, I mean, it's not just about efficiency, which mines have traditionally been driven by, come with something that makes it more efficient, that brings us down the cost curve. You are saying, well, there has to be a separate, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
For sure.
Are you saying there has to be a different lens to it?
For sure. I mean, if we think about now something as like electrification, the fact that we're trying to electrify every system we have in the world is redefining supply chains and value chains as we know it. And so our access, the access and demand for the types of metals we need then mandates that sustainability is defined across that entire value chain. So mining is in the focus now. And so what are the things that we can deploy to bring sustainability in a way that's meaningful for the business? That's the intersection we always try to play out. So we're not saying, hey, be sustainable for sustainability's sake. There should be a mission behind that, but we also understand there's a business here that needs to be run. So how do we build efficiency in a way that's sustainable? Automation, the application of data, the application of biology, all those things together allow us to look at things like waste. or look at things like circularity and other sources such as that. Ore bodies that were once not necessarily applicable to mining now are because of these types of new technologies that are available to the industry if there's that interest in sort of backing to scale those things.
And what I heard you say before is that you said, yes, there is traditionally a reluctance to take innovation. However, what you have been able to manage and support in the studio is to showcase existing technologies used in other industries and then an application how this would look like in mining, by this automatically de-risking the approach. That's what you saw?
And in fact, it becomes almost a strategy for us, right?
Right.
So if you're going up to an industry, I can't necessarily point to an example of a peer, but I can point to another industry that's taking on that kind of risk that we're asking you to take on when it comes to investing and trying to scale this technology. And so automation was an example I gave before. When we talk about things like biology, we can point to other industries that kind of produce these things at scale, can point at cost models of how these things work, and then kind of use that as a way to build up what the pilot concept looks like, right? And so being able to show from a data perspective, okay, if the technology can do X, Y, and Z, then this lets me de-risk this in a way that allows me to open up my operations to take this innovation in. And so that's the mindset we constantly have, not just in mining, but actually in all the industries we work in.
And that's also where the network effect comes in that you are bringing to the table. Fantastic.
Exactly.
Really, I mean, great that you're coming here. Really, really great that you're
We're very
coming
excited.
here.
We're very
So,
excited.
Super,
Yes.
super. So the next person we have on stage here is Chuck Price. You know, Chuck Price is the Chief Operating Officer of Alonia, you know, and he has got 30 years of experience, you know, in executive roles in industry, you know. You also worked at one point in time for Solvay, you know, and in their mining solution, you know. And but then you found your way, and you want to talk about it more, into a startup. You know, and you were crazy enough to join at an early point. I want to learn more about what happened here, you know. So it was super successful executive career, you know, and then saying, no, I'm going to reinvent something. And the something was around biotech, you know. And so maybe you tell us a little bit on what happened and what made you go to Alonia, and what the hell does Alonia do, and why in mining, you know? So
thank you, Klaus. It's a number of questions you just threw out. Career decisions.
You can take it one by one, you know. So.
Yeah, one by one. So thanks for that introduction. It's really a pleasure to be here. So Alonia is, as you said, a biotechnology company. We are founded on a mission, and it's the mission that was the attraction for me. But the mission is the idea that nature can be harnessed to solve some of the world's toughest environmental challenges. And there are plenty of environmental challenges in mining. We have some other vertical markets we participate in, but this is a mining conference, so I'll talk a little bit more about that. So there's that mission that attracted me. And why do we feel like it's possible that nature could be harnessed in this way? It's because nature operates the original circular economy. Anything that's produced in nature, whether it's some byproduct or some waste, is a happy source of energy or food for some other species. And everything goes around in a circle. Nothing's wasted in nature. So if you could take that principle and even the biology, the actions that are taking place, and harness them towards mining applications, you might be able to solve some of these challenges. So that's how we were founded. We have two real platforms that we're working on. And if you guys will allow me to talk a little bit about technology, I'll try to keep it simple. The first one we call biosolubilization. So biosolubilization every microbe is generating, in its process of doing that decomposition I was talking before, it generates metabolites. And if you can use these microbes as a little mini chemical factory and capture those metabolites, those can be used as a solvent, we call a biosolvent, or a biobroth. And if you apply those biosolvents to certain mining materials, ore bodies, tailings, maybe concentrate, what we've discovered is that they have an ability to solubilize the gang materials, the stuff you don't want that's in that mineral matrix, which is pretty fascinating. So if you've got, let's say, iron ore, it'll solubilize the calcium and the magnesium and the silica, but leave the iron in the solid phase. That provides a mining separation technique. That's what mining's all about, is separation techniques. So that provides an upgrading of the ore proportionally, which is interesting from an economic standpoint. But when you take these penalty elements out of the ore body, especially if it's going to a smelter or some other downstream process, you create some tremendous ESG benefits, greenhouse gas reduction, energy reduction at the smelter, for example. That's two benefits. You've got the economics, you've got the downstream benefit. And then something we're just discovering, and I would talk to a number of people about it at this show, which is pretty cool, is that stream that you generate of those gang materials can be used as a carbon sink for CO2 sequestration.
Wow.
Bubble some CO2 through that, you form precipitated basically a calcium carbonate or a silica carbonate or a magnesium carbonate. You've got a geological level sequestration of CO2, which is an important driver for a lot of mining companies. So really interesting from the biosol standpoint. The other one, and I'll be quick because I've talked a bit here, biocementation. Microbes and enzymes can be used to induce calcite precipitation. And in some sort of a mining matrix, what you've basically done is create cement. You can agglomerate particles. That agglomeration can be used for geotechnical stability. Tailings dams, tailing stacks, dry stacking, even dust control. So through microbially induced, mouthful, or enzymatically induced calcite precipitation, you create biocements for
And
safety
is this,
aspects.
I mean, kind of more the future, or do you have already kind of first installations, you know, where you are proof of concept and that sort of thing?
Yeah, it's a good point. We're like at a TRL4 type of location, but a lot of interest. We're doing plenty of lab work, and we're gearing up to go to the next level, which would be demo scale, kilo production, and continuous batch processes, or continuous processes.
And I understand that there is also a relationship to New Lab. You know, you tell me more about it. You know.
Well, we've worked together, New Lab, to talk about how we might provide these kind of incubators and connections between mining majors and startups like ourselves. And they also convinced us to come down here. Didn't convince us, I don't want to make that sound like we had to be convinced, but brought us here, and it's been a tremendous networking opportunity.
And would there be opportunities here in the kingdom for you that you see?
I think so. Talked to a number of companies here, gold producers. There's also interest. We could take a look at phosphates, so absolutely.
Yeah, Marden is a big phosphate.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. I mean, very good. Very good. So let's move on, you know, and we'll have more opportunities, you know, to Jesse. Jesse Evans, you know, is the Chief Operating Officer and co-founder of Maverick Biometals. That name alone is worth gold, you know. So, and you decided, if I understood you correctly, right after college, you know, right after university, to say, hey, you know what, we're founding this company and we're doing X, Y, Z, and we're choosing to do it in the mining field, you know. So you didn't even go into industry. That's the young generation, you know how it works these days, you know. So they don't even feel that they need to have industry. We both smile about this, right? But okay, so
we have gray hair.
Exactly. You know, so Jesse, tell us more about what is Maverick Biometals doing.
Yeah, thank you. So coming into industry at an earlier age, but so at Maverick Biometals, we are using enzymes for bioextraction. These enzymes solubilize ore at near room temperature with low reagents, and so it's a lot more energy efficient, fewer pollutants, fewer environmental damages. We've worked with over 35 metals in the lab so far, over 15 minerals. Done a lot of work with silicates, with phosphates, lithium and rare earth elements. And kind of going to the founding, your original question, my co-founder and I have known each other for about 10 years. He worked at a national lab in the United States as a synthetic biologist, doing a lot of work with enzymes as therapeutics in medicine. And he enjoyed the work, took a drug through FDA trial there, but he found medicine not as rewarding from an environmental standpoint, you know, and so him and I have known each other for a long time. We started tossing around ideas as we've seen biotech come about to really benefit industry. We thought, well, what are some of the hardest and most challenging but most rewarding ideas that we could tackle from a sustainability standpoint? And we thought, well, you know, mining has a lot of potential. You know, there are a lot of environmental pollutants and a lot of energy being used, and biotech is a way to really lower the energy and even.
And what is your prime focus now? I mean, as you are going ahead, I mean, started broad. Are you still broad, or are you saying, no, this is the thing that we are going to shoot for first?
Yeah, so bioextraction is a broad platform where we can extract really any metal from any silicate or phosphate. A lot of our focus has been on lithium and rare earth elements. Phosphates would be most interesting here in the kingdom for rare earths.
To add lithium out of waste streams, for instance.
Yeah, we work with a variety of streams from greenfield to waste. We've done a lot of work in tailings, but also with new mines.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah. So we are working in the lab now with a few majors in testing a lot of their ore from greenfield sites, but also from waste, and scaling up our technology as new mines scale up in the U.S.
And if somebody were to come to you and say, hey, I got a waste stream here, which I would turn over to you, show your magic, do the maverick on that, you know, what would you say?
Well, I would say let's give it a shot. So we have a library of...
So if anybody is in the audience, you know, has a waste stream that you want to turn into value, you know, so he's the right guy to talk to, you know. So fantastic, fantastic. Okay, so time's running fast. I'm looking at the clock. So why don't we just jump to what the panel also wanted to talk about, 2040, you know? We talked a bit about kind of groundbreaking changes, you know, but if there's one thing I've learned in my life is technology changes are not continuous. They are step functions, you know, and I mean, about a year ago, I mean, if we would have had this audience and mentioned ChatGPT, everybody would have looked into the air and said, what the hell is this? You know, and it actually not only put ChatGPT on the list, but it put the power of AI into the consumer hands. And I would assume that a lot of people here in the room use it in their daily lives, you know, because it has become an enormously powerful tool. Yeah. So if we think about 2040 mining, what do you think are the biggest changes that you would see, independent of what you're doing, you know? But if it's what you're doing, then please feel free to mention it. Rob, you.
So two things. We've already talked about the fact that all types of data globally is going to be available. But and it will have great benefits to exploration and to other phases of mining. And the one thing I think that we don't necessarily think about, but all of this new data will be democratized. It's going to be open. And the last panel that was up was talking about sustainability and the responsibilities that companies have. And what they're going to see by 2040 is that the amount of rigor and the oversight that they're going to have, both from governments and from local communities, is going to be really significantly greater than it is now. So ESG is real. You're seeing governments now building their own ESG frameworks with real KPIs, and that they're going to democratize that information. They're going to be talking about how well the company...
So I think when you say democratize, it would mean also that governments have a much stronger, governments and communities have a much stronger capability to monitor what companies are doing, you know? So doesn't that almost go to a point, I mean, if you are in the mining industry, which has traditionally not been very open to ESG concepts, you know, so this, if you better change now, because ESG is going to become the standard, and you literally will have to earn on a daily basis your right to exist.
And that's the biggest difference, right? So we talk about social license.
Social license.
You know, we think of it as a front-end process to get our project off the ground. What's going to be happening is a much more intensive process where it is a daily process of earning trust and earning that license.
Satish, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, specifically to the kingdom, you know, looking at aspects of the vision around, you know, the advancements of infrastructure, right? From construction to data infrastructure, electrification, all things related to energy. The demand for certain materials that traditionally are relying on imports will start to go up. And so the counterpart to that is to invest in things that allow for that to become more internal. So localizing supply chains, which brings it back to mining. So the ability for the kingdom to produce the materials that it needs is really fascinating. And so that inherently will demand advanced technologies to sort of be able to produce that here in this economy. And so we take it back to mining, that means that the need for new types of data and AI for exploration, right? Identifying where those sources are, new ways of extracting those metals and materials from those sources that are not very traditional, the application of biology. And so from a new lab perspective, being able to develop a platform here that could bring those technologies to bear is what we're most excited about.
Super. Please.
Yes, I think if you think about 2040, the stakes are pretty clear, and most of the panels have talked a lot about two things. One, the ESG drivers, the sustainability drivers, the need to get greenhouse gas reduction. All of those are going to be, by 2040, much more important. They're important today. So there's that. And the other is the mix of metals and minerals is going to be very different in 2040 than it is today also. You know, the electrification of the world is going to require, I heard all different kinds of numbers, but a lot more copper, a lot more lithium, a lot more cobalt, a lot more rare earths, for example. So when you look at getting from where we are today to where we need to be in 2040, which in mining terms is not that long from now, it's going to take real breakthrough step change innovation, to use your term. And I think that comes from places like biotechnology, which are new. It's not incrementalized. There's a lot of ground we can cover through biosolutions, and AI as well, digital learnings. And maybe the third would be, you know, a collaborative approach like you were talking about, Satish. Bringing together startups like ourselves who need some funding, who need access, who need patience from mining majors and others together with the technology that we can bring can be a powerful way for us to get across that gap.
Very good. Please.
Yeah, I'll echo what you said, Chuck, about collaboration. You know, 2040 is a lot closer than we think, and we don't need to wait until 2040 to implement these new technologies. And so working with mining companies, early scaling up our technologies with them as they identify new assets or new waste streams. It was mentioned on a panel earlier, but I also see mining in 2040 be more vertically integrated on the mine site and actually have processing on the site and not shipping raw ore to different locations. And I think that's the benefit of biotech, actually, being able to do less expensive processing from an OpEx and a CapEx standpoint, actually on site.
Yeah, and a lot of that would depend on what drives the cost, because in the end it will always be still continue to be a commodity market, you know, so cost efficiency is going to be strong. So today one of the reasons why you separate it is because for the mining process, they are far away from where you have energy, where you can ship it, you know, so that allows not only for separation, but mandates a separation almost, you know. So thank you very much, really, really good, you know, and I think we could go on for another long time, but I think we have to move on. The next panel is waiting, you know. Thank you very much. Thank you for attending, you know. I hope you enjoyed it a little bit, you know. But one thing I think for sure is 2040 mining is going to look a lot different. And even though, Chuck, you said, I mean, most likely we will continue to have things like copper, you know, rare earth elements, but I would make the bet that there will be elements that, like rare earth, I mean, who had heard of the rare earth elements, I mean, 20 years ago? I mean, but today they are in everybody's mind, you know. There will be elements that we do not have on our list and that the world will be chasing, you know. So that's for sure. And whoever gets that idea first, you know, is going to make a good buck, you know. Thank you very much. See you all again. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and for guiding that panel through for another session, another critical session. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for that. And we're going to move on to, well, it's a topic that is critical once again to all of you, because it is about, if you're going to boost the numbers here, if you're going to boost the work you're doing in the places you're doing it, you have to have the workforce and the talent to do it. And that is the essence behind the conversation that we're going to have over the course of the next 30 minutes. Where is the talent? How do you develop it? Where do you develop it? And I'm going to call my panel out in just a second so that we can start that process. And it is a panel which represents Saudi Arabia and indeed an international perspective as well. So my panel is ready. Let me introduce them as they come out onto the stage, starting with Issa Akili. Issa is the chairman of the board for Worley Arabia. Sheikh Khalid Ahmed Al Amoudi is the CEO for Saudi Red Bricks. Ali Saeed Al Khatani is the Chief Operating Officer for Central Mining Holding Company. Please do take a seat, gentlemen. Dr. Tamra Al Shahrani is the Vice Dean of Graduate Studies for Academic Programs and Development at the Princess Noura bint Abdul Rahim University. Nikki Black is with SG and that's an international advisory firm, but Nikki was also the former director of the ICMM. And Stephen Durkin is with us, CEO of the Australian Institute of Mining and Metallurgy. Metallurgy. We'll take one of those. Stephen, thank you very much. Thanks all of you very much indeed. Look, the title of this particular panel is Accelerating Development of Talent. Issa, I'm going to start with you and say, if you are accelerating, you're accelerating from something very close to standstill. It must be frustrating for you.
I think if we take a minute or less than a minute and think about what's going on in the country, it's a lot of things going on in the country. And finding a talent is a very tough. Without the talent especially for the engineering areas, that we cannot just bring an engineer overnight and give him an important design to do it or to develop that. You need an experience, you need to work in advance, not month or 2 months or 6 months, you need years for that. If I take a snapshot of what's happened for the engineers in Saudi Arabia, a lot of engineers move out from the engineering to more project management or administration jobs. The engineering sector in Saudi Arabia lost a lot of talent to administration jobs, leadership jobs, and we left the core engineering, the technology and engineering, which is the start of everything, okay, behind. To rebuild it, that will be a very tough situation. Will be not easy.
That's interesting, because that's not just about a dearth of talent in the first place. You have some talent,
yes,
but they're drawn into the wrong directions within the industry and become perhaps great managers, but the skills base has gone, in a sense.
The basic skill, if I just compare them with the doctor keep practicing. But the engineer, when he moved to project management or management, he lost his skill of developing design engineering to his customer or to where the country is going. I think if I go back, I will not share when I finished my school because they will figure my age.
We haven't got that much time.
I believe when I go back, I think it's more than 30 years, okay? We were talking in Saudi Arabia about a special program for engineers. We need to award them. We give them the right compensation to stay and the right development to develop the subject matter of expert.
Okay.
Today, in mining or all other sectors, because as a Worley, we work across all the sectors, subject matter of expert is the key one. If I take the business...
Point made. I'm going to stop you on that. that subject matter cannot be lost to the sector throughout a career, ideally. Sheikh Khalid, let me come to you, Mr. Red Bricks, as I called you, if you don't mind me putting it like that.
I'm happy with that.
To me, Red Bricks is a manufacturer of something that's dusty and dirty and very challenging, and I'll be honest about it, not that sexy. However, so I can see where the problems might be. However, I think you do have a story here about technology and automation, which is one that perhaps needs to be magnified, not just within your business, but across the sector.
Absolutely true. I've realized this situation, plus what you have indicated, it is a heavy labor intensive. Our production is heavy labor intensive because handling manually and so on. So I've looked in 1998, I've said I have to change this attitude, I have to change this production style to more of a technology style. And I wanted to add robots. So I had to carry a fight like a salmon fish going up the river. And finally I succeeded, and I was the first one that have introduced the robots in the market and in the industry of the brick makers. Now everybody makes it, even the Chinese do, although they have a lot of people. But therefore, then after that, our population, Saudi Arabia, we have 68% or more than that are young kids from the age of 14 to 28. So these young kids, they cannot be all doctors and engineers and architects and what have you. They have to go in the field. And if we are talking about industry, that we're going to grow our industry, we have to depend on our people. And our people, okay, I don't want them to work as laborers. We want to work as qualified, skilled, and higher than skilled labor. So I've introduced them in the managing the robots itself and managing the production lines. And we've gone further than that in managing the mining fields by introducing the professional in the geology, professional geology engineers from the school, from the college, from the university. We are in semi-partnership with 3 universities, from University of King Abdulaziz and King Fahd and the school here in Riyadh. So further than that, I've built a building specially designed to train the Saudi young cadets to be able to handle these jobs. So we have to depend on our people. We want to be able to take from the resources that we have.
And sorry to interrupt, but you're training them in an environment which is different, perhaps, to the one that the reputation might suggest, which I think is also really important.
We have a clean...
I'm going to pick that notion up because, look, with the best will in the world, we have 3 leaders of industry here sitting on the panel. I think it's safe to say you are all over 28. So there is a gap in terms of leadership. And Nikki, I want to bring that over to you because that is part of the problem, isn't it? It's not just about finding general talent. Who's going to lead? Who's going to take the fore? That must be one of the challenges.
Absolutely, David, and thank you. It's an absolute honor to be here on such an esteemed panel at such an exciting event. It's not news to say it's incredibly challenging to be a leader in any industry right now, and it's particularly challenging to be a leader in the mining sector. We need to manage complexity. We've never had to manage before. If we just think about the previous panel, as I came on stage, they were saying we never thought about rare earths, but now we're looking for rare earths. If we think about EV batteries from a technical perspective, you've got to take a bet on what you think the assets of the future are going to be to make that long-term investment. So managing the complexity is incredibly difficult. We've got competing stakeholder demands, often for environmental, social, and financial returns. We've got to re-engineer our organizations. We've got to bring people together, often from outside the sector, to bring them in with new skills, bring new types of people who look and speak and think differently, because that's where the value addition is going to be. And we have to do all of that against a backdrop in which mining is seen at best as a necessary evil in many jurisdictions. So how do you lead in that complex environment? And so if I was to think, how do we accelerate this question of accelerating the development of talent, I think we really need to focus on the leadership capabilities we need now and into the future. And if I had top five, it would really be managing complexity. It would be developing a social and political muscle, a geopolitical muscle, to really understand where the world's going. It's incredibly open communication and a willingness to engage across boundaries with challengers and detractors. It's human-centered leadership, and finally, I think it's courage and really innovative thinking, and we've certainly had some of that from the panel already.
Nikki, thank you very much for that. Let me turn to Ali Said Al-Khatani. So you're dealing with the necessary evil, as
yes.
Nikki's reputational reference put it. How much of a struggle is it at the moment for you in terms of talent development, and what are you looking for? And is it about leadership, or is it perhaps slightly closer to the red brick?
I think we have a similar experience. However, we are in a different dilemma. We are in the middle of the desert. We are moving around 2.5 million cubic meter per month around the clock. And we have around 400 people, and we are working for ma'aden phosphate. And this is a big challenge, especially in the beginning. I have been with the company for the last 10 years, and when we started, it was really a dilemma. Things are improving a lot. Now, we have Saudi Minerals Polytechnique in Arar, which is close to our mine, and we found it a savior, really, to screen talent and really prepare them for the kind of work we are doing. Mainly two things. Prepare them with English communication, basic English communication, and safety, because they will be dealing with very heavy equipment.
But is it easy enough to
Yes.
to attract this?
Well, it is not easy. And in the beginning, we had an attrition rate of 75% among Saudis. But as things get more mature and the education is available on the institute, and really they found out that we are a good employer because of the consistency and the availability of the job on the area. Because in Arar, it's a very small town, and we are the main employer of the area. And they found out that, okay, mining is good, mining is paying well, mining is safe, and we are very proud of our safety record. Among the 15 years we are working on the site, we had very low record of accidents and no fatality at all, which is rare on the industry.
But that's a good message also about locality, which I think we'll come to as well, local sourcing of employment. Tamra, if I could come to you, we're hearing some of the problems and some of the innovative solutions. You run a number of programs aimed at accelerating talent. Just give us an insight into
That's correct.
the key.
The relation between the university and the private sector or the government sector really need to be strong, because in the university we didn't open or establish any program until we study the labor market needs, and we structure the program on what the labor market needs, what is the missing, and we could put it in this program. And sometimes we have a partnership with the international university to support us in advancement knowledge in this program. I think, yes, it's true to have a connection with the private sector and the government sector, and to establish this program on the need of the labor market. And I give you an example. For example, in the energy, we established a program last year in energy innovation in partnership with the Swansea University. And before we opened this program, we did study the labor market. We know the need of this program for women or for men as a postgraduate study.
I thought I could hear a little Welsh twang in your voice there. But that international element is obviously important. We're getting some very strong messages that there is a local answer and availability. But I guess when we're looking at the big picture of the scaling up in terms of talent, international collaboration would be one of the buzzwords.
Yeah, and it will be the good point to attract the talent to come and to study the most advancement technology or sciences in this field. And Steve, we are now, I don't want to announce about the program in material science and mining, also with the partnership with the top 20 university ranked. Soon, it's coming soon, September.
Right, so the programs are coming. Nonetheless, Steve, let me turn to you. All of these very good examples are relatively well hidden, I would say, in the sort of mainstream appreciation of what mining still is. We've heard the word reputation 1,000 times in the last 3 days, and it's almost always in a negative context. Almost always. What do you do about that?
Well, I think it's really up to us as an industry to tell our story more effectively. I guess the point that is really being made very effectively here is that it's easy to forget that we're in the people business. Any great mining jurisdiction anywhere around the world has the right geological conditions. You've got the right trade and policy and investment environment supporting that. But most of all, you've got, in order to realise the opportunity, you've got the people that are making it happen. And there's certainly a gross shortage in all mining jurisdictions around the world of those mining professionals. So geologists, metallurgists, mining engineers, the people that will work to actually realise this opportunity. There's a massive gap and a massive shortage in terms of those people coming through. So I think in answer to your question, it's going to be really important for us as an industry to think outside the square, to be able to attract different types of people into our industry. Thought leaders, people who are, yes, have those technical skills and that experience that's been described earlier, but also people that can help us
really grow, reshape the industry and tell our story very differently and more effectively about the value that we add.
When you say that, do you mean sort of you need a spectrum from astrophysicists through to artists? I mean, it's a complete mindset change.
That's my view, yeah. And there's certainly lots of examples of other industries that have really embraced people with those different skills that can shape a better future for that industry.
And then how do you lure them in when there is still a reality, which is, as we've heard here, you may be operating in a very remote part of the world. It's not what a young generation is perhaps looking for. They have certain creature comforts. They love their technology. They love their gaming. They love their social life.
So there's plenty of other industries that have done this extremely effectively. Take a simple example of the defence forces in many parts of the world that really highlight the technology that's being deployed, the idea and concept that you're working in a team, that you're developing leadership skills that Nikki talked about. Many of those, that sector in many parts of the world have made it very attractive for people to come and work in those areas. Myself, I'm an engineer. I worked in financial services for 17 years. No one, to the best of my knowledge, taps their 15-year-old children on the shoulder and says, I want you to go and work in a bank. Yet banks are very, very effective at identifying and bringing talent into that industry and nurturing that talent and helping that talent be effective and successful in those environments. And I think that's something we can and need to do better as an industry.
I just wondered, gentlemen, from the industrial side of this, what do you make of that, of drawing in talent from very diverse routes? I mean, would that be much use to you?
Yes, I believe that engineer is an engineer. And if you see the mining sector today is attractive, artificial intelligence, data analytics, all other kind engineering process. But the problem, I think, the image about the mining is still, we need to work in that. I agree with you that we have more workshop. We can have a showcase to our young generation that there is no big difference between the mining and the other sectors, and we can take it to the next level. As a Worley here in Saudi Arabia, now we already established the digital delivery, which will be a full of digital people managing that. It's already established. We just hired one of the PhD coming from Microsoft as a Saudi lady, will be leading that industry, and she will hire a lot of local talent in the digital domain, which is we never did it before. We are moving to that. It's mean the business in mining will be in a different way, and people will see digital twin, they will see augmented reality solution, and we are building also a showcase. People can go through the plans and how we are doing this stuff. I agree with you that really we need to show a strong image about mining is not an ugly as the movie presented.
Right.
We are much better than that.
Yeah, reputations are very hard to build up when they're positive, and they're very difficult to destroy when they're negative, aren't
yes.
they? So there's a big challenge there. Perhaps Sheikh Khalid, you've given us an indication as to, you moved on automation very early. We're talking now not just automation and robotics, it's AI is the way ahead. Does that reduce the need for accelerating talent? Does AI actually save you on some of that need for...
Yes, you're right. But as I said, you said before that our manufacturing is dirty business, you indicated, but we made it into a clean business. We have a very clean environment for our workers and a very healthy environment, and we are inviting the Saudis to work with us, and we're working. We have 30% of our staff is all Saudis, and a good percentage of them is qualified. And the qualification that they have is working accordingly to what our manufacturing work. That means our kilns, for instance, are run on computerized system, are connected with the manufacturer themselves. Their spare parts is ordered through automation, and our spare parts warehouses are all connected with that. So our staff is all qualified, and a good percentage of them is all Saudis, but we require more. I'm eager to have more and more Saudis that are qualified. We have them in the management, we have them in the manufacturing, we have them in the computer facilities, which is what is counted for. So really, a brick-making business is an industry that is diversified.
Right.
Both in the mining and in the technology. I've taken all the latest technology that I can get throughout the world, from the United States, from Europe, especially from Germany, and we're very proud of our environment and our staff and the Saudi staff.
Understandably, but Ali Said, there will be plenty of people saying, well, look, look at the background of Saudi Arabia. You've got petroleum expertise and depth of background, and to transfer into mining, that's not such a big deal. You can do that. Do you find there's plenty of draw into your sector because of that sort of almost cultural understanding?
Yes.
Or do you need, as we were talking about reputation, do you need to turn to critical minerals and say, these are really exciting, this is the future, these are the ones that give you your EV on the road and are transforming your life, and you've got your phone in your hand?
The problem with mining now is this analogy between rock mining and oil and gas mining. I think they are not related at all. Maybe they are related to the ministry. But if you see the exploration the oil and gas are doing, they are already know where are the good locations, and they are exploring for the betterment of extracting the oil and gas.
And a lot of it because of AI, actually, for geological survey help.
They have
yeah.
already a data, they can manipulate, they can give AI. Mining industry, which we are dealing with, is a rock, I call it rock mining industry, is much, much tougher. You are moving millions of tons for grams or kilograms of ore. And this is where the case is really, and it cannot be compared at all. The price of a barrel of oil cannot be compared with the ton of phosphate, for example. It's totally different, and the agony is different. The type of liquid versus dry is different. The main problem we are suffering now is the people are, after we train them, they go to oil and gas industry.
Okay. And it's a reverse. It's still a reverse effect.
Exactly, and they are going to big projects because anybody who's operating a shovel, he can operate it here in our mine or in Neon.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter to him.
Yeah.
And no way the mining industry can compete in terms of monetary competition if it comes to cost of labor.
Money talks, salaries talk. Nikki,
Yes.
I know you want to come in here, but and then perhaps also a little bit about that, as we've heard here, the power of the local community hire, if you like.
Absolutely, and actually I want to touch on two parts. You've all eloquently described the value that we are looking for and finding from new technologies and new ways of working. So the adoption of AI and other technologies in mining and auxiliary industries is already delivering a dividend. But it makes the work that you are leading even more important, because it is often the jobs that are more manual or more administrative which are most exposed to disruption by AI, are ones that are held by women or are held by the local community members. And there's value on the table to be lost. We know that when we have diverse and inclusive teams, there is up to a 30% impact on the bottom line. So the work that you are doing to build in those STEM capabilities in women and the female workforce here is so vital. The other way in which it's really important and is having a widespread impact is that new technologies are making that on-ramp for local community members into the mine both narrower and steeper. There are fewer jobs that they can access. There are automated trucks, not trucks they can learn to drive. And those jobs that are available require greater skills, capability, and training. So it's beholden on us as we think about how to kind of solve this wicked problem of the reputation of mining and needing to secure talent, that we're really thinking about building the skills and the talent in the local community, and where we can't, thinking about how to deliver a dividend for the people who the contract has always been. You are going to have a large disruptive environmental impact from this large industrial complex next to you, but you're first in line for the economic benefit. And when that economic benefit is not so obvious, we as a sector have to be much more creative. We heard earlier about shared equity, the role of the sector in engaging communities early, and here the role of juniors and exploration teams is really crucial. It becomes even more important.
Okay, thank you. Stephen, I think you wanted to...
Well, I think that's a really good example of that different skill set that I think that as an industry we need to embrace. A point that often fascinates me about our industry is that of our total workforce, 20% of the people, employees that work for mining companies are tertiary qualified professionals. Now, if you compare that to other industries, for instance, manufacturing, the figure is 10%. Construction, the figure is 1%. So it really speaks to the point Nikki made earlier. This is a very complex industry and we need sophisticated thinking. And the point that we've certainly been keen to highlight today is that I think there's a significant gap emerging and a real challenge for our industry when you look at, for instance, university enrolments of mining engineers that in Australia between 2005 and 2012 dropped by 74%. In the US, the figure was 38%. So it's a real challenge for our industry bringing in these talented, well-educated professionals that are going to really be able to shape the future of our industry. And really important we embrace different skills as we respond to that challenge.
Tamara, can I throw one other little pebble into the pond, if it is? And actually, we're not that far off gender parity on a panel up here. But look, this is a massively male-dominated sector. Is that taken into account in some of the programs you're looking at? You've got half the population that don't look remotely in your direction as an industry, even when the other half is still not that bothered. So
yes, as the Princess Noura University, the largest women university in the world, the mission of the university to increase the participation of women in the Saudi economy. And we focus on that to see what is the labor market needs. And we build our program to be aligned with this need, and not just to give them the technical skills, also the soft skills which will make them as a good leader in this sector or in this domain.
So let me come back to you then. Give us a sense of, because we had a call a couple of weeks ago. You're a frustrated man, in terms of the skill set. And keeping people in post.
Yeah.
What is the secret to turning around the image of your industry, do you think?
I believe, yes, I agree with you that the business to deliver what our customer is looking for is very tough, especially with the skill available, and most of them is very difficult to find them. And this is why we are committed to the community. We have our academy. We try to raise up the people. Even when you come to how we pay the people or the compensation is increased unbelievable the last 2 years. We try to compete with the other industrial. Still, our big challenge that we see our big clients, they are taking our people. And we go back from scratch to rebuild the talent to support this. And at the same time, we have the pressure from our client to deliver what they are asking.
But that's sort of the point I'm making about critical minerals. Isn't this the moment that you can hope to see that turn around?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think with all what's going on in the country, I think we need to get together, all the manufacturing, the engineering, the education, the clients, we come on together. Okay, we need to work together to succeed. It's not mean just I need to keep the talent in my side. The talent will be available, and we cannot stop anyone to go to any place. But I think we need to work and coordinate and have an open discussion through a workshop, through the strategy, and develop this, because at the end of the day, will be for the country. We will develop a talent from the country for the country. Where they will serve the country. But we need to coordinate. We need to work closely more to each other.
I get a sense that, yes, underneath that layer of frustration, and certainly over the course of 3 days, I've experienced a welter of excitement as well, actually, at what the potential is.
Yeah.
Huge barriers in the way at the moment in terms of perception and reputation, as we've said time and again. But this is possibly a moment. And yet, Steve, last quick word.
Well, I think this is an opportunity of a lifetime for us in our industry, not simply economically, but to change community perceptions and to really reinforce the point that critical minerals are the key to the energy transition and decarbonisation targets. and get a new, young community of people excited about that story and being involved in our industry.
It's a very good message. A lot of it is about talk turning to action, so you better go out and do it, I guess. Panel, thank you very much indeed, all of you, for your contributions. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel. And I'd like to turn to Ethna now. We'll head off this way, and Ethna's going to come and join us.
David, thank you so much. And what a great panel, well done. Thank you all. I enjoyed listening to you, and lovely to see you again. And of course, to see you again. We'll see more of you very, very soon. Thank you so much. And thank you all for still being here. We're not done yet. We have a great panel now, and we've picked a few great people. Oh, they're all out here behind me. I better get a move on, you know. I thought I was going to have a little hello, hello, and they're testing me now at the end of the day. They're like, get on with it. Okay, here we go. Anyway, they're all here, and I'm delighted that we have them all here. Let's quickly see who's who here. We have over here, we'll start coming back here, Peter Ostrigic, the founder and the CEO for the Center of Innovation and Circular Economy. Beside him, Andrew Taher, partner and founder of Vision Blue Resources. Lovely to see you. Chris Maybury joins us. Chris, the Deputy Chairman of Bermuda Commercial Bank, and also Chairman of Beacon Events, so he'll have a few things to tell us, I'm sure. I'm delighted Florence Drummond is with us here, the Executive Chairman of the Development Partment Institute. Mark Cutifano, the Chairman of Vale Base Metals, and Emily Bedoin, the founder and CEO of Pure Lithium Corporation. So we have a great group of people here. Now, normally I wouldn't ask everybody the same question, but in this situation, I need to hear from all of you. And what I'd love to hear from you is you've been here the last couple of days, and you've really been, you know, your ears, all ears, listening to everybody. And Emily, maybe let's just start with you. What have been, I suppose, the big takeaways? What, if anything, have you just gleaned from all of this conversation and just thought, yes, we're right, or not? It can be the other way too. But what have you noticed?
The big takeaway is that there is a desperate need for radical innovation here in the kingdom and across the globe. If we want to have better mining practices, we need to be radical about it. And incremental improvements to existing ancient technology is not going to bring us the world that we want to be in. And that is the main takeaway that I felt throughout the conference. I just had the honor of visiting the KAICC Institute, and the innovation that I've witnessed and the inspiring people and their dedication and how much forward momentum is there just gives me so much excitement for the kingdom to actually deploy radical technologies and start things from the ground up. Industries that don't exist here are things that are within reach with this kind of mentality.
And we'll talk, obviously, a lot more probably about lithium, because that's what you like to talk about later, you know, and we'll just see what's happening on the battery circuit, just a little bit. Mark, any surprises for you? What's the key takeaway?
No big surprises. I guess 3 points in terms of takeaways. Building a super region requires countries, companies to negotiate, compromise, and agree on who's best positioned to do what. At the moment, the debate is still every country wants everything, every company wants everything, and at the end of the day, we need to connect those conversations very differently if we're going to achieve our objective to serve society. I think that was the first point. Secondly, sustainability and defining sustainability is very different to very different stakeholders. And so how we put some shape around those conversations might help the first conversation. And third point, increasing the awareness that mining is not actually about digging holes, it's about our industry supplying the materials that make the world work. It's about materials, that's who we are. We're not hole diggers. We actually provide the materials that make the world work. It's about time we got our story right in terms of the public, and I think that's really important.
Yeah, and that's a different way to look at it too, and I think if more people were looking at it that way, we might have, you know, a different focus, but we'll talk more about that. Florence, you know, Development Partner Institute, you have a very specific focus, so I'm sure you were listening out for it. Were you satisfied with what you heard?
Absolutely. I think this week of conversations have been very enlightening. I think, like Mark said, there's no surprises that what we've been speaking about are still very important. For me, one of the biggest call-outs was for co-collaboration by industry for industry. I thought that was really important, very clear in most of the conversations that we've had. And from last year when I was here, I was very specific in Indigenous participation, local communities participation. So I was very glad to hear that was spoken about a lot this year.
A lot.
So, yes, I was very happy with that.
And a lot, again, too, in countries that I wasn't even expecting it so much. So I think even some of my panels, but it's people are actively engaged, and probably more so than they were before. And also I think that tremendous realization that this is part of business now and they have to be engaged. It's not just a one-off. Too. Chris, I know you were extremely busy for the last few days too, but I know you managed to catch a few sessions too. Again, coming back to, there's probably a long list of things you will be looking back on, but the key takeaways for you.
Oh, thanks. Yes, always lots to reflect on and things we can do better. But I think, yet again, has been brought home to me the power of us actually getting together, physically getting together. I mean, everyone on this panel, with one exception, who's new to me, I know, and in fact, because of our meetings, actually do business with some of them. So I think first thing is us physically getting together is so much more effective than an email or a Zoom. And the second thing, and Mark's been a champion of this for years, and I've been inspired by some of the things he said, that mining is one of the oldest industries with the most terrible reputation. And yet the future of electrification and decarbonisation rests in the senior people who've been here's hands. The kingdom gives a completely unique opportunity to do it differently, to do it from ground up. So as opposed to being, the terrible image that we have, we can do it in an environmentally friendly way, with new technology, with new training, with young people, with females, with the latest way of doing things, and create something that not only is so necessary for the EV future, but also can be done in such a more sustainable, ethical, and equitable way.
And I think also the fact that, it started. And, for this region, particularly with a lot of new projects coming on, they have a great opportunity to do it differently. And I think people are very excited about that too. Andrew, as you listen to people talking over the last couple of days too, how encouraged, were you from what you've been hearing?
Well, my key takeaway, I think, is the Saudi Arabian factor itself.
Okay.
Saudi Arabia is positioned as the partner of choice going forward, geopolitically unaligned, with low-cost power, abundant chemical reagents available, renewable energy ambitions, entrepreneurial spirit, open for business in every aspect, and to see that being pushed down from the very top with a clear vision and strategy, key KPIs outlined, guidelines provided to international investors like ourselves who are thinking about potentially building processing plants, partnering with Saudi Arabian private and governmental institutions to go and build the supply chains of these mineral resources internationally. For us, this is a very refreshing feeling because we've suffered in the mining industry for the last 10 years with the withdrawal of capital by banks, the typical financial institutions, equity capital providers have pulled out of the industry, and thank goodness strategic investors like the Saudi Arabian government and the various financial institutions that they've promoted have stepped in to fill that void. So I'm feeling very encouraged. We've had a huge number of meetings here, fantastic engagement, massive support from the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. So we're going away with key next steps identified, and we're back in a month already.
Wow, and that's good. I think it's that concept of action too.
Yeah.
They talked about that from day one. The minister actually put it out there, and the fact that it's happening, again, you doing something and coming back to do more. Peter, when we look at, everything you look at is about the circular economy, and I think we heard a lot about that, which again was very, very encouraging. But what was your key takeaway and what impressed you most?
Coming from Latin America, a region that has a really mature mining industry, I see a historical opportunity for Saudi Arabia to create a thriving, sustainable, responsible mining industry out of scratch. I see all the ingredients to create a circular mining business model that creates economic growth, sustainable economic growth, I would say, generates thousands of high-quality jobs, and decarbonize the process in the way. So the opportunities that I see, it's something that happens a few times in history, and the other wave that I see that has a huge potential for Saudi Arabia and for the super region is the fourth industrial revolution. It's not possible to transition towards a circular economy without the technologies of Industry 4.0. So those two trends converge here in the super region, and I see nothing but opportunities.
Mark, if I might come to you, Andrew just mentioned the finance side of it here. How important do you see the Saudi Arabian investments, not just here in the region, but also, as they expand and to facilitate the growth of the super region? Sorry, no, Andrew, you brought it up. Chris, have I totally mixed you?
Yeah,
it's late in the day. Is that what it is?
You make a really important point. I think that there are two factors which really will differentiate this region. And the first one is the financial duress which most of the rest of the world is experiencing, in my opinion, is going to carry on next year. The source and ability to fund, and mining is very capital intensive, is going to be extremely difficult. And is going to need a sovereign fund or Saudi Arabia to be able to see and have the vision to commit to that. Bear in mind that mine is a 20-year cycle, and I'll ally to that, as well as the source of capital that's so important. I think the stability of a region and the governance of a region is crucially important. I mean, if Mark's going to make an investment in a mine, it needs to be sure there's going to be 20 years. There's not going to be windfall taxes. There's not going to be regime change. Now, I think that something is really interesting about 24, as well as we know all the geopolitical tensions, they've been talked about. But I think something that has not been talked about is that in 24, there will be 60 sovereign states that hold a national election. It'll be over 55% of the world's population. 4.5 billion people will vote. A vote can mean there's a change of regime. A change of regime can mean that there's a new tax or a new bit of legislation. How can you deal with that on a 20-year investment cycle? So I think in the region here, with source of capital, one of the most tenured leaders in the world, and a policy which yesterday announced 30-year tax exemption for any entity established in the kingdom, perhaps gives a lot more confidence and visibility to make that sort of commitment.
Mark, stay with this on the investment for just a minute too. I just came from a panel, and it was a lovely description, I thought, and it talked about patient capital, available patient capital, that, this region at the moment, particularly as it invests in the super region and other places around the world, they don't need that return tomorrow, and they're being a bit more realistic. How important will that actually help to facilitate the growth and development of the new super region?
Well, I think it's critical in terms of long-term strategies. But I also think we've got to be a little bit careful in overweighting the conversation, because capital can't afford to be too patient. Right. And so I talked about countries wanting everything today, when in reality, in many cases, they would be better off supporting exploration and mine development, where the bulk of value can be created, a return back to the country and the economy. That return can be directed towards, it could be agriculture, it could be a range of other things, because the infrastructure that comes with mine development can be multi-purpose and help develop the country in so many other dimensions. But if you go downstream, where the capital allocation requirements are much more significant, the risks are potentially higher, and you need low-cost energy and other issues in your favour, you may destroy value. So I go back to the super region, you need to think and understand about 4 steps: exploration, mine development, and all the front-end infrastructure that comes, downstream processing, which has a different type of infrastructure, and countries go broke trying to get there too quickly.
Yes. So maybe they need to just spread out the economies of scale a little bit. Florence, again, we look at investment. It's not just in the actual mining. It has to be, in other areas. And when we look at stakeholder engagement, this also does take a little bit of investment. And probably, yes, financial investment, but it also takes a lot of human capital investment to really be looking at, what's needed. Again, as we look to expand this, as we look at perhaps a wider region, do you think this can and will stay, center stage for the time being? Well, forever. We need it to.
Absolutely. And I think we're really defining that relationship now. And as Mark was saying, with the 4 stages of development of any operation, that leg or that information that we need to be sharing along the value chain, that's very important. And I think having multi-stakeholder dialogue at the start of these investment conversations is very important when you want to end up in a circular economy as well. So I definitely think implementing it and understanding the value of investing into those dialogues at the very beginning with all stakeholders, be it communities, be it operators, be it government, that is very valuable and very sustainable as well for our future.
Emily, again, we look at, the super region. Everybody needs batteries. Everybody will need batteries. So many people talked about it in different sessions today, what's been done, what's been not done. So also, I suppose, that investment, yes, in the mining, but in support industries, and particularly something like batteries. Is that happening fast enough to be able to keep up?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
It is happening completely backwards. We see the world investing in 40-year-old lithium-ion technology, and I'm very curious how many people in the audience would buy a 2-year-old computer, but yet we are using ancient technology in our phones. Why is that? Because no one will invest in it. Tough tech is quite a lot like mining. The average time in tough tech can be 20 years. So people are quite afraid of it. And in the United States, we have this, concept called the venture capital, but it really should be called vulture capital. And you don't see these technologies being deployed. And inventors and scientists don't have the freedom that they need. I know companies that have been slowed down because investors are trying to dictate things like how they build their cell. What are they doing? It's really, really, really an interesting concept that we have. So we need to be funding these radical innovations because, again, we have the opportunity to do new things and new technologies. And how much easier is it to build a house from scratch from the ground up than to rewire it and change out copper wiring? It just doesn't work. We need these investments in new innovation. So the notion of patient capital is incredibly, incredibly important.
Peter, you talk about the developed economy when it comes to mining in terms of Latin America. What can this region, I suppose, learn from that? And again, as they look towards the building and facilitation of the super region.
Great question, because creating this out of scratch will help you save so much time, money, and energy, learning from the mistakes and the right things we did. One thing I think is critical is to create a really strong, high-tech supplier ecosystem. I think it's critical in order to help the mining industry be efficient, be circular, sustainable, responsible, and as you were saying, incorporating the community and at the same time decarbonizing the entire process. It's critical to bring companies, high-quality companies that are willing to create high-quality jobs in the territories in order to help the mining industry reduce their costs and being competitive. So that's a key role of the circular economy and the technology.
Andrew, when we look at Saudi Arabia not having a long, long legacy in mining, yes, the resources have been there without a doubt, but is that to their advantage, do you think, or what would you say?
Well, let's not forget that Saudi Arabia has a long legacy of large project development. The petrochemicals industry itself is a huge, huge industry in the context of the world, what Saudi Arabia has built. And I think that long legacy of engineering capability, support for patient capital, and construction of the full supply chain, I think is going to stand Saudi Arabia in good stead. And an understanding of the natural resources industry as a whole positions them advantageously versus others. So I think that Saudi Arabia is well positioned to capitalize on this. They have a fantastic geographic position to source materials from Africa, beneficiate them, and then supply them to the West and the East. And using their low-cost resource base, cost base, and abundant engineering capabilities, I think will be brilliant for them. But once again, just tapping on the engineering solution side of things, one has to admire what China has done in terms of building engineering talent. I think it's 1.4 million engineers a year leaving university in China. And in the UK and Australia, we've seen a massive drop in engineering skill sets leaving university. The Kingdom's investing in engineering capability. It's something that we've had a dialogue about, and we have to see that continue.
Emily, talking about building from scratch, how easy is it to build battery capacity in a country like this?
Well, again, when you're doing it differently and it's a new technology in a place like the Kingdom here, where you have lithium and oil field brines and you have vanadium, you have two main components for a lithium battery. So it's actually easier in many cases to build something from scratch. We just need to not be so risk adverse with our investments, because if we don't take a few risks and if we don't commercialize things that aren't just available already, we will never get the change that we need.
But I think it is. I think it's on their list, the battery development here. I think I have seen that.
It is, and it's exciting. It's exciting. This is also a very arid climate, and the news, when you build batteries, you have to take all the humidity out of the air. You can only have a few people in the room at the same time because the breath itself has to be removed from the air, the condensation. So there are tremendous cost savings that actually can be had in this region. You have an abundance of solar. You have a young workforce that is excited and ready and wants change. So when we walked out of KAICC, my head of corporate development looked at me and said, "This is our fastest way to pilot and deploy, isn't it?" And I said, "I think so."
And again, just quickly come into the talent side of it. Are there enough people here? There aren't.
Aren't, well, yet that understand
Not
the
yet.
industry, but they will be, because they can be trained. And there's a man like Professor Donald Sadoway out there who's taught many, many, many people, and a lot of people at this conference over the years, the science and the tools that they need. We teach new people to make batteries all the time. We have processes to teach people to make batteries, to invent things, and it really wouldn't be difficult to create this workforce here at all.
Florence, stay with the talent and the people, and I think, yes, as stakeholders, we always have to look back on the people, and throughout many of the panel discussions, that came up without a doubt here. When it comes to talent development, when you look at the future of the mining industry, are you, very positive about it? Are you excited about it, that we can actually maybe turn around a reputation and bring more people into it?
I think yes. So definitely with the reputation around bringing more women into mining as well. We just came off a D&I panel where we were championing a lot of the women who are in the room, and there are all of these women who are from different regions as well. We really celebrated our diversity, but also our strength. And I think with that as well, talking to each other, I think some of the key takeaways from that is that if we continue to gather in person, to be motivated, to understand what our learnings are as well globally, and continue to create these pathways for more women, that will definitely start to activate local opportunities and local role models as well. I think that's definitely a key. And also skill transfers from similar regions or bordering regions as well. I think that's definitely an opportunity into the future, and also skills transfers from other countries. I know if the Australia-Saudi Business Council are in the room, they're definitely an active participant in bringing more so businesses across the regions, and then that in itself as well can help to bring more people across as well.
Now, Mark, we almost didn't quite lose you to the industry at one point. You were having some strange little temporary dreams of retiring, I believe, at one point. But
Yes.
you were brought back as the chairman of Vale Base Metals. And as I do my research on all of these panels, somebody said to me, well, it's like the Blues Brother reunion. Talk to me a little bit about having the right people in the right place to actually drive this forward. Yes, to have the talent in the wider aspect, but again, for every new company to make sure that everyone knows what they're doing.
The Blues Brothers refers to a small team of people that we've put together to support the asset review at Vale Base Metals, but it does, I'd have to admit, look a little...
Are you back in action?
Or like Space Cowboys, probably. It really, people are the key. We've all got assets that we work with, but if you don't have the right people developing those assets, it doesn't work. And if I can maybe sort of compare or connect the capital allocation conversation with the people conversation, you're a company like ours that is looking at how it allocates its capital and how it looks at improvement. Short-term operating sites, we expect the operators to deliver 3 to 5% structural improvement year on year. We have another group high-level technical people, we're looking for 5 to 20% improvements over the 2 to 3 year time frame. And then we're looking at long-term thinkers, the technology team that Emily talks about, where we invest in patient capital. So putting that portfolio of opportunities together and recruiting the right people to work in each of those areas is the key to building an organisation that can deliver today, tomorrow and the long term. And I think that's a really important set of connections to make to create a successful organisation.
Mark, let me bring you back to the focus on sustainability. Or no, that's Mark. Chris. Mark, thank you. Chris. Again, we look at sustainability, and I think that was built into every conversation everybody had, without a doubt, here today. You know, how ambitious and how encouraged are you to actually think that we might get to a point where there's, what would you say, farm to table in mineral extraction in this country? Is it possible?
I think it's possible, and it actually has to happen. It has to happen. We have not got a choice. We can't keep doing what we've been doing. And I think that what we're starting to see is, I don't know, if you use a US analogy, you will go to a steakhouse and you will want to buy an Aberdeen Angus grass-fed steak, and you will pay a premium for that because it's better and you trust it. We're going to see that and starting to see that in the mining space as well. Where did it come from? How much energy was it used? How was it sourced? What's its whole supply chain? You know, we will need to, and we will demand that. And we're starting to see that not only from people who are taking the product, but banks who are financing it are starting to ask those questions. And I think if we can get that initiative going through every part of the supply chain, I think it will actually has to happen. And look, we've been here for 3 years now, and that was where the message started. And that message has probably got stronger every year and more determined every year because there is an opportunity to do it. So
yes, that accountability, I think, yeah. Peter, would you agree with that? That need for, you know, accountability right across the supply chain, and you think that's happening more and more in the mining sector?
Absolutely, and I think it's vital in order to survive, that sustainability becomes part of the business. It cannot be a cost. And that's the beauty of the circular economy. It's that allows you to create a business model out of this, saving money for the mining companies, creating jobs, reducing energy consumption, bringing more material efficiency. That's the only way, from my perspective, that sustainability will survive in this new era of the mining industry. I totally agree with Chris that it's like wine, right? You will pay a premium from where the resources will come from, but it cannot be an extra cost.
Yes.
It needs to be part of the business.
The value has to be there. Just we need to begin to wrap up this. So Peter, let me just start with you. If there was a call to action you can give before our people leave, stay with us, please. We're almost there. You know, what would it be for this industry? Very quickly.
Learn about circular economy. It's the future. Yeah. It's here to stay.
Yeah. Andrew, again, maybe the quick call to action that says, you know, we've got so far, what do we really need to watch in case we lose, or what can we manage better?
We've got to cut the bureaucracy. We've got to be more efficient. We've got to be faster. There's obviously a need to enable this transition, but in order to do that, we need to actually provide the decision-making tools. We need to be efficient in the way we assess things. We obviously have to assess things properly, but we have to be faster. And once again, that's what's encouraging about being here in Saudi Arabia. Rapid decision-making, keen to progress the permitting process, and that's something that's comforting for us, but it needs to be international.
Emily, I mean, that pace that needs, we look at the supply, we look at the demand that is clearly there, the speed to market. What can we do faster, better, quicker here?
We need to deploy quickly. Technology that we know works, we need to not be afraid, we need to instantly deploy, and we need to be smart. And there are ways, for example, with lithium, you can pull it out of a solution in a brine, and that doesn't take 20 years because you're not actually building a mine, and you can ride on the back of existing oil field infrastructure. So let's be smart about how we get materials. And sure, there's a lot more lithium maybe concentrated in a rock, but this is the faster way to deploy. So we just need to really think differently and radically innovate.
Florence, what would you say to the industry right now that they really need to be focusing on?
I would say definitely continue to work with each other as a true whole of value chain approach. Really listen to the co-collaboration call out that was made very clear here at this conference, but I think you can truly unlock a lot of value from continuing to work with each other, both locally and globally.
Mark, you're going to be kept very busy for the next couple of years too, and as we hear more from Valley Base Metals, but your great words of wisdom going forward.
As an industry, I think we have to start talking about what we do. We are the material supply industry. We don't just dig holes. And for us to deliver on our social contract, our social responsibilities, competitive collaboration are the two words I think are really important. We have to be competitive. We have to get better. But we have to navigate this journey together to serve society, because if we don't, climate change and a whole range of other things aren't going to work. So we have an important role. We have to help society understand what we do, and we have to work together to get there.
Chris, I'm going to leave you the closing word here. I think we've seen for the last 2 days, you know, this has been a tremendous conference. We've seen some great exhibitors here. I mean, there's so many people that have come here, the energy that has been here. You know, if I might just ask you sort of closing, has this been what you expected, and you were talking with all of the teams and the ministry and your team? I think the great work that everybody put in to bring this together. If there was anything, what do you want to see more of, and what do you think we need to be doing in the near term?
Well, I think there's been a tremendous amount of energy in the buildings. There's been a real buzz. There's been business being done. And the direction that we talked about before we went into this event was we wanted to turn words into action.
And the ministerial, don't forget that. I think you had, what, 70 countries almost here?
We had 79 countries represented, which was nearly twice last year.
Incredible.
Signing accords, talking about these issues, getting the message there. And I think that's how, and you know, of course our intentions are that we will do more and move forward next year. And that's how we will succeed, by marketing ourselves better, by getting the story there, by getting accords there, by getting energy there, and actually delivering on what we all have been talking about.
Do you have a closing word there for me? Is that, look, you're good? You're happy, Mark?
Oh, I think that was a great way.
He's done, he's great. No. That's it. Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing all, you know, your thoughts with us. We have to drop it there. So thank you so much, Peter, Andrew, Chris, thank you so much, Florence, Mark, and Emily. So lovely. And it's been great to have you here for this closing session. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We're not going anywhere. So we're not done yet. So please, we're going to leave the stage. And in just a couple of minutes, my buddy David is going to come back on. Thank you, yes.
Thank you,
great panel. Thank you all for your commitment and your focus, and keep up the good work. And here we have David Eads, he's back.
Thank you very much.
So,
Edna, thank you so much for that. Well done.
Great to see
A really important session, actually, because that really sets me up quite nicely. I have a brief opportunity to recap on what this forum has led to, bearing in mind, of course, ultimately we're talking about the scale and the urgency of the challenge and the opportunities facing you, facing your sector. I'm going to run through some of the key issues over these 3 days. The FMF 2023 was committed to turning talk into action. This forum, I think I'd call it, has been the proving ground of that challenge, of laying down that gauntlet. So let me start by simply laying out the 4 central areas of agreement reached during the ministerial roundtable on Tuesday. A round table, a square table as it turned out, but accommodating representatives from nearly 80 countries. And they had 4 key agreed actions. Agreed action on developing a global critical minerals framework, particular focus being on funding exploration and infrastructure. Secondly, an agreed action on developing responsible supply expectations to inform international rules and standards. Agreed action to create a network of centres of excellence across the super region, and notably kicking off right here in Riyadh with the construction of the Mineral Innovation Acceleration Park, MIAP. Work is going to start at the King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, and it gets underway this year. And the 4th point, agreed action on collaboration and development of green metals hubs in the super region. So those are the 4 key agreed actions. And for next steps, already work is underway to build the coordination groups and the working groups to carry these agreements forward to 2025. Now that leads me to the following 2 days, the 2 days of conference that we've had here in the hall. We've heard the views, we've had the expertise from many of you, leaders, of course, across the value chain of the minerals sector. And I think it's fair to say we've had sessions which have informed, sessions which have suggested, we've had occasional arguments as well, all serving to provide a picture and an opportunity to draw from. They have all been recorded, and as I say, they are all going to be mined, they're going to be processed, they're going to be delivered for developing the road ahead. And just as the Ministerial Roundtable perhaps created the framework for each of those 4 challenges, those agreements, I think the conference has done quite a lot to add colours to that picture. So many, many thanks to our significant number of contributors for what they have brought to this conference. I think it's fair to say that the forum has delivered on ideas, on concerns, on opinions. It does feel as if it has also delivered on a will among you to get on and take action. And when you return, as I hope you will in 2025, you will be able to judge for yourselves. What you don't need to do is wait for an instant reflection, though, now on 3 days of what I would describe as extremely busy days. Thank you.
Welcome to the Future Minerals Forum 2024 Ministerial Roundtable. More than 80 governments, multilateral organizations, NGOs and associations are gathered to act on the potential of the minerals sector for generating prosperity for host countries and the world.
Together we can maximize the potential of supplier countries to help the world achieve its future ambitions, and the key to our success lies in effective collaboration and cooperation.
It is inspiring to see the progress that we have made.
That mining is the lowest ranked industry for trust.
A reliable investment climate is essential.
The Kingdom can play a very crucial role in being a leader and bringing the world of mineral players together.
I think it's high time that we also, and in Morocco, we have a couple of experience when it comes to bringing in the informal sector and the artisanal sector in the mining industry.
Which is that if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, you go together.
That the right environmental, social and governance standards can happen faster and can give us the scales of the minerals that our world needs so that we can move to the energy transition.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to the Future Mineral Forum 2024. I am delighted to announce that our estimation for the Kingdom's untapped mineral potential has increased from 1.3 trillion to 2.5 trillion, an increase of 90%.
There is not a lot of time for talking. We have deadlines to hit, KPIs to hit in order to achieve our objectives for 2030.
Try to understand and to recognize the difference.
They see the importance of supply chains and critical minerals. This is part of the energy transition. It's a fundamental change.
You need to get the right energy for the mining.
Please be long-term, consistent policy.
And as much as Saudi Arabia has done an incredible job, frankly.
Which is why forums like this are so important.
All important countries in this global economy have to work together.
There's a need to cooperate and there's a need to help each other out, and we will continue to do that.
The future of steel is here.
Saudi Arabia is almost my home now because it's my 5th time already here, less than 2 years.
1.3 trillion دولار إلى 2.5 من 2016 إلى اليوم.
Let me start by thanking the Kingdom for hosting the forum.
Kingdom today is a bigger player on many fields, many sectors.
Investment more than 4 billion riyals to support the mining industry.
To be responsible, you've got to be accountable. To be accountable, you've got to be transparent.
Inshallah, we'll do this with Aramco, and we'll really create limitless, free, global warming energy for all of the 8 billion of our people on this planet.
You want to do the renewable yourself? Come and do it. You want to do the hydrogen yourself? Come and do it. You want to export it via pipeline? Please do. You want local partners? We're here. We have quite a few national champions that can be partnered with you. And you recruit Saudis, because the economic benefit will be here.
Welcome to the 2024 Future Minerals Forum announcement ceremony, marking a momentous occasion signifying commitment to collaboration.
You need to communicate with investors. You need to communicate with financiers to make sure that they all work together.
To make sure that the energy transition is not only happening in developed countries, it is also happening in developing.
We would love to work with other nations to develop those resources, to share our expertise, our technology.
Minerals need to come from a new jurisdiction, and Saudi Arabia is a new jurisdiction. Congratulations to the country and the leadership for the vision that they've shown in bringing everyone together, something very unique and quite special.
And how wonderful was that, huh? All your favorite people all come to one inn. Here we are, Future Minerals Forum, the movie. So how lovely to have that and to have that memory for the last couple of days. I mean, again, testament to the tremendous work that has gone on here. The work from all of you as contributors here, as attendees, all of our guests, the people who've come together here to this very, very important gathering, the Future Minerals Forum. It's so, so important for everybody that you are here. It's so important that we hear what's on your mind, and again, that we share your experiences and we share what's going on. In just a couple of minutes, we're going to have an appreciation for all of our key people here. But first, I'd like to call His Excellency, the Minister, back up on the stage, if I can. Please give a very, very warm welcome for the Minister for Industry and Mineral Resources. He is with us, I believe, His Excellency, Bandar Al Khuraif. What a busy few days you've had, and how lovely to see you. You're still standing.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Assalamu alaikum. For some of you here, I would like to remind you that Saudi Arabia is hosting Expo 2030 and World Cup 2034. But now I have to warn them, because we're doing a good job in Future Mineral Forum, that they have a tough competition. Who would have imagined that a gathering of people interested about mining could be so popular? So I really thank you all for making this happen. I have to say, it is with my great honor to say that without the support of our leadership, the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdul Aziz, our Crown Prince, and Prime Minister Mohammed bin Salman, we would not have the freedom, the enablement to do what we have been able to do in less than 3 years. Working in the government of Saudi Arabia for someone like me coming from private sector is a privilege. It's the ability to turn dreams into reality.
without their support, without their enablement, without their belief in our abilities, this will have never happened. I also would like to take this opportunity to appreciate so many people who have been part of this. And I'm proud, especially that we have promised from day one that this event happens to be physically in Riyadh, happens to be a platform in Saudi Arabia, but it's for the global community. It's for the super region. And I'm proud to say that we have kept our commitment. I would like to thank those 250 speakers and panelists who were with us, who made this whole event rich of discussion, rich of ideas, and most of all, rich of hope. I would like to thank and appreciate our moderators for their skillful abilities, their abilities to summarize the discussion, their active moderation skills have made this a more richer platform. I would like also a special appreciation for our sponsors who believed in the cause of this event and put the resources to make it happen. A special thank to the great team that we have, the Future Mineral Forum team, who make me feel guilty to stand here taking credit. Allow me to say some names because they deserve to be also appreciated in person. Ali Al-Mutairi, and Abdullah Al-Ghamdi. But most of all, the man behind this dream, designing this event from the concept, and I mean it when I say from concept, to where it is today, is this gentleman, Khalid Mdefer. So please. It's fun to be a minister in Saudi because you have so many capable people helping you do the job. So thank you. Thank you all. And thanks to my team also. With this appreciation that is deserved, I would like to go back 3 years from now to remember what we planned and where we arrived. And I have to say, what we have achieved is by far more than we have expected. I'm so proud and privileged, actually, to stand here, part of a community that have all came together behind one cause, a noble cause. We no longer are talking about mining and minerals. We are talking about bringing hope to the world. We should be all proud of the cause that we all believed in. We should be so proud of the ability that we have been able to leave aside our concerns, our barriers, discuss the challenges, embrace the opportunities, think about the future, think about how we can collaborate all together to make mining a sector that has true impact on the social lives and economic impact for everyone involved. And we have not seen throughout the 3 years any negative ideas or people putting us down. On the contrary, I have always seen people pushing us, asking for more, and I can tell you one thing, we are committed to bring all of your ideas into action for next year. So, today is the last day of the FMF, but I can tell you it is the beginning of the next one. It is also going to be a continuous involvement in continuous engagement to ensure that we are on top of things. I would hate to see many of the ideas that we had put in the last 2 days go for waste. So we are committed, myself, His Excellency Khalid Al-Mdafir, our team, our ecosystem, our also partners from other government entities will be working with you all to ensure that the momentum continues to work towards our goals. Some of the words I kept hearing more than ever before in the last 48 hours. Optimistic, believing that we can change. The opportunity for people everywhere. We are doing something amazing. I hope you feel the same thing as I do. And as I said in our gala dinner yesterday, I truly am proud to say this is the global family of mining, the gathering of Riyadh is the place of the gathering of the family of mining. Thank you, our extended family. Please do more. Please continue to be positive. Thanks again for everyone for their contribution, and see you next year.
Down. And thank you so much. Those great words of encouragement from His Excellency the Minister. Just again, so heart.